The following story and photos are from Giant Panda King's book, Gotham 1919 to 1939, by Russell S. Beatty, available from www.giantpandaking.com. Viewer discretion is advised. Gotham City, a den of villainy, a beacon of hope, and home of one of the most controversial figures in the history of the United States of America. Founded in 1685 by Captain John Logerquist, the city has been a center of crime and a topic of debate throughout the United States. Many traveled there from Europe seeking new lives and a fresh start after the War of Independence in 1776, and this sudden influx of immigrants required strong people to step up. Gotham remained a beacon for its citizens all the way until the Great War. World War I rocked the very foundations of the world, splintering lives, breaking apart families, and damaging the minds of soldiers who fought bravely and returned home. It was a truly devastating conflict and many were affected, including the people of Gotham. It wasn't until 1919 when this conflict ended that Gotham was able to begin to rebound. It was around this time that the Volstead Act was passed, which forbade the manufacturing and selling of alcohol in the U.S. This was very controversial and many people began manufacturing and selling bootleg alcohol illegally. This drew the attention of the FBI under the leadership of J. Edgar Hoover. Gotham had become infested with criminal activity and numerous kingpins with a flair for the theatrical. The Penguin, otherwise known as Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot, was a direct descendant of one of the founding fathers of Gotham, Theodore Cobblepot. His father was an alcoholic who wanted to marry into the family's wealth. When this didn't work out, he left, but not before having a child with the young Esther Cobblepot. Oswald was bullied as a child, but soon turned the tables on his tormentors, acquiring allies and muscle to help him take over the streets. As he grew into adulthood, so did his criminal empire. Soon he ran about half of Gotham as its criminal kingpin. Penguin wasn't the first criminal kingpin Gotham had seen, nor would he be the last. A long-standing name in the city's underworld was that of the Falcone family. Carmine Falcone was the head of this notorious family, drawing inspiration from the crime families of New York and Chicago. For many years, the Falcones were the seat of power in Gotham, but their influence began to fade as new players entered the arena. The golden years of the Falcone crime family had come to an end, brought on by the mysterious Batman. The Batman, a hero, a vigilante, and a figure of huge controversy. But who was he? What did he stand for? Was his war on crime good for Gotham, or did it hinder actual good from being accomplished? While we still do not know who he was, we have one suspect who stood out above all the rest. His name is Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne was the descendant of Alan Wayne, one of the most prominent founding fathers of Gotham. As a child, he witnessed the gruesome murder of his parents, Thomas and Martha Wayne. Just like that, the happiness and innocence of childhood were snuffed out in the young boy. It is still undetermined whether their deaths were the result of a hit put out on them, or just random chance. Whatever the case, this traumatic experience changed Bruce forever. Gone was the little boy of a playful childhood, and in his place was something much darker and more terrifying. As he approached adulthood, the Great War began. Bruce enlisted in the army with a friend from his college days, Harvey Dent. During their first battle on the front lines in France, Bruce disappeared. His friends and commanding officers believed him to be dead and wrote his disappearance off as missing in action. Little is known of Bruce's experience during the ensuing years, except for a few sightings and rumors passed around among his inner circle. Some speculate that he went on a journey of self-discovery, stopping at numerous monasteries in Europe and the Middle East, while others believed he abandoned his post in the army to escape the horrors of the battlefield. What is known is that he eventually returned to Gotham in 1919, a changed man. He saw the corruption and crime happening in his home city and took it upon himself to better it in any way he could. This coincided with the appearance of the Batman. The Batman began his war on crime using the only language criminals in Gotham seemed to respond to: violence. He fought back and helped the people of Gotham regain a bit of their hope. But on the other side of the coin, many thought that his presence in Gotham only worsened things. Some evidence of this lies in the next major player to appear in Gotham City. This man single-handedly held Gotham in terror as his captive audience, as he committed some of the worst crimes the city had ever seen. This man was the Joker. The Joker was the opposite of the Batman. He appeared in Gotham City in 1923 and was unlike anything the city had ever seen. What made the Joker stand apart from the other criminals in Gotham was the fact that no one knew his true identity. If the Batman represented order and justice, the Joker represented chaos and disorder. The Joker was tried and convicted of many murders and robberies, being deemed mentally incompetent and sentenced to life in Arkham Asylum for the criminally insane. For the many years following the Joker's appearance, numerous other criminals began to appear in Gotham, all with a flair for the theatrical. Whether it was gangsters wielding ventriloquist dummies, crocodile men killing people at the circus, or sword-wielding knights on a so-called mission from God, these were very dark times for Gotham City. From 1925 to 1933, the citizens of Gotham saw a crime wave unlike anything in U.S. history. The Batman fought and defeated most or all of these criminals who arose from the darkness of the city. As the criminals arose, so did many allies: Robin the Boy Wonder, Nightwing, the Red Hood, Oracle, and Commissioner James Gordon, just to name a few. The Batman's network grew as his vigilante career did, and they overcame many threats together. But one threat loomed the largest of all, a threat so wrapped in mystery that it leaves most officials and historians still baffled about what really happened. All of this took place during the Shadow War of Gotham City. There were many warning signs that this war was coming, but not many heeded them. It was a well-known fact that Gotham City had been seeded with corruption since the Great War, but nobody knew to what extent until it was too late. A mysterious group known only by a few as the League of Assassins had infiltrated almost every layer of Gotham's infrastructure. Their goal? To cleanse the world of crime and corruption. Their leader, Ra's al Ghul, was at odds with the Batman. It is speculated that the Batman had trained with this mysterious cult in the past, and that Ra's and the Batman had fallen out. The citizens of Gotham could only hide and watch as numerous rooftop battles ensued between the League of Assassins and the Batman's allies. They even watched in horror and amazement as the Batman aligned himself with his former foes, such as the Catwoman. By the end of it all, there were countless deaths on both sides of the Shadow War. The police had been unable to maintain the peace, and many civilians rose up in outrage, calling for the outlawing of masked vigilantes. The government heard their cries and sent the National Guard to regain control of Gotham City. From 1937 to 1939, the city saw relative peace, at least for a little while. The Batman gained new allies in the years following the Shadow War, as well as many new enemies. Rose one of Batman's most formidable enemies, Bane. Bane was a victim of the horrific and inhumane experiments conducted on the prison island. He had been imprisoned as a result of his father's crime and grew up surrounded by cruelty, from his fellow inmates as well as the prison guards. When he was subjected to experiments with a drug nicknamed Venom due to its potentially lethal nature, Bane didn't die. Instead, it transformed him into a murderous, raging monster. He killed those responsible for the experiments and broke out of Peñadero, turning his sights to Gotham City and the notorious Batman. The meeting of these two titans resulted in Bane's defeat, but also in the Batman's back being broken. The original Batman disappeared and was replaced by a new, more brutal Batman. This one resembled a knight and dispensed lethal justice as he saw fit, murdering any criminals who got in his way. His reign of terror left the infrastructure of Gotham fractured, and its citizens living in fear. The only one who would be able to stop this new Batman was the original. No one knows where the original Batman had gone, but once the murdering of criminals began, he returned to rise to the challenge. He donned a new mask resembling more closely the face of a bat, and engaged in battle with the new Batman. The original Batman emerged victorious, but soon after he vanished completely from the public eye. Many attribute the disappearance of the Batman to the ever-present threat of World War II drawing closer, while others believe he merely had enough of the toils of fighting crime in Gotham City. Where did the Batman go? Would this be the last Gotham City would see of him? After his recent reappearance and victory against the mutant gang threat, it is evident that Gotham was not left defenseless. In the wake of the Batman's second disappearance, we recently received exclusive information that the answer lies with Bruce Wayne. With his recent passing, we now know that Bruce Wayne was indeed the Batman. He used funding from his company to finance his crusade against crime, and his many allies were a part of his network, some knowing his true identity, and others not being privy to that information. Whether or not the Batman's impact was good or bad is still a widely debated topic, but what we do know is this: even in the face of great danger, he did not abandon the people of Gotham City to the darkness, and he will live on in history for many more years to come. Batman, the billionaire-turned-vigilante who rocked the foundations of Gotham City from 1919 to 1939. He fought and won many battles throughout his crime-fighting career, but not many know that he did not fight alone in his crusade. Bruce Wayne saw his parents murdered at a young age. His parents, industrial titans in the business scene of Gotham, left the young boy a massive fortune, with him being left in the care of the family butler, Alfred Pennyworth. As Bruce grew into adulthood, specifically once he had returned home from his time abroad, he took on the mantle of the Bat. During his formative years of crime fighting, he worked alone, striking fear into the hearts of criminals, as an almost mythological creature of the night. All of that changed after one fateful night. Haley's Circus, a renowned show throughout 1920s America, had come to Gotham showcasing their treasured circus act, the Flying Graysons. This family of acrobats flew through the air with great ease, awing many by their daring stunts without the use of a net. The youngest Grayson, Dick, was an acrobatic prodigy. He always felt more at home in the air than on the ground, and together with his parents, they were a tight-knit group. On this night, Bruce had decided to attend one of their famous shows. Normally, the show went on flawlessly with the crowd on the edge of their seats. This night, however, something went horribly wrong. A local gangster, when denied protection money by the ringleader of Haley's Circus, sabotaged the trapeze. During the height of their act, the Grayson parents fell, dying in front of the entire circus, as well as their horror-struck son, Dick. Bruce witnessed this tragedy, also horror-struck, and was brought back to the night many years ago when his parents died. He saw in Dick a kindred spirit, someone who needed the same direction he had when the pain became too much. He took Dick on as his ward, teaching him to channel his anger and training him in combat. Robin, the boy wonder, appeared on the scene, helping the Batman to bring his parents' killer to justice. The dynamic duo fought crime together for many years, until, eventually, once Dick had reached adulthood, they had a falling out. Dick had seen too much in his time as a crime fighter in Gotham. Too many horrors, too much death. He felt stuck under the shadow of the Bat and struck out on his own. Gone were the days of red, yellow, and green, and in their place was Nightwing, a hero all his own. Nightwing became the protector of Bloodhaven, a neighboring city to Gotham, and remained an ally of the Bat for many years to come. We also know that he was romantically involved with the Batgirl on and off for a number of years, though we are unsure for how long. Dick's departure left a void in the Batman's crime-fighting career. Naturally, it didn't take long before another orphan in need came onto his radar. For everything that Dick Grayson was, Jason Todd was the opposite. He was a street kid who had been press-ganged into working for a crook named Jervis Touch. or as he was known by his street name, the Mad Hatter. The Mad Hatter ran a ring of pickpockets, mostly children who he forced to steal for him. The Batman had been after Jervis for months before he discovered an unruly teen trying to break into the Batmobile. This was Jason Todd. The Batman decided to take Jason on as his next ward in order to free him from the Mad Hatter's grasp, and also because he was impressed by Jason's courageous attitude. Together, the Batman and his new Robin took down the Mad Hatter's child exploitation ring, putting the Madman behind bars. Bruce saw this as helping Jason channel his anger, as he had with Dick, but what he didn't know was just to what depths the boy's anger went. During his career as the second Robin, Jason tended towards excessive force and seeking out trouble. This caused many problems with police and criminals alike, and eventually it led to his untimely demise. During an investigation involving the Joker, Jason struck out on his own, seeking to defeat the psychopath himself. Joker, the clown prince of crime, and one of the deadliest human beings to walk the face of the earth, easily got the upper hand over the boy. Using a crowbar, Joker savagely beat the boy again and again. The Batman rushed to save his partner once he knew where he'd gone, an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Gotham, but by the time he arrived, he was too late. The warehouse contained nothing but blood and Robin's battered and torn uniform. Bruce assumed the worst. Jason Todd was dead at the hands of the Joker, and it was his fault. Many years later, a new criminal appeared on the scene in Gotham, the Red Hood. He began to take over the criminal element in Gotham, but this was short-lived once the Batman and his allies discovered his true identity. It was none other than Jason, returned from the grave. Ra's al Ghul, the leader of the League of Assassins, had been keeping an eye on the boy for a while, intrigued by his rage. When the Joker had left the boy for dead, Ra's took the boy to his monastery in Nanda Parbat, nursing him back to health and training him through his childhood into his young adult years. Where Bruce had trained Jason to keep his anger in check, the League trained him to unleash his anger on his enemies, using lethal force if necessary. This made him even more uncontrollable and unpredictable. The Batman and his allies took Jason in as Bruce reasoned that he had maintained brain damage from his brutal beating at the hands of the Joker. Eventually, Jason gave up his murderous ways and joined the Bat family as an ally. During the years that Jason went missing, presumed dead, the Batman became a much darker force in Gotham. His feeling of failure at Jason's death caused him to spiral deeper and deeper into solitude. His vengefulness went to extraordinary depths in dealing with criminals. During this time, a boy named Tim Drake began to study the Bat. He was an admirer of Sherlock Holmes novels and had developed astute skills of observation, deduction, and forensic science. Tim was a prodigy, his mind sharp as a knife. He used these skills to deduce that the Batman's true identity was Bruce Wayne. Tim approached the millionaire, confronting him and asking to be his new protege. Bruce declined initially. Tim was much older than the other two Robins had been, and it had been too soon since Jason's death. Bruce had vowed never to take on another ward. Tim was not satisfied with this answer. Basing his design off the costumes of the other Robins, he created his own uniform using very durable materials, much more protective than the other outfits had been. As the Batman's vengefulness increased, so did his recklessness. During an investigation into his former friend, Harvey Dent, now known as Two-Face by the criminal underworld of Gotham, the Batman found himself captured. Tim, now the new Robin, arrived on the scene, freeing and helping the Batman, and together they fought Two-Face and his gang, apprehending them. Tim had earned Bruce's respect, becoming one of his most trusted allies. The next person to don the mantle of Robin was an unexpected one. The daughter of Ra's al Ghul, Talia, arrived on the doorstep of Wayne Manor one day. She had a child in tow with her whom she claimed to Bruce was his. During Bruce's years of training with the League of Assassins, him and Talia had become romantically involved. Unbeknownst to him, she had conceived and given birth to Damian, raising him in the League until he had reached 10 years of age. Bruce could tell that she was not lying. The boy was clearly a Wayne in appearance, even if he had the demeanor of his grandfather Ra's. Talia gave Damian the choice of whether to return to Nanda Parbat with her, or to remain in Gotham with his father. The boy chose to stay with Bruce. Bruce had to work to undo much of the conditioning the League had put the boy through. Damian had a tendency to seek out violence and vengeance above all else, seeing no issue with murdering criminals to achieve peace. He was by far the deadliest of the Batman's protégés, even if he was the youngest. Because Tim was Robin at the time of Damian's arrival, Tim stepped down from the role, taking on his own mantle as Red Wing. This allowed Damian to step under the Bat's wing and grow into a crime fighter, not hell-bent on death and revenge, but on justice and hope. Damian considered becoming the next Batman to be his destiny, wanting more than anything to take on the mantle of the Bat one day. In conclusion, there have been many to take on the role of Robin to the Batman, and it has been a long, painful, yet hopeful history. But what became of each of these boy wonders? Dick Grayson remained a crime fighter until he was enlisted to help lead a proto-CIA initiative known as Task Force X. He died in the line of duty in 1943 while on a mission in France. He is remembered and honored still as the protector of Bloodhaven. No one knows definitively what happened to Jason Todd. Some claim he returned back to Nanda Parbat to live out his days in peace, while others claim to see him all over the world working to take down criminal cartels, assassinating warlords. Tim used his mantle of Red Wing to fight the murderous new Batman that arose in Bruce's absence. He also took down the serial murderer Victor Zsasz. Soon after that, he stepped down from crime fighting and became an FBI agent, pioneering the fields of psychological profiling and forensic investigation. He revolutionized detective work for law enforcement. Damian remained as Robin until the Batman's retirement. He then left Gotham to take his rightful place as the leader of the League of Assassins. Ra's had passed away, and Damian changed the cult's name to the League of Shadows, taking it in a new direction, one of stealth and covertness. In the wake of World War II, he used the League to restore order in Europe, taking on the persona of the heretic and vowing never to let another war of that magnitude take place. Though the mantle of Robin belonged to many different people, the ideals of the role remained the same. Robin was a force for good, a pioneer of hope and justice. Robin was a light to counterbalance the Batman's darkness. Robin defined the Batman in a number of ways, but above all, he was a friend to the Bat and to all the citizens of Gotham.
We've learned about the Batman, his war on crime, and his allies. Gotham was entering a new era, one of hope, one of justice. But what happens when an ally, even a closest friend, becomes an enemy? Bruce Wayne and Harvey Dent were inseparable as young men. They were sons of two very different families, however. The Waynes had their industrial empire, looked upon by Gotham citizens as a necessity to the ever-evolving city. The Dents, on the other hand, were a different story. Harvey's father would often come home drunk, beating both him and his mother. As soon as he was able, he left, having received a scholarship to Gotham University. It was here that he met his roommate, Bruce Wayne, and the two became fast friends. They were both remarkably competitive, and they continually pushed each other to greater and greater achievements, proving an unstoppable team. Harvey soon graduated with a degree in law, having received top marks. He soon became the youngest district attorney in Gotham's history with the help of Bruce and his money. He won the election on the promise that he would help root out corruption in Gotham's justice system, helping restore order in a city in chaos. Soon, World War I began. Harvey saw this as an opportunity to defend his country and return a war hero, even furthering his public standing in Gotham. It was no surprise to the public when Harvey decided to join the war effort, but it was not well received when Bruce decided to join him as well. Many saw it as a rich boy wanting to play hero without realizing what he was getting himself into. Together, Harvey and Bruce fought on the front lines in the Battle of Cambrai, during which Harvey was gravely injured by a bomb, and Bruce vanished entirely, presumed to have been killed in action. During that battle, shrapnel from a bomb injured Harvey and did extensive damage to the left side of his face. He had to be sent home, disgraced in his own mind. Dr. Leslie Tompkins treated him and did her best, but Harvey's new physical appearance had doomed his once blooming political career, and he no longer felt the desire to chase it. His fiancée had left him after seeing his new appearance, his best friend was missing, presumed dead, and with nowhere left to turn, he went back to his father to ask for help. He hid his injuries with a tin mask that covered the left side of his face, and he went into seclusion in his family home, not showing himself to the public. The public perception of him began to fade, but something festered within Harvey, burning to get out. In the following years, Harvey sank into a depression. This culminated when Bruce returned home, bearing a tale of being captured by enemy forces and carrying the scars to prove it. Harvey never believed him, feeling betrayed by his friend, rather than relieved that he had survived. Eventually, his mind could no longer take the strain, and he snapped. His depression turned into hatred for the world around him, and he no longer wore his tin mask. He shone his face proudly for all to see, spiraling full on into his duality. He would lash out almost as if he was another person. Many years later, after his death, he would be diagnosed as having had dissociative identity disorder. Harvey had always had a dark side, even before his disfigurement. It stemmed from his hatred towards his father, and it was almost as if his scarred face gave physical form to his disembodied rage. It grew so strong that it manifested as a second identity, calling himself Two-Face. Over time, his behavior grew more and more erratic, Two-Face becoming the dominant of the two personalities. Two-Face began his criminal career soon after, gaining the fear of both citizens and criminals alike due to his sadistic nature. His duality continued to increase in many ways. His suit split down the middle in two different styles, his silver dollar which he flipped to make his decisions. He was becoming unpredictably deadly. Bruce always held out the hope that his friend Harvey was still within Two-Face somewhere. No matter how much his friend sank, he always tried to extend his hand to help the district attorney turned criminal. He felt guilty and personally responsible for his friend's condition, due to his focus on fighting crime as the Batman. Two-Face committed many crimes, and the Batman was always there to stop him, sometimes with the aid of an ally or two. But his criminal career came to a screeching halt after one fateful day. During a battle with the newest supervillain to appear in Gotham, Bane, the Batman's back was broken. He disappeared, and a new Batman emerged to take his place. This new Batman had alleged ties to the cult known as the Order of Saint Dumas, and it soon became apparent that he had no qualms about brutalizing and murdering the criminals he came into conflict with. Two-Face, woefully unaware of the deadly tactics of this new Batman, went about business as usual, and when the new Batman arrived on the scene, found himself unprepared. The new Batman viciously murdered the former district attorney. The remaining allies of the original Batman were powerless to stop him. Harvey Dent's story was one of horror and tragedy from beginning to end. He was powerless at the hands of his father, powerless at the hands of World War I, and powerless to stop his mind from betraying him. So what became of him after death? Harvey Dent's body was recovered by the police, and his features were even more unrecognizable due to the damage done by the new Batman. A death mask was constructed to place on Harvey's body, though it was not a recreation of how his face had been before the war. It was a recreation of what he had looked like as Two-Face. To some it seemed tasteless, but to others it seemed fitting. Harvey Dent had been a positive force in Gotham, but Two-Face had been a scourge. Many objected to the funeral being held at the City Hall, but it transpired nonetheless. The Batman always carried the guilt of his friend's downward spiral, and always felt the weight of his death. Gotham will never forget Harvey Dent, as he was a perfect example of the city's own duality, the light of hope in its citizens, and the darkness of evil in its criminal element. Arkham Asylum. If Gotham was the mother that bore the Batman's criminally insane enemies, then Arkham was its womb. Many atrocities happened behind its locked doors, and not much accountability was held by the staff or the city. Arkham Asylum's warden, Hugo Strange, was deeply involved and entangled in Gotham's medical and justice institutions. This allowed him to do almost anything he wanted within the asylum, making sure to keep the more horrendous of his experiments out of the public eye. He put on the appearance of a lawful person, even living out family life during his off time. He seemed to everyone outside Arkham to be a light for the poor lost souls sent his way, but the truth was much more sinister. He tortured his patients both mentally and physically, encouraging his staff to do the same. This bred a new criminal element within his own staff, such as Dr. Jonathan Crane and Harley Quinn. Dr. Crane was one of the leading psychologists in 1920s America. He was a part of the team conducting the Little Albert experiments, as he had a fascination with the concept of fear. The Little Albert experiments were a number of tests of conditioning performed on a child, 9 months old, nicknamed Albert. The experiments conducted involved conditioning fear responses in the child by associating normal everyday familiarities with terrifying experiences, sounds, and images. The end goal of these experiments were to condition a fear response in the child from something as simple as seeing a rabbit. These experiments were highly controversial and looked upon as unethical by many. Due to his experience with these experiments, Dr. Jonathan Crane wanted to become the leading expert on phobias, leaving his professorship to work under Dr. Hugo Strange at Arkham Asylum for the criminally insane. He was not uncomfortable with the unorthodox methods applied by the warden, as he had already been a part of a morally ambiguous experiment, and so he himself began to conduct some of the most unethical experiments on the inmates, attempting to induce fear. Through these experiments, he developed a psychoactive drug which, when breathed in its gaseous form, enhanced the fear and paranoia of an individual. His hunger for experimentation was not satiated just by testing his drug on Arkham's inmates, however. After hearing reports of the Batman, he decided to take on a persona of his own. Donning a burlap mask, Dr. Crane went into Gotham City, finding unsuspecting victims and its citizens. He would strike quietly and suddenly, dosing his victims with his fear toxin and leaving them writhing and shrieking in terror. He had become the Scarecrow. Eventually, Scarecrow was apprehended, and his witness testimony was a major piece of the puzzle used to indict Hugo Strange years later. Jonathan was not, however, the only one corrupted by Arkham's allure. Harley Quinn was quiet and shy for most of her childhood. She lived with her drunken father and stayed below the radar so as not to incur his wrath. He forced her to take a job as a custodian at Arkham Asylum for the criminally insane, so that he would have money to spend on illegal booze. Harleen spent most of her days cleaning the vile asylum from top to bottom, trying to block out the screams of its inmates and the atrocities that she witnessed. Those screams followed her even after she left Arkham for the day, and they only stopped if her father decided to beat her in one of his drunken rages. One day, while cleaning on a shift, she met one of Arkham's most notorious inmates, the Joker. At first, she was terrified of him. The Joker was not to be spoken to or interacted with because of how dangerous he was. Despite this, she continued to speak with him day after day. She soon began to wonder how anyone could be afraid of this man, one who was so caring, passionate, and creative. After over a year of forming a secret friendship with the clown, she began to realize a fascinating and terrifying truth. She was in love. After that, it didn't take much for the Joker to convince her to help him escape. She obliged, and the two left Arkham's dreary cells and corridors behind. Their first stop was Harley's home, where the Joker convinced her to murder her father. There, covered in her father's blood like a gruesome baptism, she was reborn as Harley Quinn, the homicidal princess to the clown prince of crime. Together they went on a cross-country crime spree that put Bonnie and Clyde to shame. Many monstrosities were born within Arkham's walls. Through the abuses committed by the staff, many inmates became so twisted and vile that not even the asylum's walls could always hold them. The more famous inmates, such as the Joker, or the former District Attorney Harvey Dent, or Two-Face, were among the more notable ones. However, even the less notorious inmates were still very dangerous. The ventriloquist was one such inmate. Arnold Wesker was a quiet, gentle soul. As a child, he kept to himself mostly, raised by his mother, who was a chorus dancer on the vaudeville circuit. His mother resented him. She saw him as a constant reminder that she would never fully achieve her dreams of reaching the big time, so long as she had to look after him. Arnold spent his childhood sitting backstage at low-rent venues, creating imaginary friends and giving them voice with his gift for ventriloquism. He longed to showcase his skill, but he lacked the confidence. So he stayed stifled, silently enduring the verbal abuses of his mother until he could endure it no longer. When Arnold turned 15 years of age, he snapped. The police found the boy next to his mother's lifeless body and covered in her blood. When asked, Arnold couldn't recall what had happened, simply stating that Scar had done it. It was at this point that Wesker was incarcerated at Arkham. At first, he was a model inmate due to his quiet nature, though guards reported hearing voices coming from his cell at night. Hugo Strange took a particular interest in Wesker's case, holding sessions with the man personally, and soon declared him to be legally sane. Arnold was released under observation, and once he had his freedom, he took on his dream of being a ventriloquist. It was not, however, the act he had originally thought it would be. With the streets of Gotham as his stage, quiet, gentle Arnold Wesker came tearing into the crime scene. He carried with him a dummy whom he called Scarface. The puppet wore a mafioso outfit and was the more vocal of the duo. Arnold soon became subordinate to his new boss, even taking orders from the puppet. Together they were the ventriloquist and Scarface, and they soon formed their own gang. Whether or not he realized it, Arkham had left its mark on Wesker. Arnold, too, was eventually apprehended, and his account of his private sessions with Hugo Strange showed just how depraved the former warden of Arkham truly was. Arkham's most notorious inmate was the Joker. No one knows where he came from, only that he was probably the most dangerous man to set foot in Gotham. With 4 murders confirmed to have been committed by him, although most likely many more unconfirmed, Joker was known to be in and out of Arkham more than any other inmate. Joker's relationship with Arkham Asylum was one of symbiosis.
It was almost as if the very walls reached out to welcome him because of his chaotic nature. Hugo Strange and the other Arkham employees gave the Joker a wide berth, as one tended to meet an untimely end if allowed too much time with the clown. After the Batman's retirement, the Joker escaped once again, vanishing, never to be seen again. Arkham Asylum did absolutely nothing to aid Harvey Dent in recovery. The doctors and orderlies were watched very closely by the Batman, as he had a vested interest in his former friend. But Harvey Dent continued to spiral in the bleak atmosphere presented in the asylum's walls. Arkham Asylum truly was an incubator for insane criminals. It fostered many of the worst that Gotham had to offer. What was supposed to be a house of healing had been perverted and twisted into a house of horrors. Though it eventually achieved some reform through the contributions of Bruce Wayne and the help of the Batman, it eventually closed its doors. Though it is no longer open, Arkham is still whispered about in the streets, having become a legend and the subject of many ghost stories. It is an ugly scar on the canvas of Gotham's history, and a constant reminder to its citizens just how deep a person can sink. We've seen it corrupt its warden, its employees, and most especially its patients. Monsters were made in Arkham Asylum, and all we can do now is try our best to forget. Riddle me this. What do liars do after death? This question, among many others, marked the reign of terror that plagued Gotham for many years. Questions that stumped police, confused the general public, and led to the murders of numerous people. Questions that could only seemingly be answered by the Batman. These questions cropped up from 1925 to 1928 and came from one man, Edward Nygma, or as he was better known, the Riddler. Due to recent acquisition of the police files pertaining to the Riddler's activity, we now know more to the story of this deranged criminal. Born into a family of good standing and comfortable assets, he was an only child who was the pride of his mother, a socialite, and his father, one of Gotham's most sought-after attorneys. From a very young age, everyone could see that Edward was special. He was much more aware of the goings-on of the world than other children his age. This awareness soon matured into what really made him unique, his intellect. With the gift that was his intelligence also came a curse. He found that he would often be bored by many of his friends and family. Edward became obsessed with riddles and puzzles, anything that would help him with his ever-present boredom, chasing the thrill of and always seeking the next challenge to overcome. His parents spent their many resources in fostering Edward's gift, even though they may not have understood his fascination with the riddles or games as he called them. But they did see it as a way to focus his talents. Edward enjoyed these puzzles not just for the challenge. He also loved to flaunt his self-described intellectual superiority to people whom he considered to be beneath him. Edward's hubris was on par with his intelligence. His mind was sharp, and so was his interaction with others, as he had no patience to suffer fools. When he grew into young adulthood, his parents sent him to Gotham University to follow in his father's footsteps and study law. It was there that he was introduced to the ideas of German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. Soon, Edward became obsessed with Nietzsche's philosophical theory of the Übermensch. This theory stated that if one was transcended beyond normal levels of consciousness, like one such as Edward Nygma considered himself to be, they were exempt from the normal morals that influence the average man. What Edward took this to mean was he was exempt from the average morality of society due to his advanced intellect and his station in life. Using his knowledge of the law system, he strove to contrive the perfect crime. He would commit murder and get away with it. And he had the perfect victims in mind.
a classmate who consistently annoyed him with his ineptitude, and his intellectual rival in the class. One to kill, one to frame. He spent a great deal of time poring over the details of his plan. What day, what time, what setting. Nigma knew that in certain instances one could leave absolutely no trace of oneself at a crime scene. The evidence had to be indisputable. Then the day finally arrived. He executed his plan quickly and suddenly so that he could utilize the element of surprise, and murdered the classmate that annoyed him using a knife. The knife belonged to his rival classmate and was a family heirloom. He left this at the scene of the crime so that there would be no doubt who the supposed perpetrator was. He then planted one of the victim's belongings in his rival's jacket, and a handkerchief belonging to the victim, covered in fresh blood. When police arrived at the scene of the crime, linking the knife to Nigma's classmate, they immediately took him into custody and searched his things, finding the item belonging to the victim. The innocent man was locked away, and Edward Nigma walked free. The thrill of the idea Edward experienced during the planning and execution of the crime was soon over. A new feeling of disappointment crept in, as the crime was all too easy. As the years went on, he graduated from Gotham University and became a very successful lawyer, with no one the wiser as to the atrocity he had committed. While he was successful, he began to realize that he was also very bored. The life of a lawyer had become dull to him, and he yearned for excitement again. His mind constantly went back to the perfect crime he had committed in college, and his mind reached an inevitable conclusion. He was to begin killing again. With each person he killed, his flair increased and his ambition grew. By the time he had murdered 8 people, the police still had no clue who was behind the killing spree. His balance of criminal activity and work were fairly even, although Edward alienated himself from his family, and he took no romantic interests. He didn't find his parents intellectually stimulating enough, and romance was not an option for such a self-obsessed man as he. He eventually found his way back home, murdering his parents. They had been an obstacle to his ascent, and so it only seemed fitting to remove that obstacle from his path. Never mind that they were the people that raised him. His ambition and confidence increased to the point that he taunted the police by leaving riddles, questions, at the scene of the crime. He would leave clues as to his identity and information, but the police were not trained for this type of criminal and struggled to solve them. Commissioner James Gordon enlisted the help of the Batman in taking on these riddles. It was one of the first times that Gotham's police collaborated with the vigilante, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. One by one, the Batman solved Nigma's riddles, and the trail inevitably led back to Edward. Once they had the true identity of the Riddler, it didn't take long to track him down and lock him up. He was encouraged by his legal counsel to plead insanity. Edward would have no such thing being said about him. His crimes should be studied as examples of perfection. He chose to dismiss his defense team and represent himself. If the evidence was not so overwhelming, he may have had a chance, but Edward was handed a life sentence at Blackgate Federal Penitentiary, located on a solvated island in Gotham Bay. The remote location and harsh environment that surrounded it made escaping not an option. After many years of incarceration, Edward Nigma had become extremely agitated and bored. He was slightly relieved by his responsibilities of being caretaker of the penitentiary library, but he was still cursed by his own mind. Eventually, the agitation gave way to compliance. When Tim Drake, or Red Wing as he was now known in the crime-fighting world, came to a dead end in his investigation of the sequence killer, Victor Zsasz, Tim had the idea to interview Nigma. He hoped this would give him insight into what made thrill murderers like him tick. The Riddler, now much more amicable due to the years behind bars, readily cooperated. Tim was not prepared for the games the Riddler would play with him.
Edward did help, of course, in the capture of Mr. Zsasz, but he used the relationship with Tim as an opportunity to attempt an escape. It was thwarted at the last minute by the Red Wing and the Spoiler. The interaction was not wasted. It was an early attempt at what eventually became criminal profiling. Tim Drake utilized this new technique and pioneered it for a new generation of law enforcement during his career later in life with the FBI. Edward Nygma lived out his days in Blackgate. Even though he was compliant with his imprisonment now, he still resented the guards and hated the Batman for putting him there. He may have been resigned to his fate, but he would never forget the one who was responsible for it. His idea of the perfect crime was not as perfect as he would have liked to believe, and his self-proclaimed genius and moral recuse were ambiguous at best. The Batman was able to see through his trickery and put an end to the reign of the Riddler. While the Riddler hated the Batman, he also had a grudging respect for the vigilante. The Bat had bested him intellectually, and that truth haunted Nygma and seeded doubt in his own mind about his beliefs and philosophies. Riddler died in Blackgate many years later, and no one mourned for his death, as he had alienated himself from society by claiming to be intellectually superior. His parents were dead by his own hands. He had no family or friends to speak of. When he died alone. The Riddler's reign was over. What do liars do after death? They lie still. For a few, life in Gotham was plentiful and reaped nothing but rewards. For others, those rewards had to be snatched from the city's very flaws. Selina Kyle was one such person. Even from her early years, she had been known by the Gotham City Police Department all too well. She never quite felt like she fit in where she was born. She had lived in an abusive home and took it upon herself to run away late in her childhood. Her father had been a drunkard and a small-time criminal, and her mother was verbally abusive toward her. She felt like the people who were supposed to provide her with protection and nurturing had stolen away her childhood. It was no wonder that she truly felt at home out of that house. It was here on the streets of Gotham where she was picked up by Miss Rose, the most powerful madam in Gotham. Selina became Miss Rose's right-hand woman, managing all of her establishments and taking care of problems as they arose. With this came wealth, power, and in a sense, security for Selina. Selina became a master manipulator, blackmailing many Gotham figureheads and representatives. She would put them in compromising situations, then photograph them to use as leverage to gain what she wanted. Aside from this, she was not opposed to also using violent force to get what she wanted. As times changed and the years progressed, Miss Rose fell out of power in Gotham. Crime lords like Falcone and Penguin took the center stage, their outfits taking over many operations. Miss Rose was caught in the crossfire of their takeover, killed by the gangsters. Selina found herself back on the streets of Gotham, fending for herself. Her safety and security had been ripped away once again. This taught her an important lesson. To be just herself made her vulnerable. It made her a target. If she was going to be somebody in Gotham, she needed to be a myth, a legend, untouchable. She was, of course, enraptured by the Batman. Here was someone who used his own myth to strike fear into the hearts of criminality. Someone who also didn't quite fit in. What if someone were to utilize that in a different way? This would allow her to avoid being vulnerable again. Even though she was inspired by the Batman, that is where the likeness ended. Choosing the cat as her model of persona, its feline attributes matched her personality greatly. She had become the Catwoman. She did not care for stopping crime, she sought freedom. Freedom from expectations, freedom from the law, and freedom from the flying rodent, as she often referred to the Batman. She wanted the freedom that, in her mind,
only money could buy. Utilizing her new persona, she became one of the greatest cat burglars in the world. She would travel all over, increasing her reputation as well as her wealth. Although she practiced her craft worldwide, her heart would always bring her back to Gotham. It was her base of operations, and she could not bring herself to abandon it. The other reason she frequently returned was because Gotham was the one place where she felt challenged. The challenge came from the Batman. The relationship between the Bat and the Cat was a complex one. They played many a game of cat and mouse, interchangeably seeking the other one out. There was also evidence to suggest that, even though they were on opposing sides of the law, they may have shared some romantic entanglement. Perhaps the similarities between the two of them was a cause for allure, that they both realized there was a kindred spirit in the other. Perhaps they realized that neither one of them quite fit in. We may never know. During the Shadow War in Gotham City, the Batman enlisted the Catwoman's help in a fight. She was a major player in the combat that ensued. After many years as a cat burglar, and many more adventures with and without the Bat, the latter end of Selina Kyle's career took a different turn. Gone were the days of wielding a whip and stealing jewels and other precious objects. She now stole and traded in something that she considered to be more valuable: secrets. Selina had become part of the wealthy society scene in Gotham through trading these secrets, the secrets of the very people she would socialize with. Some of the most rich and powerful in Gotham were held under her sway. The Batman would rely on her assistance from time to time on finding individuals or information, but she often turned him down if the need arose. She might be a criminal, but she still had a code as a professional criminal. Many years later, after the retirement of the Batman, Selina Kyle used her amassed wealth to help out the poor and unfortunate women of Gotham City. She went on to create and run a much-needed women's shelter in Gotham's poorer district. She used her funding, and the shelter also acquired funding from the Wayne Foundation. Even though her life was a complex web of burglaries, extortion, and other such crimes, Selina hid a heart of gold beneath it. She fought for the right side when it really counted, and while she enjoyed holding wealth and power, she ultimately used it to help others in the end. Some chalk it up to her sometimes allying with the Batman, but still more know it was because deep down, she really cared about Gotham and its people. Selina Kyle ended up being a force for good in Gotham. They say that as you age, you become who you truly are, more and more. That was the case for her. With Selina Kyle's recent passing, some remember her as a thief and an extortionist, but many more, especially the women of Gotham, remember her as having helped them in a time of need. What she had snatched from the claws of Gotham City, she had given back to its people.
In the wake of the Great War, fewer people were allowed immigration to the U.S. from Europe, but some were still admitted. One such person was Victor Fries, a scientist from Austria. He had traveled to America to further develop his research into the newly budding field of cryogenics. He expected to find much in his research, but what he did not expect to find was true love. It was here, in America, that Victor met Nora. The two fell in love and soon became married. She was the only one who could melt his heart. Soon, Victor's research began to gain the attention of many important people. He was approached by the board of GothCorp, the second biggest company in Gotham. They offered him funding for his research and a laboratory to house his experiments. With Victor at the lead, GothCorp was in a full-on technology race with Wayne Enterprises to find the next big breakthrough. This soon began to unravel, however, with the discovery that Nora was sick. In fact, she was dying. Victor thought that his research might be the key to her salvation, beginning to embezzle funds from GothCorp to advance his experiments faster and faster. This did not go unnoticed, and he soon found himself being confronted by the GothCorp board of directors. They moved to forcibly shut down his experiments and lab, but Victor, in pure desperation, tried to stop them. His attempt resulted in machinery being knocked loose, spraying him with an experimental sub-zero substance he had developed. It changed the very fiber of his being, increasing his strength, allowing him to be immune to pain and sickness, but at a terrible cost. He could only survive in sub-zero temperatures. It was soon after this incident that his wife Nora passed away from her illness. Victor, upon this tragic event, gave in to his anger over his grief. He constructed a suit that allowed his body to stay in an environment of extreme cold. He weaponized his cryogenics technology, creating a freeze gun which he used to assault the members of GothCorp's board. His vendetta against those who, in his mind, were responsible for his wife's death rocked Gotham to its core. The city's occupants saw fluctuations in the weather, experiencing snow in the dead of summer, stretches of frozen road causing multiple accidents, and in some cases, death. The police tried their best, but Victor Freeze, now dubbed Mr. Freeze by the Gotham Gazette, proved too much for them. The Batman, having learned Victor's tragic reasons for his actions, confronted him, trying to reason with the broken man. Try as he might, Freeze's heart was cold as ice. The only person who could have thought it was dead. In a climactic battle, the Batman defeated Freeze by breaching his containment suit, causing him to be incapacitated.
Jack Ryder here, bringing you a live report of the battle between the Batman and Mr. Freeze. Much of Gotham's business district is covered in a blizzard to rival the Knickerbocker storm of 22. The Batman seems to be gaining the upper hand. Oh, Freeze just blasted the Bat with his freeze ray. Now Batman is reaching for one of his utility pouches. Zing, zing, pow! He knocked Freeze's gun right out of his hand. It looks like they're about to say something.
My wife, Batman. They're going to kill them and put them in a house.
Victor, they had nothing to do with it. You'll pay for what you've done to this city.
Only time will tell whether or not the Dark Knight will be able to thaw this conundrum of cold. Stay tuned, Gothamites!
Because of his extreme condition, a special containment cell was constructed for Mr. Freeze at Blackgate Federal Penitentiary. It allowed him to survive in lockup as long as he didn't try to escape. It was the start of Blackgate's special inmate program, which took into account special cases such as the Man-Bat and Killer Croc. Victor's story was a sad one, though eventually even his anger gave way to nothing but coldness. He was a shadow of the man he had once been, and there was no melting his heart this time. He remained a prisoner in Blackgate until it closed its doors. His enhanced biology allowed him to live much longer than the average man. Eventually, once the prison was closing, and having served his sentence, he was released in the dead of winter and wandered into the wilderness. Some claim he traveled to Antarctica where he could live out his days in peace, while others claim he died once winter passed. No one knows for sure. Some of his technology surfaced during World War II on both sides of the war, but not much else is truly known about what happened to Victor Freeze.
In 1954, at the first Cryogenic Engineering Conference, his work was discussed in great detail, for even in spite of his erratic behavior, Victor had made strides in the industry. His work helped lay the foundation for modern cryogenics. This did not absolve him entirely, however.
At the end of the day, his legacy was one of ice and cold.
Robin, Nightwing, Red Hood, Red Robin, or Red Wing as he was known. All of these are people who were inspired by or directly involved with the crusade of the Batman. But none were as directly inspired by him as the Batgirl. The daughter of Gotham City Police Commissioner James Gordon, Barbara Gordon was one of the very first admirers of the Batman. Crime fighting was in her blood. Creating a costume of her own and donning a mask to hide her identity, she came flashily onto the crime-fighting scene. Some would say her costume focused more on fashion than function,
but she made an impact nonetheless. Even though she could not use the tool of fear to combat criminals, she found her own effective methods of making an impact in crime fighting. The Batman soon began to take notice of her effort in the fight on Gotham's underworld. He tracked her down and officially welcomed her to the Bat Team. She was living her dream, fighting crime and being an ally of the Bat. All of that came to a startling end because of the Joker. One fateful night, while visiting her father, James Gordon, Barbara went to answer a knock at the door. She was greeted by the pale smile of the Clown Prince of Crime. She didn't even see the gun before she heard the gunshot that hit her. It hit her spine, paralyzing her from the waist down and effectively ending her career as the Batgirl. Though her body was broken, her spirit was not. She may have been wheelchair-bound, but she found another calling in the Bat's crusade against crime. Taking the codename Oracle, Barbara offered her support to the Bat Team through logistics and investigative skills. While the Batgirl's career might have come to an abrupt end, her example inspired many to take up the cause. The Batwoman, the Black Bat, the Spoiler, and the Huntress were such people who were inspired by Barbara's moxie and spirit. As the years went on, Oracle became invaluable to the Bat Team. After the golden years of the Batman's career, Barbara attended law school, pouring herself into becoming Gotham City's very first female district attorney in 1948. Her family's name held sway in Gotham still, and helped her to build trust with the city's lawmakers and citizens. With the career of the Batgirl, a new dawn shone upon Gotham citizens. Her bravery, her flying in the face of danger, helped people to see that anyone could stand up to the darkness of Gotham's underworld. Many more did rise in her wake, and many more made a difference as a direct result of the inspiration caused by Barbara Gordon. Whether or not the Batman's impact on Gotham can be proven to have been good, the Batgirl's impact reverberated on for years to come, and she continued to see it to fruition long after. Although she is no longer with us, Barbara Gordon will always be remembered for the strides she took, paving the way for women in Gotham and helping those in need. In the early 1920s, the many fields of science were continuously being developed and refined. This also meant that there were many gray areas. One such gray area was in the work of Russian scientist Ilya Ivanov. Ivanov had the full backing of the Stalin regime in the field of study and experimentation pertaining to crossing animal DNA with human DNA. He had given presentations on such theories as early as 1910, but did not receive enough funding until much later. He attempted many experiments. Wanting to stay ahead in the science race, a branch of the United States government sought out any scientist they could to spearhead their own experimentation. Dr. Kirk Langstrom had been working in the cross-species field for years to develop ways of helping humankind. The US government approached him and offered him support and funding if he would work for them. Langstrom accepted, jumping at the opportunity to further his research. He started really making progress in his experiments, and things were advancing beyond his wildest dreams. What he did not expect was that he would start to lose his hearing. He saw his position as an opportunity to find a cure for his oncoming deafness. He refocused his research to look into bats, wanting to find a way of utilizing the sonar capabilities of their ears. This detour from his normal experiments caused problems. The US government decided to threaten him with a cease of funding as the project seemed to be going nowhere. Langstrom suddenly found himself with little time, minimal funding, and a newfound desperation.
he made the drastic decision to experiment on himself. No one knows how, but Langstrom found a way to bond himself with bat DNA. It transformed him from a studious scientist into a gangly hybrid monster. His ears became large and pointed like a bat, his fingers became like claws, and his behavior became animalistic. Confused and drastically transformed, Langstrom wandered into the city, causing mass panic and dismay. Many people were injured during the mayhem. The US government abandoned their project altogether, seeing it as a failure. No such attempt on cross-species genetics has been made since. The Batman, seeing the pandemonium while on patrol, went to investigate, and managed to bring the beast down. Langstrom was transferred to Blackgate Federal Penitentiary as a new addition to their special inmate program, and fitted with a custom cell where he could be observed and potentially cured. Curing the Man-Bat, as he was dubbed by the Gotham Gazette, proved to be impossible. Langstrom's research and notes were nowhere to be found and are still lost today, therefore reverse engineering the process was not an option. Being named the Man-Bat, like a cruel play on the Batman's moniker, seemed to drive Langstrom even further into his animal behavior. The records of what became of him are also lost, but some claim he may still roam the island on which the former penitentiary resides, and if you listen hard enough, you may just hear the inhuman screeching of a bat. Opera was at the heart of the performing arts for centuries. Many rising stars were pioneering modernism in opera, as well as other such trends, and one such rising star was Basil Carlo. From a young age, Basil showcased extreme talent in the performing arts. He was considered a prodigy by his parents, and groomed for the operatic theater from childhood to young adulthood. His talent shone through, earning him fame as a local celebrity in Gotham. He was widely acclaimed, appearing in such performances as The Bride of Dionysus, The Gambler, and many others. But as is too often the case, fame and power can turn even the most talented to corruption. Basil Carlo was no exception. As he became older, he began to turn to the bottle to cope with his fame and fortune, becoming depressed and paranoid. He was also beginning to leave his golden years behind, and he was worried about the prospect of being ushered out. At first, this didn't affect his performance or interaction with the other performers. He continued on like normal, singing and maintaining appearances. No one was the wiser to his internal struggle. As time went on, however, the stress caused him to drink more and more, losing himself in the liquor. His once dignified and amicable personality became twisted and even abusive. He would lash out at his fellow performers, and even got into some physical altercations with them over minor disagreements. These incidents continued so much that he was eventually let go by the Gotham Opera House. The disgraced singer, still stuck in his depression and alcoholism, tried desperately to find work somewhere, anywhere else. After much searching, he began to realize that no place in Gotham would have him. Word had spread of his drinking problem and erratic behavior, and no one wanted the bad press that Basil Carlo would bring. His worst fear was realized. He was no longer relevant. He was a disgrace. He felt alone, unnoticed, and forgotten, and soon his depression turned to burning anger and hatred. In an alcohol-fueled rage, he plotted to burn the Gotham Opera House to the ground, with most of his former colleagues still inside. Though he felt unnoticed, he was not. His actions and erratic behavior had attracted the attention of the Batman. Though Carlo was not the Batman's main focus, he kept tabs on him nonetheless. Basil set about to execute his plan, laying some of the accelerants he'd accumulated, but was intercepted by the Bat. The Batman stopped Carlo from injuring anyone, but in the scuffle, Basil was severely disfigured. He had spilled some of the accelerant on himself, then desperately tried to light what little he had prepared, but only managed to set himself ablaze. He was horrendously burned that night. Carlo went into a coma and was hospitalized for months. When he awoke, he was dazed, confused, and shocked at his horrible disfigurement. He escaped from the hospital, stumbling into the streets and hiding in Gotham's slums. It was here where he hatched a plan to get back at the Batman for causing his disfigurement. Attacking random civilians at night, he sought out the vigilante's attention. His horrendous appearance gave birth to the moniker Clayface, as his face seemed amorphous and shapeless due to his burns. Basil Carlo always hated the name, but he hated the Bat even more. He continued on this mugging and sometimes murder spree until he was apprehended by the Batman and Nightwing and remanded to GCPD custody. The Batman felt somewhat responsible for Carlo's condition and saw to it that he would be incarcerated in the special inmate wing of Blackgate, alongside Victor Fries and Kirk Langstrom. It was there that the Bat hoped he could be rehabilitated and possibly return to society someday. The police did not want to send him to Arkham, as they worried his physical appearance would be harmful to the mental state of the patients there. Blackgate did not have the desired effect. In fact, it had the opposite. Clayface's hatred continued to fester during his incarceration. He became the latest in the line of freakish and tragic villains to appear in Gotham City. Clayface died in Blackgate years later, well before the prison closed down. Some attribute his death to his physical condition, and others claim it as part of a conspiracy involving the heads of the Gotham Opera House. But whatever the case, Basil Carlo was merely the latest in the worst Gotham had to offer. Ashes to ashes, and dust to dust. Or in the case of Basil Carlo, clay to clay.
In the early 1920s, the streets were rocked by Gotham's gang war. On one side was the Falcone crime family, on the other was an unexpected new player. Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot was born to Esther Cobblepot and Bill Tucker, an abusive drunkard. Bill used to beat Oswald and his mother with an umbrella. The only reason he had a child with Esther was because he wanted an in to the Cobblepot's wealth. This only caused Esther's father to disown her and cut all ties. Bill soon ran off, having become bored with the family he'd never wanted. Esther, impoverished and abandoned, had to move to the slum known as the Barrows. Though she did not have much money, she spent every cent she had on making Oswald feel special. She fed him well and dressed him in nice clothes. Her hope for him was that he would one day be able to re-enter the high society she had once been a part of. Unfortunately, this only led to bullying from his peers regarding his weight and the clothes he wore. It earned him a nickname that he hated, but that would follow him for the rest of his life: the Penguin.
Oswald realized he had a choice. Either he could continue to bear the brunt of bullying, or he could retaliate and strike back. He chose the latter. Taking an umbrella, the instrument of so much abuse in his childhood, he confronted the biggest bully on his street. He used the umbrella to break the bully's nose and arm, thus gaining the respect of his peers through fear. One thing led to another. First, he took over his street, then his block, and then his entire neighborhood. By the time Oswald was 25, he ran half of Gotham's underworld. He now bore the name Penguin with pride. Eventually, he attracted the attention of the Falcone crime family. Carmine Falcone was the last remnant of Sicilian mobsters in Gotham. His organization had been around the longest in the city. With the coming of the Batman, however, it became clear that Carmine was unable to adapt to this new brand of costume vigilantes and criminals. Falcone, feeling threatened by the Penguin, made the first move in what erupted into the Gotham gang wars, which ultimately led to Falcone's organization crumbling. Penguin, now with Gotham's underworld at his fingertips, began to utilize this new brand of masked criminal. He was known to employ the Killer Moth Gang from time to time, and also hired Floyd Lawton, aka Deadshot, to assassinate the Batman. Reveling in his newfound wealth and power, Oswald saw fit to track down his mother's family and murder them in retribution for disowning his mother. He also made connections with Al Capone, based in Chicago. Together, they struck a deal to take down Big Jim Colosimo. Capone agreed to stay out of Gotham in exchange for help taking down his biggest rival. Oswald agreed, enjoying his uncontested reign over Gotham City. Over the years, Oswald created a network of illegal speakeasies and booze runners. The most popular legitimate front for his illegitimate business was the Iceberg Lounge. This nightclub brought in all sorts of people from middle class and high society. It was considered a mark of wealth to be seen at Oswald's club. Umbrellas remained a trademark of his personal brand. He had craftsmen customize them to suit a whole number of purposes, ranging from guns to knives to disguised billy clubs. The object of his childhood fear would become the fear of others. All of these ventures made him one of the richest men in America, with even the Batman struggling to keep him locked up. It took the team of Lucius Fox and Barbara Gordon, aka Oracle, to take him down. They tracked down Oswald's accountant, Noah Cutler. Using the information obtained from Cutler's arrest, they determined that Oswald had not declared or paid any income tax in over 10 years. The Batman brought this evidence to the Treasury Department, and they were finally able to bring down the Penguin. Even though he was arrested for tax evasion, there were plenty of other nefarious and more gruesome crimes he committed. The name of the Penguin struck fear into the hearts of criminals and law-abiding citizens alike. He was not, however, the only bird-related scourge to plague Gotham, as was about to come to light. Towards the end of his incarceration at Blackgate Federal Penitentiary, Oswald became severely ill and was released to Gotham General Hospital, where his condition worsened and he eventually passed away. The Penguin's empire had crumbled as well, marking the end of traditional organized crime in Gotham City. Many would try to obtain the legendary status that the Penguin had achieved, but all would fail. Oswald Cobblepot was, and always will be, the most successful crime lord Gotham has ever seen. Pamela Lillian Isley was born to a wealthy, progressive family.
Her mother was from France, having met Pamela's father in America. Early on, education was one of the family's top priorities. Pamela's mother challenged her to think outside the norms of everyday society, whether in regards to traditional marriage, education, or being a woman in 1920s America. This led to a very strict educational regimen for Pamela, as well as extensive household rules. From a young age, Pamela felt very small next to the high expectations of her parents. Pamela discovered and became fascinated with plants and botany. The plants were her refuge if life ever became overwhelming. Once she reached young adulthood, she went to Gotham University to study botany, staying true to her family's progressive nature. She was top of her class, and it became evident that Pamela was extremely intelligent. She completely absorbed everything she learned about botany and plant life. Because of this, she was set to be one of the first women in a field that most other women could only dream of being in. Pamela truly only cared for her studies, but she was quite beautiful. Many boys in her classes vied for her affections, but she cared little for any of their advances. The young woman had been denied her own desires for so long by her parents. Eventually, however, her love for her studies became fixated upon her professor, a married man. She found him very attractive, but it wasn't until the professor began to notice her attraction to him that the two began an affair. Pamela's professor took advantage of her attraction to him, making illustrious promises to her. He promised he would leave his wife and family for her. He even promised to help her gain prestige in her future career. Pamela was so enamored by these promises that she couldn't see the emptiness behind them. Eventually, word got out about their affair. Panicking, Pamela's professor cut off their relationship, returning to his family. Pamela was expelled from Gotham University, crushing her dreams of becoming a full-fledged botanist. Her family, upon learning of her escapades, also cut her off, leaving her without any money. Pamela was heartbroken. She felt lied to, used, and alone. She promised herself that she would never be taken advantage of again, and that she would never allow herself to be the victim of the story. Realizing that she was without money and resources, she began to form a plan. Long had she spurned the advances of boys in her classes, but she would utilize the beauty she had been born with. Pamela would meet with and form romantic entanglements with young socialite men, using her charm to gain gifts and money from them. The way she would pick her targets was with the help of women who had been used and cast aside, just like she had. The men she targeted were self-centered, misogynistic, and had left a trail of destruction in their wake, ruining the lives of these disenfranchised women. She also targeted other men who used their positions of power to take advantage of the working class. This worked to an extent, but she soon began to realize that when these men became too attached, it jarringly reminded her of her professor. She couldn't stand it, and realized she needed a way to break off these relationships when they had reached the limit of their usefulness. Finding use in her knowledge of botany, Pamela experimented with plants she had acquired over the years, and discovered new toxins and poisons could be derived from them, having different effects. Some could paralyze, and some proved lethal. She tended toward the latter. Pamela laced these poisons into her perfume and lipstick. She also developed antidotes for her own use in order to build up a resistance to the toxins she developed. Now, when a relationship had reached its end, she would bestow the kiss of death upon the men who had unwittingly given her their hearts. Police were baffled by the strange string of deaths. They had difficulty locating any common threads other than the fact that these men were all wealthy and allegedly corrupt. The fact that these men were so enamored with her ended up helping the police. One of her victims was found clutching a framed photograph of her, even as he lay dying. This helped the police to determine their first and most likely suspect. The local newspapers had a field day with Pamela, giving her the moniker Poison Ivy due to her beauty and the nature of the killings. Poison Ivy's base of operations was a hole-in-the-wall, decommissioned flower shop in the Bowery called Baudelaire's. Here she could cultivate her plants and remain undetected. The building had been abandoned for years and would remain so, making a perfect hideaway. Even after the discoveries made by police, she still managed to stay undetected for quite a while. Ivy became very good at covering her tracks, and the police never knew which socialite men would be her next victim. One of the, quote, golden goose, unquote, prospects she had her eyes set on was Bruce Wayne, Gotham's prince, but she never managed to find good opportunities to get close to the millionaire. Although she managed to stay one step ahead of the police, Ivy eventually found herself in over her head. Once the Batman and the Batgirl became involved in the investigation, they soon found the commonality in the plants the toxins were being derived from. The trail led back to Baudelaire's, where Ivy had been hiding. She was apprehended by the masked vigilantes and turned over to the GCPD. Ivy's trial ended with her being declared clinically insane and suffering from hysteria, as was often the verdict for women who had deviated from, quote, societal norms, unquote. She was sentenced to Arkham Asylum for rehabilitation. It was here that she met a young woman, a custodian named Harley Quinn. The two struck up casual conversations from time to time, finding some commonalities. In spite of their amicable acquaintance, Ivy watched over the months as Harleen came to visit less and less, becoming more enamored with the Clown Prince of Crime. Ivy thought it a monumental waste. Harleen seemed nice, and it was well known by most that Joker was manipulative. She watched Harley spiral to the point of freeing the Joker and becoming a criminal herself. In the confusion of their breakout, Poison Ivy also escaped. She had gotten her hands on plants from Arkham's garden yard, and she used it to poison her guard and steal his keys. While the rest of Arkham's staff was distracted by the Joker and Harley, Ivy made a break for it, escaping into the woodlands surrounding the asylum. After her escape, Ivy managed to track down Harley. Joker and Harley had gone on a cross-country crime spree after their escape, but eventually they returned to Gotham. Ivy sent Harley correspondence, and the two remained in touch. After another of the Joker's incarcerations, Harley was distraught, and the two met up, going on a brief crime spree of their own. They called it a girls' night out, and robbed numerous convenience stores. Ivy's encouragement and friendship to Harley was one of the reasons that Harley Quinn was eventually able to leave the Joker and their toxic relationship, setting out on her own. It was determined that Harley and Ivy may even have been romantically involved, due to some of the correspondence between the two of them. It would have been a secret romance due to the injustices and prejudices faced by lesbian and gay couples in the 1920s. No one can say with absolute certainty what became of Poison Ivy. She managed to evade police, falling completely off their radar. By the end of her criminal career, she had become a master at covering her tracks, and her murders had died down. Some reports of murders similar to her MO appeared out of Europe, and it is speculated that she may have moved to France to live out her days, in her mother's homeland. Poison Ivy's crimes were a wake-up call for the wealthy men of Gotham. While her methods had been extreme, and the ends did not justify the means, Ivy's pain had been real. The emotional manipulation perpetrated by her professor had been unjust, and represented ideals among Gotham's socialite circles that were corrupt, sexist, and demeaning. Whatever became of her, Poison Ivy became somewhat of an urban legend after her disappearance. Even now in Gotham, children tell tales of the Witch of the Bowery and warn each other not to venture out at night. Still others see her as a hero, having struck back at those abusing their power against women and the working class. Poison Ivy will long be remembered in the annals of Gotham's history as a highly controversial, even mythological figure. Gotham's law enforcement saw a new era of justice in the 1920s. When J. Edgar Hoover became the leader of the Bureau of Investigation, or as it would later be known, the FBI, he began to wage war on the American criminal underworld. His career saw the arrests of John Dillinger, Babyface Nelson, and many others, but he could never pin down the criminals in Gotham City. His obsession with Gotham and the Batman put a lot of pressure on Gotham City Police Department. The BOI's case file on the Batman always seemed to be empty, mocking them with its minuscule information. Many in the organization believed the vigilante had government backing of some kind, but nothing was ever proven. Gotham was unique. Many of its criminals achieved celebrity status among Gotham's citizens. In addition, William Randolph Hearst's news empire ran daily coverage on violent crime in America, shocking and titillating many listeners. A fair share of Gotham's criminals were dubbed supervillains and became household names. The Batman's battles with his rogues gallery made them seem almost like the highly popular radio plays of the time. Gotham also saw an influx of immigration as well as Americans relocating from the southern states. Gotham culture became a mixture of many different cultures, as was often the case in America. This sudden influx caused numerous problems for the GCPD, such as understaffing issues and rampant petty crimes going unpunished. It also gave rise to many white nationalist secret societies in Gotham. Well before the Bat appeared in Gotham, a young rookie joined the Gotham City Police Department. The youngest child of Irish immigrants, James Gordon was the only one of his brothers to survive the Great War. While he was not the only veteran to return home from those horrors, he was one of the few who felt he still had more fight in him upon his return. James found a desire to serve and protect his city, and saw the corruption seeded throughout it. He quickly earned a reputation among his fellow officers as a fair but tough cop. Many small-time crooks had bruises to show for their attempted bribery of Officer Gordon. He also had little tolerance for racism and bigotry, his parents having been immigrants themselves. Jim may have been one of only a few good men working for the city, but one good man would be enough for the Batman. During those early days of Gordon's career, the city was ravaged by gang wars between the Falcone, Thorn, and Penguin gangs. Carmine Falcone had started a gang with his brothers, modeled after the Sicilian mob in Chicago and New York. The Falcone crime family held most of the power in the early days of Gotham's underworld, until Carmine's death in 1924 during the Gotham Gang Wars. The rest of the Falcone family was either arrested by the GCPD or fled Gotham altogether. Rupert Thorne was the corrupt city treasurer for Gotham, and had his hands in every facet of the criminal underworld. His political career was simply a means to an end for him, and he considered himself untouchable. Thorne had links to organized crime and Gotham's elite families, as well as some of Gotham's white nationalist secret societies. One of the Batman's first goals upon his appearance in Gotham was to topple Thorne's political standing. He accomplished this through lobbying efforts via Wayne Enterprises, and destroying his underworld protection as the Dark Knight. After this, Thorne became a fully fledged gangster, running his own small operation. He was eventually arrested, realizing he was in over his head during the gang wars. The disgraced politician and mobster eventually turned himself in to the Batman and the GCPD. The Penguin was a constant pain to the GCPD. He had an alibi for every accusation and the money to hire lawyers for every case. Cobblepot was new blood in Gotham's gang scene, and the victor in the Gotham gang wars. His readiness to adapt to the change present in Gotham was what solidified his standing there. In 1925, after many years of service, Commissioner O'Hara, the police commissioner at the time, decided to step down. O'Hara was not a corrupt man, nor was he ill-intentioned, but he was not young. He no longer had the enthusiasm or stamina needed for the job. He saw those qualities that he lacked in one of his younger captains, James Gordon. His last decision as acting commissioner was to promote Captain Gordon to commissioner of GCPD. This sparked the beginning of a new era in the GCPD. Gordon was the Batman's inside man, and the two reached an agreement. The Bat would clean the streets of Gotham, and the GCPD would make sure they stayed that way. Not long after this agreement was reached, however, Jim almost quit because of the paralysis inflicted on his daughter by the Joker. Barbara convinced her father to stay in active duty for the sake of the city, as he was so close to bringing actual change to it. Soon after, the infamous bat signal was erected on the roof of the GCPD headquarters. It was a way for the police to contact the Batman, and a reminder to the criminal element that the Bat was watching. Jim Gordon also had decent support within his police force in detectives Harvey Bullock and Renee Montoya. Harvey started off as a loud, mean, and lazy detective. He also was known to visit the occasional speakeasy or plant evidence to aid the GCPD in arrests. Bullock was often at odds with the commissioner due to his support of the Bat and other costumed vigilantes, but he respected Gordon more than anyone else on the force. He was also dependable and got the job done, no matter what. Renee Montoya was very different from Bullock. She was the first woman detective in the history of the GCPD, so the pressure was already on. But on top of that, her Hispanic heritage brought another level of discrimination from her colleagues. We now know that Detective Montoya was also a lesbian, which she would have kept secret to avoid further scrutiny. She would have felt pressured from every side to give up her badge, but her courage and resilience kept her there. When Montoya was partnered with Bullock by Commissioner Gordon, Harvey was furious. Jim had little patience for Harvey's casual racism, which is why he paired the two, although unfairly to Montoya. Detective Bullock's mentality changed drastically during his time with her. For the little patience Harvey had for Renee, she had even less for him. Every bit of pushback he gave her was met by equal force. She challenged him on his corrupt and racist tendencies whenever she got the chance. The two of them eventually gained respect for each other, and Harvey changed. They had each other's backs, and the two of them were an unstoppable team. As the relationship between the GCPD and the Batman grew, so did something else in the shadows. Roman Sionis was born to one of the newer, wealthy families in the Gotham scene. The Sionis family gained their fortune from cosmetics and their chain of drugstores. Roman's father, Charles, was the figurehead for the company. Roman grew up in the same social circles as Bruce Wayne, but Roman always resented Bruce and the seemingly perfect family dynamics of the Waynes. Roman's parents discouraged emotion and love, choosing their fortune and social status over them. Charles Sionis had a grudge with the Waynes as well. They had refused to join the FFS, an organization joined by Charles with ugly roots. In Gotham's early years, some of the city's elite families banded together, forming the False Face Society, a white nationalist organization with connection to the KKK. They were not the only one of these groups, but they were one of the most prominent ones. The members of the FFS wore masks not only to conceal their true identities, but also to represent their true selves. Their philosophy was that the masks they wore were symbolic of the masks common citizens wear in society, hiding their true selves beneath false smiles and niceties. By the time Charles had joined, however, their numbers and finances were dwindling. The FFS eventually became less and less active over the years. After Charles Sionis' passing, Roman took on the family business, but soon found himself in over his head. He knew little of business and of prudence, and squandered the family fortune, simultaneously running Sionis Cosmetics into the ground. With little left to his name, he turned to the group that had welcomed his father with open arms. The False Face Society welcomed him too, and his youth and ambition eventually brought him to the top of the chain of leadership. By 1925, white nationalist organizations were growing around the country. Roman saw groups like the KKK gain 6 million new members with their second wave, as well as splinter groups form, such as the Black Legion. He saw an opportunity to wield real power for once by manipulating the fear, paranoia, and bigotry of his followers in the FFS. He claimed that the Jewish and black population in Gotham would overtake white citizens and try to take control of the country. Donning a new mask, one that resembled a skull, he took the name Black Mask, feared leader of the False Face Society. Black Mask's followers began numerous strikes against Jewish and black citizens. Wayne Enterprises was also attacked. Black Mask specifically targeted Wayne Enterprises because of the fact that Lucius Fox, a black man, secretly ran the company. It was a secret because of the racial tension in America at the time, although it eventually became public after these events. The Wayne family would have been considered progressive by the standards of their day for hiring Lucius, although his importance was still kept hidden from the public eye. Bruce Wayne left the day-to-day leadership of the company to Lucius because of his sharp mind and business skills. Black Mask's campaign against Mr. Fox ended up being his own downfall, as it allowed the GCPD and the Batman to lay a trap for the deplorable criminal leader. Over time, and after losing numerous members due to arrests, shootouts, and other various circumstances, the False Face Society's resources again began to dwindle. Black Mask, becoming desperate, planned and attempted to execute a bald-faced raid on Wayne Enterprises to attack Lucius Fox. All that awaited him and his followers was the Batman and the GCPD. After a scuffle, most of the remainder of the FFS had been arrested. Black Mask managed to make it inside the building where he pulled a gun on the Batman, which put them at a stalemate. In spite of this, Black Mask failed to notice Lucius sneaking up behind him wielding a typewriter. Mr. Fox crept just close enough to hit Black Mask over the back of the head, incapacitating him. Even though the immediate threat was gone, Black Mask's last words before being locked away in Blackgate were quite ominous. "You think this is over? You think we were bad? You have no idea. You have no idea." This arrest kicked off Commissioner Gordon's career, cementing him in the public view as a trustworthy force for good. It was also the spark that ignited the police's full support for the Batman's crusade, for better or for worse. It seemed that Gotham's crime rate was going to see a substantial decrease, but as it turned out, this was just the beginning. Darker days were yet to come, and Gotham had only seen a few of the terrors that the world had to offer. Gotham's criminals came in a wide range of classes in the 1920s. At the top, there were mobsters with their large houses, fancy cars, and fine suits. At the bottom, you would find someone like Jervis Tetch. No one quite knows what Jervis's childhood was like, though some speculate that he had always lived on the streets. Where most people would struggle with the difficulties it brought, Jervis thrived. Life on the streets of Gotham was survival of the fittest. You either took what you want, or it would be taken from you. And Jervis was quite good at taking what he wanted. While he did not have a large house, he would find abandoned buildings and turn them into his own personal, albeit dirty, mansion. While he did not have nice clothes, he found tattered suits and other fineries, dressing as best he could. He could almost always be found wearing a pinstripe suit and a top hat. His impish appearance, combined with his choice of wardrobe, earned him the nickname, the Mad Hatter, after the character in the book by Lewis Carroll. Tetch took a liking to it and eventually modeled his way of life after it. With time, his desire to take what he wanted grew. He was now middle-aged, and an idea began to formulate in his mind. There was no shortage of homeless and orphaned children on the streets of Gotham, and he could take advantage of that. Finding young boys and girls, he would offer them gifts. He would start off giving them candy, earning their trust and confidence, then move on to other things like illegal liquor and cigarettes. What he was doing was subtly brainwashing them to be dependent on him. Eventually, they would crave the liquor or cigarettes and return to him for more. After they had become dependent on him, Tetch would enlist them into his child exploitation ring. Even this was modeled after Alice in Wonderland. He called the boys in his ring rabbits and the girls Alices. All were expected to scavenge and pickpocket whomever they could. The girls would even be expected to sell themselves. If they did not bring back a certain amount, they would be punished. It was a truly horrendous operation, but the Mad Hatter kept it all below the radar of the GCPD. The cruelties heaped upon these disenfranchised children continued unabated. The first children to be enlisted in the Mad Hatter's ring were Dean and David Twyshore. The two boys were inseparable, and as they grew into adulthood, they became the Hatter's top enforcers. They had never been good at pickpocketing or stealing, but they were brutish enough to serve as muscle. The children under Mad Hatter's influence would call them Tweedledum and Tweedledee. By all accounts, they hated those nicknames, and anyone caught using them was given a severe beating. In spite of this, the nicknames stuck. In 1926, the tables turned on the Mad Hatter. The best boy thief within Jervis's ring, desperate to meet his daily quota of stolen goods, tried to break into the Batmobile. Jason Todd had watched the Batman leave the car parked in an alleyway and decided to take a chance. While attempting this, the Batman returned and confronted the boy. Instead of reprimanding the boy and apprehending him, the Batman was taken by Jason's fearlessness. He took the boy in, learning about the Mad Hatter's exploitation ring. Just like that, all of Jervis Tetch's work to stay under the radar was rendered useless. Since Dick Grayson had left the mantle of Robin behind, Bruce gave it to Jason. Jason Todd became the second Boy Wonder, and together he and the Batman confronted the Mad Hatter and took down his operation. Together they freed the young boys and girls enslaved and dependent on him. In the ensuing fight between the Batman, Robin, and Tetch's adult henchmen, the Mad Hatter managed to escape along with Tweedledee and Tweedledum. The Gotham Gazette did a piece on Jervis Tetch and his child exploitation ring, drawing even more attention to the criminal ringleader. The Mad Hatter had to keep a low profile, as now the entire city was on lookout for him. His actions caused Gotham's citizens to be furious at him. Although his operation had fallen apart, Tetch still had the Twyshore twins and numerous other small-time rackets. In Tetch's mind, all he had to do was wait for the street urchins to come crawling back to him and his network of pickpockets would resume. Something else happened first. Dean and David Twyshore had already become disillusioned with the Mad Hatter. They'd begun to realize how they'd been manipulated and strung along by the criminal. The twins were tired of being his enforcers and wanted more. Tetch had already begun to lose his touch, aligning his mind more and more with the book character that was his namesake. The Twyshore brothers bided their time, and when Tetch was least aware, they struck. While they were willing to kill him, they couldn't find it in them to use their brute strength to murder him. In some twisted sense, this was still the man who had raised them. Instead, David and Dean took advantage of Tetch's daily tea time, slipping a large dose of rat poison into it. The Mad Hatter, oblivious to any treachery, fell right into their trap. Tetch never saw it coming, and as he slumped back in his armchair, his last words were, "I am under no obligation to make sense to you." Jervis Tetch's body was found in his latest abandoned building of a home. He was picked up by authorities and brought to Gotham Morgue. Tweedledee and Tweedledum stepped in to take on the Mad Hatter's rackets. They did not go as far as to re-enlist the orphaned and homeless children, but instead formed a pickpocketing ring of adult criminals. It proved to be a difficult task, and they soon found themselves struggling to fill the Mad Hatter's shoes. It was in late 1927 that Two-Face appeared on the crime scene in Gotham. The Twyshores joined up in Two-Face's gang, becoming enforcers for him. It helped their case that they were twins. Two-Face had an obsession with the number 2. The Mad Hatter, while merely a footnote in Gotham's criminal history, was one of the more deplorable. He took advantage of children to achieve his ends, and felt no remorse for it. Whether or not the Batman helped the situation is widely debated. He may have helped to bring an end to the Hatter's child exploitation ring, but the children still remained on the streets nonetheless. The one he did save, Jason Todd, ended up dying at the hands of the Joker in 1928. Jervis Tetch, whatever the case, still left his mark on Gotham. Even today, you will get dirty looks if you mention Alice in Wonderland to anyone from Gotham City. The Batman, a figure of controversy and a hero to some. The man behind the mask, Bruce Wayne, was at the direct center of the masked vigilante phenomenon in Gotham City from 1919 to 1939. Being born into the wealthy Wayne family, Bruce was considered Gotham royalty. His family had been one of the founding ones in Gotham's earliest days. The Waynes also contributed majorly in Gotham's economic structure. They owned the largest manufacturing company in the city and also employed thousands of its citizens. Bruce's parents, Thomas and Martha Wayne, were very loving and nurturing. Bruce had a happy childhood until one fateful night. While out at the theater, the Waynes were held up by a man with a gun. Whether it was by murderous intent or merely the mugger's inexperience, the gun went off. Bruce was the only survivor of the attack and was found crying next to his parents' lifeless bodies. It was the last time Bruce allowed himself to cry. The last time he would be helpless. Bruce fell under the care of the family butler, Alfred Pennyworth. Alfred was very loyal to the Waynes. Thomas and Martha wished him to be legal guardian to Bruce in the event of their deaths. An Englishman by birth, Alfred had served in His Majesty's Royal Forces from 1879 to 1881. He originally only intended to serve the Waynes for a short time. With time, he realized he enjoyed the role of being a gentleman's gentleman. Alfred's military background made him a perfect fit for the strict regiment of buttling. He became a trusted friend and confidant to the Wayne parents, and after their deaths, a consolation to Bruce. The teenage years of Bruce were a tumultuous time. Bruce convinced Alfred to train him in basic combat. The boy made the case that he needed something to cope with the death of his parents. Alfred reluctantly agreed to help him train, thinking Bruce might grow out of it. He was dead wrong. Instead, Bruce continued to train both mentally and physically. He wanted to be as formidable as he could in every sense of the word. Bruce called on teachers from all corners of the globe. He received training for many different martial arts and combat methods. Vacations abroad were spent delving into other cultures and learning of ancient and modern teachings alike. Bruce also investigated the circumstances of his parents' murders, convinced that some powerful person or group was behind it. Upon Bruce's 18th birthday, he gained access to his full inheritance, the Wayne family holdings, and majority ownership of Wayne Enterprises, Inc. He had the help of his late father's allies in the company, such as Lucius Fox. The Fox family were old friends with the Waynes, and Thomas made sure his friend Lucius got the same education that he did. While Thomas went into the medical field, he left the care of his money investments to Lucius. Lucius's friendship with Thomas extended to Bruce as well, and Bruce grew up knowing that he could trust and rely on Mr. Fox to support him. Upon reaching adulthood, Bruce was the face of Wayne Enterprises, but Lucius was the backbone. Lucius was later instrumental in helping Bruce fund and build his arsenal for the Batman's crusade. With the help of Mr. Fox and others, Bruce began to diversify the company's interests into developing fields such as communications, sciences, media, and transportation. Many naysayers called him naive, thinking he would run the company into the ground. Bruce proved them all wrong as Wayne Enterprises, Inc. became one of the biggest and most diversified companies in the entire world. It also saved the company during the stock market crash years later. Bruce's reasons for taking the company in different directions wasn't solely business strategy. Even then, he was laying the foundation, the infrastructure for his plans. Even then, he wanted to become Gotham's protector. He wanted to expand his training and take more steps in that direction, but he was limited by his celebrity status. Everywhere he went, Gotham citizens knew his face and his name. He was at a loss for how to deal with that dilemma, until the Great War broke out in 1914. He enlisted with his friend, Harvey Dent. Public opinion of the young Wayne was that he was throwing his life away to go play war hero. Bruce utilized this as well. In the very first battle he and Harvey fought in, Harvey was grievously injured, and Bruce disappeared, declared missing in action. Most presumed him dead or captured. Without his butler, his money, or his fame, Bruce finally felt free for the first time. He spent the next 2 years finishing his training and hiding. He would barter, work, or stow away across the globe, training with various groups and masters. During his early training in his teen years, his teachers had told him rumors of an especially mysterious group. Some were terrified of them, others considered them saviors. They were called the League of Assassins. The group was spoken of in ghost stories, but Bruce was convinced there was truth to the tales of the League of Assassins and their mysterious leader. He wanted to learn to inflict fear like the League did. After searching for them enough, they eventually found him. The details of his training with the League are lost to time. The only mention of that time is in the journals Bruce kept throughout his years of crime fighting. In 1919, Bruce made a return to Gotham. His years of training had resulted in numerous scars, and he used this to spin a story of being injured and held as a prisoner of war. The city he returned to was worse than when he had left it. Gotham's politicians and police force were full of corruption, greed, and criminality. Many of the shattered men returning to Gotham from the Great War were also evolving into something new, criminals of which Gotham had never seen the likes. It was at this time that the Batman appeared, seeming to take on crime, corruption, and oppression single-handedly. Many thought the masked vigilante merely an urban legend at first, and even the police tried to discredit the rumors of his existence, but eventually the evidence became indisputable. The Batman consumed much of Bruce's life, and it is still debated whether his presence in Gotham from 1919 to 1939 actually brought the crime rate down, or made it worse. He helped bring down mob bosses, monsters, and costumed criminals, but he also may have caused some of the threats he fought. We may never know if he was a force for good, but what we do know is this: Gotham would need the Batman for what was going to come next. The threat looming on the horizon was one deeply rooted in Gotham's infrastructure, its economy, its every facet. The Batman had recently fought in Gotham's battle for Chinatown, but this new danger dwarfed that one in comparison. This threat was one spoken of only in nursery rhymes. Beware the court of owls that watches all the time, ruling from their shadowed perch behind granite and lime. They watch you at your hearth, they watch you in your bed. Speak not a word of them, or the talon will strike you dead. Gotham City had already seen much craziness by the time 1933 arrived. Masked vigilantes, mob bosses, costume criminals, and corrupt city officials had all contributed to the chaos, but no one suspected much. In the minds of its citizens, Gotham had always been this way, and Gotham would always be this way. In the early days of Gotham, namely 1865 to 1866, some wealthy slave owners in the Confederate U.S. moved north with their wealth once it became obvious that the Confederate States would lose the Civil War. They spread far and wide throughout the United States. Some of these families settled in Gotham City to start their new life, but it did not take long for them to realize that they were still viewed negatively by many. This was mainly due to their white nationalist beliefs and tendencies. They did not want to change their ways, and they sought to find new avenues in which to continue living their deplorable lifestyle. They felt ostracized, and so they determined that they would band together. They formed the Owl Creek Country Club, exclusively for the wealthy elite who had come from the South. In a mixture of European tradition and New World ambitions, they chose the owl god Moloch as their symbol. They would perform ceremonies and rituals to the god. Owl Creek stayed very internalized for decades until their numbers began to dwindle. They then began reaching out to the established wealthy families in Gotham and across the United States. They didn't care about gender. Men and women were allowed membership alike, but they maintained their all-white policy. Membership was very demanding. Owl Creek expected its constituents to donate 15% of their wealth upon their deaths. Each member, upon their acceptance into the group, was given a white mask shaped like the face of a barn owl. Also among its constituents, they were known colloquially as the Court of Owls. They were very particular about their members. If one had proven to be irresponsible with their wealth or even just lean that direction, they were denied membership. They valued individuals who understood the difference between being rich or being wealthy. Rich people would spend frivolously with no thought of the future, only of satisfying their base desires, while wealthy people would save their money, keeping it in the family for generations. They valued longevity of wealth highly, and shunned anyone who would threaten that. Their reach was far and wide. While their base of operations was Gotham, they allegedly had other chapters throughout the U.S. An example of this would be the owl god Moloch found in the dollar bill as a result of the court's influence. One of the ways they lived this longevity of wealth out was by constantly seeking investments in a number of things. One such investment was in the new and quickly growing Nazi Party in Germany. Many other wealthy Americans also donated to them, such as Henry Ford, who may have been a member of the court. It is rumored that another chapter of the court helped fund the 1939 Nazi rally in Madison Square Garden years later. This rally combined Nazi propaganda with American patriotism in an effort to win people over to their philosophies and cause. Being before World War II, no one was aware of the horrors to come at the hands of the Nazis. The members of the Nazi Party that came to America were even treated as celebrities by some. Charles Sionis was one of Owl Creek's denied prospects. He'd known of the court's existence for years, but he failed to meet their criteria. He was much too frivolous for their tastes. Charles was instead forced to join the False Face Society, one of the less zealous white nationalist societies at the time. The members of the FFS were old and tired, while Owl Creek constantly brought in new blood. The FFS was the poor man's Owl Creek Country Club. Charles had a real issue with jealousy towards one man in particular, Thomas Wayne. The elder Sionis was forced to watch in resentment as Thomas was offered membership to Owl Creek, but turned it down in disgust. Thomas Wayne was a man of principle, and he would not allow himself to be associated with white nationalism and supremacy. Charles, seeing this, unsuccessfully tried to offer Thomas a position in the FFS, but with the same outcome. Thomas and Martha Wayne shunned anyone who even had an inkling of involvement with either group. They shielded their son, Bruce, from it as much as they could. Thomas had grown up with, gone to school with, and worked with his close friend, Lucius Fox, so the concept of white nationalism was abhorrent to him. He didn't want those ideals seeping into his son's life, poisoning his mind. This worked, and Bruce grew up completely unaware of the existence of the Owl Creek Country Club. With Charles Sionis' passing, his son Roman soon joined the FFS, scornful of the Court of Owls. When he eventually became the leader of the FFS, he created his new persona, Black Mask, and fashioned his cowl after the masks given to each member of the country club. His mask was molded in the likeness of a raven after Edgar Allan Poe's poem, and also like a distorted version of the court's masks. This was intended as a proverbial "fuck you" to the members of Owl Creek. Not that it affected them much. They barely gave Black Mask and the FFS any thought at all. As Owl Creek grew and evolved, so did their plans and ambitions. The leaders of the club realized that with all their power and resources, they had opportunities to influence the city officials, politics, and infrastructure of the city. They took it upon themselves as a calling to guide the history of Gotham, to control its every facet. These leaders of the court were considered the elite within their club, and their decisions influenced much of the group's goals and activity. The court purchased a lot of land, and even some islands, digging their claws deep into Gotham and the surrounding area. They instigated numerous new regulations for the members of Owl Creek. Members were now expected to make each meeting a priority, drop all pretenses of responsibility outside the group, and take part in the strange and arcane rituals practiced by its very first members. This last requirement was a dark reflection of the original practices of Owl Creek. The court now drilled into them the belief in the owl god Moloch, and mandated that ceremonies and ritual sacrifices to the owl god were mandatory. The sacrifices were usually only effigies made to look like specific individuals, but the ill intent towards those individuals was still present. If one of their members decided they wanted no part of it, a talon would soon come for them. One of the most horrendous and deplorable practices of the Court of Owls was its process for creating and training talons. Talons were the foot soldiers and muscle for the court. They carried out thefts, assassinations, and general dirty work for Owl Creek. Armed to the teeth and well-versed in stealth, they were ruthlessly efficient. They would leave no trace, and often police and newspapers would chalk it up to the random violence that Gotham was used to. All the same, rumors circulated through Gotham of a shadow society influencing the city's workings. This is where the nursery rhyme found its origin. Beware the Court of Owls that watches all the time, ruling from their shadowed perch behind granite and lime. They watch you at your hearth, they watch you in your bed. Speak not a word of them, or the talon will strike you dead. The creation of these talons was degrading. The court would press gang black men into indentured servitude, brainwash them, and turn them into weapons. If the members of the club were to be the Court of Owls, they would need talons to execute their will. During the daytime, these brainwashed men were groundskeepers at the Owl Creek Country Club, but under cover of night, they would carry out the missions mandated to them by the court. The horrors reaped upon them in the brainwashing process would break most men, but the talons had no say in the matter. Even though slavery had been abolished after the Civil War, no other word could be used to describe what the court put these men through. They received daily beatings and verbal abuse, constantly being reminded they were not free to leave. They were told that they were property of the court now and always. It took a toll on the minds of the black men subjugated to the court, although it would eventually come back to bite them. The Court of Owls was allegedly responsible for numerous mishaps throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, in Gotham and across the United States, according to their ledgers and accounts of business. Some purported victims of their ire were Basil Carlo, Kirk Langstrom, and Victor Fries. They were also purportedly involved in other disasters, such as the Great Molasses Flood in Boston circa 1919, and the sinking of the SS Lady Elgin in Chicago in 1860. It's even rumored that the court may have been involved, if not responsible, for the stock market crash of 1929. It may have been an effort on their part to consolidate power. The court has many other disasters across the United States listed in their accounts, though how many are credible is unknown. It shows that their influence was quite widespread, even if the main hub of their activity was Gotham. They seem to have had multiple chapters with many members, some of them quite famous. It is rumored that Buster Keaton, the movie actor, may have been a member. He may have lost his desire to be a part of the atrocities they were committing, which could have resulted in the fading of his career until 1949. The court considered itself the ultimate authority in Gotham, and this is why the appearance of the Batman in 1919 infuriated them. They had been previously uncontested in their business until the Bat began to unknowingly dismantle the system they had spent decades building. They had successfully made Gotham dependent on them without the city even realizing it. The Batman represented a threat to them, and they began to see the city become more independent, more free of their grasp. The court dreaded the loss of power that seemed to be on the horizon, and so they deemed it necessary to hatch a new plan. This plan would allow them to wipe the slate clean and start fresh, while regaining control of Gotham. The Batman, mostly unaware of their existence, was about to face one of the biggest challenges of his crime-fighting career. He would be helpless to stop some of the bloodshed, but the city would need him for what was coming. The Batman would need all of his training and all of his wits to overcome the Court of Owls. Death was on the horizon. The Batman's meddling in the affairs of the Court of Owls was seen as a declaration of war by the court. It didn't matter that the Batman barely knew of their existence due to their secrecy. The court wanted blood, and when the court wanted blood, the Talons would see to it that they received it. The first telltale signs came about during the Gotham Urban Renewal Project in 1933, funded by Wayne Enterprises, Inc. It was personally overseen by Bruce Wayne and Lucius Fox, and was inspired by the construction of Central Park in New York, as well as the Renewal Project in Chicago in 1909. Its goal was to provide secure and affordable housing to Gotham citizens in the quickly growing city. Bruce's hope for the project was that it would help lower the crime rates by decreasing the desperation many citizens faced daily. This was the final straw for the Court of Owls. They had already lost the support of some of their politicians in Gotham's infrastructure, and now they were facing the prospect of losing the candid reliance of the people. They devised a plan to remain in control. Because they were losing their grip on most aspects of the city's infrastructure, other than economically, a list of names was established. It was a list of city officials. Mayor Haiti, Commissioner James Gordon, Professor Hugo Strange, and many more were on the list, including Bruce Wayne. It laid out who influenced each aspect of Gotham's day-to-day governance. This list was a hit list for the court to provide its Talons with their targets. During a quiet evening after a busy day of fundraising, Bruce Wayne was at home. He was caught unawares when an armed assassin broke into Wayne Manor and attacked him. Bruce managed to evade the attacker, and police soon arrived at the scene. Before the assassin escaped, he proclaimed to Bruce that the Court of Owls had sentenced him to die. The assassin made his getaway, and police gave chase, but the trail went cold, and no one could find any new leads. The police merely laughed when Bruce mentioned what the assassin had said about the court. They were a fairy tale, a ghost story to scare children into behaving. Unconvinced, Bruce hearkened back to his investigations into shadow societies as a child. He'd wanted to find some reason, any reason behind his parents' murder. He'd suspected that the court might have been responsible, but had never found any proof. This new attack brought all of his suspicions flooding back. Soon after, he met one Silver St. Cloud. She had recently appeared in the Gotham socialite scene, claiming to have come from upstate. Silver was interested in the Gotham Urban Renewal Project, and she told Bruce that the attempt on his life grabbed her attention. If someone wanted him dead, he must be doing something right, she reasoned to him. Bruce agreed to bring her on board, never one to turn down another socialite's generosity. If it meant the betterment of the city, he was for it. This partnership soon blossomed into a romance. Bruce was enamored with Silver. What Bruce didn't know was that Silver St. Cloud had a deadly secret. She had been born in a nunnery. Her teenage mother had died giving birth to her. The infant was brought to the local orphanage. She spent most of her early years there until running away at the age of 13. The next few years were a struggle for survival. The girl lived meal to meal, scrounging what she could from the streets. Upon reaching 17, she finally found employment. It was an entry-level job cleaning at the Owl Creek Country Club. Here she witnessed how the upper class lived, and found herself envying it. As a housekeeper, she had access to most of the rooms at the Owl Creek facility. She also picked up bits and pieces of information overheard from the members of the club, but she wanted more than the hand that life had dealt her. The young woman took note of the numerous functions that the members of Owl Creek held. For the next 18 months, she saved every cent she made as a housekeeper, in the meantime reinventing herself as a wealthy heiress. The young woman who came through the door to the annual ball at Owl Creek was completely transformed. Gone was the housekeeper that everyone ignored. In her place was someone new, someone beautiful, someone formidable. Silver St. Cloud. It was a huge gamble to show up uninvited to the ball, but it paid off. Even though she had spent so much time cleaning up after the members of Owl Creek, none of them recognized her. Silver's confidence and transformation made that much of an impact on them. She spent the remainder of the evening making acquaintances, and no one questioned her. After that night, she was treated as any other member of the Owl Creek Country Club. Silver St. Cloud used the information she had gleaned in her time working there to move up in the ranks, discovering the true face of the club, the Court of Owls. Bruce was none the wiser for these truths about Silver. There was no way Bruce could know that she was now one of the highest-ranking members of the court. This would all soon come to light. The police continued to look into the mystery assassin who had attacked Wayne, but their search was fruitless. Then the deaths began. They were scattered throughout many days and weeks. A city councilor found in a dumpster, the new city treasurer found in Gotham River. Over time, a pattern began to emerge. But while the police suspected foul play, they had no evidence to support it. What they did have was the Batman. Following the pattern of city officials, the Batman and his team staked out the residences of the most likely targets. Their waiting finally gave them a lead. While staking out Commissioner James Gordon's home, the Batman saw a shadowy figure arrive, knife in hand. He confronted the figure and engaged in combat. What he faced was a Talon, armed to the teeth and trained remarkably well. The Batman recognized this assassin as the same one who had attacked Bruce Wayne. He fought furiously, wanting to overpower the Talon and get some answers. The vigilante soon realized that they were evenly matched. The fight continued until the rest of the Bat team arrived on the scene. Together they overpowered and captured the Talon. They brought the Talon back to the Batcave, located beneath Wayne Manor, and soon discovered the truth behind the Talon. That he was a black man captured and reprogrammed by the Court of Owls. The Talon had been through a rigorous torment at the hands of the court, his identity wiped away. His name was Lincoln March, a man who had gone missing years ago. The Batman learned that there were numerous Talons, all at the disposal of the court, and he acquired a full list of names for elimination within Gotham City officials. The Batman was adamant about handling the court on his own. He assigned the rest of the Bat team to watch over and protect the other targets of the Talons. He then released the Talon they'd captured back into the city, intent on tailing the poor soul back to the source, Owl Creek Country Club. The Batman's rage burned furiously. He'd seen the injustices reaped by the court in the murders, the brainwashing of their Talons, and he would not stand for it. He would burn the court to the ground. The storm that had been brewing was finally starting to break. All of the centuries of careful planning and secrecy within the Court of Owls was ending. The Batman was coming to tear it all down. As he tailed the Talon that was leading him to the Owl Creek Country Club, We can only speculate what the masked vigilante was thinking. Did he feel betrayed by the city he thought he knew? Did he feel responsible for the damages done, for not knowing the court existed? Or did he just feel rage at the horrors they had wreaked upon Gotham? While the court may not have been able to predict the Batman's incursion into their base of operations, they were not incapable of defending themselves. When their Talon came and informed them that the Dark Knight would soon arrive, they prepared a trap for him. The Batman was wholly unprepared for what was to come. When he stepped through the doors to Owl Creek, he was greeted by some of the court's members, all wearing their masks. The Batman attempted to attack them, but was intercepted by 2 Talons. The Batman fought valiantly, but more Talons began to arrive, and soon he was overwhelmed. As he was pinned, a member of the court approached him and injected him with mescaline, a hallucinogenic drug. Once it had taken effect, they released the Batman into the forest surrounding the country club. Under the effects of the drug he'd been induced with, the Batman saw many horrors, grotesque visions and waking nightmares. While he was dazed by the drug, the court prepared to initiate an event that hadn't occurred in decades: the Hunt of the Owl. It was a nearly forgotten tradition and a ritualistic devotion to the owl god Moloch. The origins of the ritual hunt are lost to time, though it is speculated that it was reserved only for their worst enemies. They thought it only fitting that the owls should hunt the bat. They sent out their Talons to begin hounding the Batman, and they armed themselves with crossbows, swords, and an assortment of medieval weaponry. The members of the court were elated to be partaking in the long-absent tradition. There was one among their numbers who was not, however. Silver St. Cloud, now a high-ranking member of the court, still wanted revenge against the members of the court. Their ill treatment of her during her time as a housekeeper was not forgiven by the fact that she was now a commanding member. Silver saw an opportunity with the Batman's arrival. She would finally have a chance to help bring it all down. Bruce was in a hell of his mind's own making. He hallucinated his parents still alive, only to be murdered in front of him by a Talon. He saw a mirror in which his reflection was a monstrous owl creature. In the midst of this, he was hunted down and attacked numerous times by some Talons, or shot at with arrows by the court. Some of the attacks found their mark. The Batman found himself unsure what was real and what was a figment of his imagination, although the pain of the wounds was very real. Silver St. Cloud accompanied the court with a Talon bodyguard, the man known as Lincoln March in his prior life. The court's brainwashing process included the integration of safe words into the poor men's minds, safeguards allowing for a strengthening or relinquishing of some conditioning. Unbeknownst to the rest of the court, Silver intended to use this for her own aims. The Batman, in spite of his wounds and his drug-addled mind, managed to fend off most of the attacks, but the court and Talons eventually cornered him. It seemed that the Dark Knight's career was about to meet its end, when Silver uttered the safeguard to Lincoln March, Willowwood. March's conditioning eased up enough that he regained some of his free will. It was at this moment that Lincoln March's hatred for the court exploded. Lincoln lashed out at Talons and members of the court alike, slashing and striking indiscriminately. The Batman was beginning to overcome the mescaline in his system, and seeing this, took advantage of the situation. He began fighting again with renewed vigor. In spite of this, the Talon and the Bat were still vastly outnumbered. Silver had only known the safe word for Lincoln, and she was not yet ready to reveal her treachery. The Batman and the Talon fought fiercely, but it wasn't until the timely arrival of the Bat Team that the tide of the battle began to turn. Nightwing, Batgirl, and the GCPD arrived in force. The Bat Team had chosen to ignore Bruce's request to let him fight alone, and the battle was all over soon. With the drug finally wearing off, the Batman and his allies apprehended the remaining Talons and court members, although some members of the court managed to escape. Lincoln March and most of the Talons were brought into custody, but Silver St. Cloud and a handful of others were nowhere to be found. The Batman spent the following few weeks tracking down the remaining court members. He eventually got a lead that took him to Harbor House, a property on the Gotham lakefront. Upon arriving there, he found the remaining court members sitting around a table, dead. They had been poisoned, except for Silver St. Cloud, who was nowhere to be found. On the table was a letter with the message, "The court has been struck dead," and signed, Silver St. Cloud. Silver was never found, and presumably left Gotham altogether. The revelation that Silver had been a member of the court struck a blow to the Batman. Bruce's romantic entanglement with Silver had come to an abrupt end, as most of his relationships did. At Harbor House, numerous ledgers and records of the court's dealings were found. They went into great detail and revealed a shocking secret to the Batman. The Gotham chapter was not the only chapter of the court to exist in the United States. There were mentions of chapters in New York, Boston, Washington, D.C., Chicago, and many others. Gotham had been the Court of Owl's main base of operations, but the legacy of the court lived on in other organizations that sprang up throughout the centuries. The Bohemian Club, Skull and Bones, and more. These clubs were merely echoes of the court, but still held many similarities. They also publicly kept their noses clean and could not be touched. The Batman knew to pick his battles, and surmised that the court's presence in Gotham was eradicated. He gave all of his information to the police, who in turn gave it to the FBI. As long as the court stayed out of Gotham, he would leave the other chapters to the authorities. The Talons that had been apprehended were treated with gentle care. They could not be imprisoned in Blackgate as they were not responsible for their actions. They were moved to Arkham Asylum's high-security wing. The court's brainwashing had effectively sapped their free will. Numerous reprogramming words were discovered in the court's records, and used to begin the process of granting these men, whose lives had been stolen from them, some semblance of what their lives had been before. In spite of this, it took years to deprogram the men they could. The others weren't so lucky. Bruce Wayne personally oversaw the funding that went towards helping these men. The Gotham Gazette did an expose on the Owl Creek Country Club, bringing to light what had been in the dark for so long. It shocked Gotham to know what had transpired under their noses. It also shook the faith of its citizens in the Batman. If something so horrible could happen on the Batman's watch, then who would keep them safe? It was the first in a long line of events leading to eventual protests against masked vigilantes. The fall of the Court of Owls transpired in early 1934, and it signified the end of an era. The Batman's crusade had been against mob bosses, criminals with gimmicks, and individual rackets, but never something of this magnitude. It had been a wake-up call for the Bat that he had never really known Gotham. Even with all of his resources, allies, and equipment, he could never have prepared enough for the court. And for all his planning, he could not even begin to imagine what was next. It was almost as if the defeat of the court sparked the greater fire that was yet to come, and that greater fire would singe Gotham to its core. The following story and photos are from Giant Panda King's book, Gotham 1919 to 1939, by Russell S. Beatty, available from www.giantpandaking.com. Viewer discretion is advised. Waylon Jones was born with a rare skin condition. It was known as ichthyosis vulgaris. The condition manifests due to genetics and results in the skin taking on a scaly appearance. The scales cause the afflicted person's skin to be dry, irritable, and have a prickly itch. This caused young Waylon to appear reptilian. His parents, poor and appalled at the shocking appearance of their child, wanted to be rid of him. They sold him off as quickly as they could to a traveling sideshow. In the sideshow, Waylon was first advertised as the Alligator Boy. Over the years, he brought in a small fortune of income to the sideshow. Patrons would line up for hours to see him. His scaly appearance both shocked and awed many paying customers. Waylon wasn't making a lot of money, but it was enough to get by on. The traveling sideshow, while exploiting these people with disfigurements and genetic aberrations, still paid their employees. As Waylon grew into adulthood, so did his public alias at the sideshow. He was now a grown man and was extremely tall and muscular. This added to his motif, and his stage name changed to the Killer Croc. His skin condition had also increased in severity. He was now covered head to toe in scales. His musculature, height, and scales gave him a monstrous appearance. He truly lived up to his new name. Waylon continued to travel with the sideshow, but over the years, he began to make bad choices. He was making decent pay at the sideshow, but he wanted more. During one stop on the traveling show's route, he lured a man outside of the sideshow grounds and murdered him. He hid the body beneath a pile of rocks nearby, and no one was the wiser. As the show continued on its journey, Waylon racked up a larger kill count. He soon ventured out into more deplorable crimes, going on a rape and murder spree across the country. The victims would sometimes be found cannibalized. Police became aware of this spree, but were unable to pin it on a suspect. The murders were too sporadic and too spaced out geographically. Eventually, the traveling sideshow came to the outskirts of Gotham City by Old Grey Rock, a landmark next to Slaughter Swamp. The police began to notice the murders almost right away. They'd already seen many strange things in Gotham. Just like other law enforcement, however, they were unable to locate the perpetrator. Commissioner James Gordon contacted the Batman with the case, and the vigilante began to investigate the crime scenes. Using the locations of the murders, the evidence from other cases, and the evidence at the scenes, he linked the murders to the traveling sideshow in town. He alerted the police and went to find his suspect. Upon arriving at the sideshow, the Batman was received by the owners. They were skeptical of a man dressed in a bat costume and refused to reveal anything, until he applied the proper pressure. After that, and a few broken bones, they pointed him to the Killer Croc as the most likely suspect. The Batman went inside the sideshow tent and confronted Jones, who almost immediately attacked, knowing the jig was up. The two fought with ferocity and intensity. Croc had the upper hand on the Batman physically, but the masked vigilante had years of training in combat and mental acuity. The Batman emerged victorious, albeit wounded by several bites and slashes. The police arrived to see the aftermath: torn tents, broken props and exhibits, and a very large, scaly Killer Croc. Croc was arrested and brought to trial. He was sentenced to Blackgate Federal Penitentiary. In the following years, Killer Croc became Blackgate's most dangerous inmate. His reputation as a murderer, rapist, and cannibal kept most of the other inmates away from him, lest they suffer a similar fate. The Killer Croc's story in local news struck its citizens with terror. It soon gave way to a gory fascination, and even bred nursery rhymes and ghost stories among Gotham citizens. Killer Croc became a legend. Parents would use the nursery rhyme to scare their children into going to sleep. Children would warn each other to stay away from Old Grey Rock, where the Croc was rumored to live. The name of Waylon Jones would be forgotten, but the name Killer Croc would become immortalized in Gotham's urban legends. Most major cities today have jokes and conspiracies about crocodiles in the sewers, while Gotham has jokes and conspiracies about the Crocodile Man in the sewers. These tales and legends were discovered by Jeffrey Dahmer years later, and would be one of the factors in his becoming a serial killer, as well as a source of inspiration for his MO. Ironically, the man behind the killer Croc faded into obscurity. Hardly anyone could even tell you who Waylon Jones is nowadays. The killer Croc spent years incarcerated in Blackgate, his condition worsening and his anger building. He was filled with hatred for the Batman, and he wanted freedom, if only to get his revenge on the vigilante. The other inmates were terrified of Croc. He would sometimes fly into rages and have to be subdued by the prison guards. Not long after he was locked up, he began to receive correspondence from a mysterious individual. This individual signed all of their letters as Damian, and promised Croc that he would have his chance at revenge. This was enough for Killer Croc, and he waited. Never mind that he had no idea who this Damian was. He would bide his time, and he would kill the Bat, if it was the last thing he ever accomplished. The Killer Croc would strike again. During Bruce Wayne's years training abroad, one of his mentors was a man named David Cain. Cain had once been one of the most formidable assassins in the world, belonging to an organization that was the elite of the elite. They were known by some as the League of Assassins. He had fallen out of good graces with the leader of the League. Though he was well past his prime, he was still one of the deadliest men in the world. Cain yearned to be back with the elite, but the opportunity evaded him. When Bruce trained with him, he learned everything Cain had to offer: jiu-jitsu, judo, and many other forms of martial arts. While Bruce was a quick learner, Cain soon grew frustrated with the young man. No matter what he taught him, Bruce was not willing to use it to kill. The two, mentor and student, often disagreed on this philosophically, but Cain still continued to train Bruce. After months and months of training, Bruce and Cain parted ways. Bruce felt he had learned all he could from the fighter, and Cain felt he had nothing more to teach Bruce if he would not use it to kill. They left on tense terms. Unbeknownst to Bruce, Cain's young daughter, Cassandra, had been watching everything her father had taught him. Cassandra had been born years before, when Cain was still a part of the League of Assassins. Cain had fallen in love with another assassin of the League, and the fruit of their romance was Cassandra Cain. Cain had hoped for a child that would be born the perfect warrior. He wanted a son, and upon seeing that the infant was a girl, almost did away with her, but he saw her mother's strength in the baby's eyes. Cain decided to keep Cassandra's existence to himself. He hid Cassandra from everyone after her birth, even her mother. He lied to his lover that the baby had died during labor, leaving her heartbroken. It was not long after that Cain was at odds with the League's leader and was forced to leave. Cain had become increasingly reckless and defiant, and the League's leader cut him loose. Cain took Cassandra with him, keeping her a secret. As the years went on, he trained her intensely. He never even taught her to speak. The only language he wanted her to know was violence, body language, and combat. The years passed, and Bruce Wayne's time with Cain came and went. The Batman also appeared in Gotham. When Cassandra reached the age of 16, her skills had advanced so much that she was on par with the skills of the Batman. Cassandra was capable of reading a person's intent before they even made a move. Cain was still yearning to be a part of the League again. He witnessed the rise of the Batman, knowing full well that it had to be Bruce. He followed the Bat's career as closely as he could, and a plan slowly began to form in his mind. He continued to train Cassandra intensely. Cain wanted his daughter's skills to be razor sharp by the time they returned to Gotham. Cain had been contacted by an associate of his, King Snake. King Snake was a mercenary well versed in hand-to-hand combat. He had once been a member of Her Majesty's service until he was blinded. King Snake had an interest in challenging the crime boss in Gotham's Chinatown, Lady Shiva. King Snake had heard of her exploits. He had already conquered the Triads in Hong Kong, but he saw a potential rival in Shiva. Cain joined King Snake's forces, the Ghost Dragons, in what would come to be known as the Tong War of Gotham. Cain brought Cassandra with him, crafting armor for her to use. He planned to use her to bring down Shiva and help put King Snake in Gotham as the crime lord of Chinatown. Shiva was herself a member of the League of Assassins. The fact that Cassandra would try to kill Shiva would reveal a startling fact to Cain's young protege. Lady Shiva was, in fact, her mother. America had thought they'd seen the last of the Tong Wars that had terrorized the Chinatowns of American cities in the late 1800s. They would find themselves woefully wrong in that assumption. Gotham was about to become the host to the very last one, and one of the bloodiest in America's history. The Batman and the GCPD would be hard-pressed to bring an end to the death plaguing the city during this time. Cassandra would soon find herself torn between her mother and father in a completely brutal and unfair conflict. Cain would fight, but would have to come to terms with his abandonment and untruthfulness to Shiva. Shiva's anger would burn at Cain for his betrayal, and she would find herself desperate for assistance, any help she could find to save her daughter from Cain's manipulation and wrath. Shiva would turn to the most unlikely ally, the Batman. Clowns are a sore subject in Gotham City. It's not just because of their long history of scaring people more than amusing them. It's not just because they can be annoying. If you ask anyone in Gotham, they will tell you why. The Joker. The origins of this man are still a mystery to this day. Some speculate that he was a soldier that fought in World War I. There are some references, in accounts of the Great War, to a specific regiment that fought in the trenches. They would face gas attacks regularly and were constantly wearing gas masks. This regiment in particular wore painted red gas masks and became known as the Red Hood Regiment. Some speculate that the Joker may have been one of these men, disfigured and driven insane by the gas after a mask malfunction. There is no evidence to back this up, but it is one of the most popular theories. Another theory alleges that the Joker may have been a circus performer, either in a sideshow or as a clown, that he was driven mad by the abuse he experienced there. Still more theories paint him as a mobster, a petty criminal turned monster, or a mythological figure that had achieved immortality. Many speculated that he was linked to Dada and Surrealist movements due to his chaotic nature. Whatever the case, these theories prove nothing except that no one knows what caused the creation of the Joker. What everyone agrees on was that he was the psychological reflection of a country trying to hide the horrors of war, trying to hide them behind a grim smile. The Joker made his first appearance in Gotham in 1923. He went on a murdering spree that baffled the police. His movements were very hard to predict. They were seemingly randomly chosen victims. The Joker did not appear to be driven by a desire for financial gain or power. Chaos was his weapon of choice. The police could not determine who he was, offering a reward for any information as to the Joker's past or leading to his capture. He murdered 4 people that the police were aware of, though it is heavily suspected that he murdered countless more. Many kidnappings and disappearances were loosely linked to the clown. Naturally, the Joker's evasion of the police drew the attention of the Batman. The masked vigilante tracked down and apprehended the Joker with the aid of the GCPD. During the Joker's trial, newspapers capitalized on the criminal, calling him Gotham's first costumed gangster. The jury had the option to send the Joker either to Blackgate Federal Penitentiary or to Arkham Asylum for the criminally insane. The Joker's defense psychiatrist presented his opinion that the Joker suffered from schizophrenia and perhaps a bipolar disorder, which swayed the jury to delay the sentencing and send him to Arkham. Those diagnoses have since been disproven, as no one has ever been able to accurately diagnose the Joker. Some speculate that he was just evil, using insanity as a shield to hide behind. What made the Joker's actions even more deplorable was his adding to the stigma in those days that those with mental illness were inherently inclined to be more evil or prone to it. The Joker made people more inclined towards complacency in Gotham, allowing for the abuses that occurred behind the doors of Arkham Asylum for the criminally insane. The Joker, time and time again, made a game of what new psychological diagnosis he could gain with each psychiatry session he had. In Arkham, the Joker quickly earned a reputation as its most manipulative, cunning, and devious inmate. Professor Hugo Strange, the warden of Arkham at the time, put Joker on a strict off-limits notice to his employees. Only Strange and a handful of psychiatrists and cleaning staff were allowed access to the Joker's cell block. One such employee that had access was Harley Quinn, a member of the custodial staff at the asylum. The Joker saw an opportunity to escape and manipulated her into believing she was in love with him. She broke him out of Arkham and the two went on a cross-country crime spree. Harleen was now dubbed Harley Quinn, and she was head over heels for the clown. The two remained at large for some time, eventually ending up back in Gotham where their murder and robbery spree continued. The Joker had corrupted Harley, and hers would not be the last life he affected. In a revenge scheme against Commissioner James Gordon for aiding in his arrest, the Joker visited the home of Barbara Gordon, shooting and paralyzing her from the waist down. Barbara was never able to don the Batgirl uniform again, but she eventually rejoined the crusade against crime as Oracle. Jason Todd, the second Robin, was another of the Batman's allies to gain the ire of the Joker. Jason's tenure as Robin was full of troubles. He used excessive force and had questionable judgment at best. The Batman saw this and, in 1928, forced him to stay behind during an investigation into the Joker's location. Jason disobeyed Bruce's mandate and went out investigating on his own. He tracked the Joker to an old warehouse on the outskirts of Gotham, the clown's latest base of operations. Grossly underprepared, the Joker savagely beat Jason with a crowbar. By the time the Batman discovered his partner's location, all that remained at the warehouse was Jason's tattered, bloody uniform. The Joker was later charged with the murder of the second Robin. The Batman, already enraged at the Joker for paralyzing Barbara, became even more violent and brutal during the days that followed. The Joker reveled in the fact that he had pushed the Bat to the edge. The Batman spent a number of years trying to catch the Joker, but the clown managed to evade arrest for many years to come. The Joker still had a major role to play in the chaos to come. Many more crimes would be attributed to him throughout the years. As time went on, his sadistic nature increased as well. His crimes became more and more horrendous. If the Bat was one side of a coin, Joker was the other. This fact is what made the Batman an even more controversial figure. Many wondered how soon it would be before he crossed the same lines that the Joker had. This was a key factor in the eventual protests against vigilantes years later. Gotham had spent years being terrorized by the Clown Prince of Crime, as he was dubbed by the Gotham Gazette. Most people couldn't care less if he was locked up and forgotten. No one could even remotely suspect that he would be a key part in ending the conflict to come. On the cusp of the battle known as Gotham's Shadow War, many lines became blurred, and the Batman would have to rely on unlikely allies in order to succeed. David Cain was not the only former member of the League of Assassins in Gotham in the 1920s. Shiva was also one of the League's most valued assassins. Born Sanra Wu-san, she was raised in a small village in rural China. She had a sister, Carlin, and they were both trained in their village in a unique martial art. It allowed its practitioners to predict the body movements of one's opponent. The two sisters became proficient in the art of combat. Carlin wanted to be the best martial arts grandmaster in the world one day, although Sanra was more adept than she. Sanra's skill went unnoticed by most. She held herself back because of her love for her sister. She wanted Carlin to be able to achieve her dream without overshadowing her abilities. In spite of this, Sanra's skills did not go unnoticed by all. As the years passed, and they reached adulthood, Carlin's dream seemed almost within her grasp. Although both of the sisters were very skilled, David Cain's attention was caught by Sanra. He realized that Sanra was holding herself back for her sister's sake. Cain was there as a talent scout for the League of Assassins. He wanted to recruit Sanra, but after approaching her various times, was refused by her. Cain realized the reason for this. Sanra would never willingly leave her sister. This love that Sanra had for her sister was what eventually led to Cain murdering Carlin. He saw that love as a weakness, and expected it to give Sanra the focus and drive she would need to join the League as one of its assassins. No one discovered that Cain was behind Carlin's murder until decades later. Sanra desired vengeance for her sister, but, with no one to blame, turned to her martial arts. She eventually agreed to join the League of Assassins. She decided she would honor her sister by achieving Carlin's dream in her stead. She would become the greatest martial arts grandmaster she could. After joining the League, she took a new name. In a sort of rebirth, Sanra Wu-san became Lady Shiva. David Cain and Lady Shiva's relationship grew as well. It eventually blossomed into a short-lived romance, an attempt to breed the perfect warrior for the League. Shiva did conceive a child, but when the time came for childbirth, Cain lied to her afterwards, telling her the child hadn't made it. Shiva was grief-stricken. It drove her into a depression. Cain eventually fell out of good graces with the League and left, having become too unpredictable for the tastes of the League's leader. Shiva left not long after to take on the League's U.S. operations. Unbeknownst to Shiva, her daughter had survived. Cain had her under his guardianship, intent on still training the child to become the world's greatest warrior, the world's greatest weapon. In the US, Shiva's business led her to take over the Opium Empire, operating out of Gotham City's docks. Her main base of operations was in Gotham's Chinatown. She made a name for herself separate from the League of Assassins, but never forgot her true ties. The name of Lady Shiva became feared in Gotham's underworld. Soon, Shiva found that power came at a cost. Rivals would always be seeking to take it from her. One such rival was King Snake. Formerly known as Edward Dorrance, he had been a British soldier stationed in Hong Kong during his younger days. He had been one of the best in Her Majesty's service, but was dishonorably discharged after it was discovered he was taking bribes from the local triads. After his discharge, his usefulness to the triads had run its course. Never ones to leave loose ends, they sent men to ambush him. They beat him to a bloody pulp, and as he lay broken in the street, they used a hot iron to blind Dorrance. Scarred, blinded, and bruised, Dorrance bided his time and healed. He never stopped practicing what he'd learned in the military, even developing his own techniques to make use of his other senses, now that his sight was gone. He used the last of his wealth to travel to Southeast Asia, learning every new fighting style he could. Soon he found himself functioning well enough to be back in the action. Dorrance started using his newfound skills as a mercenary, eventually ending up in pre-revolution Mexico. He found work with the corrupt factory owners, as well as the president at the time, Porfirio Diaz. He aided them in suppressing the workers striking for fair pay. Dorrance became known for his efficiency and brutality in dealing with these workers, amassing new wealth and even marrying a local woman. All the while, he plotted his revenge against the triads in Hong Kong. As the Mexican Revolution loomed closer, Dorrance had to flee the country. He was branded a traitor to his country, and he left his pregnant wife behind, knowing full well that she would receive the punishment in his stead. This deplorable decision he made allowed him to return to Hong Kong. Using his newfound skills, Dorrance began attacking the heads of the triads. He took them over one by one, eventually changing his name to the King Snake of Hong Kong. His combined forces were renamed the Ghost Dragons. He set his sights towards Gotham, having heard about Lady Shiva's lucrative operations. She was becoming one of the most powerful women in Gotham's underworld. Cain, hearing that King Snake's attention was set on Gotham, approached him and offered his assistance, as well as that of his daughter, Cassandra. Cassandra was now one of the deadliest assassins in the world, her skills surpassing that of even the Batman. King Snake agreed, and Cain joined the battle. The following weeks erupted in what would be the final Tong War that the US would see. The Ghost Dragons attacked Shiva's operations from every front. Shiva had consolidated all of Chinatown's illegal business. Opium, prostitution, gambling, and racketeering were under her control. Shiva's forces fought back against the Ghost Dragons, but the final straw was when Cain sent Cassandra after Shiva on an assassination mission. When Cassandra confronted her, Shiva recognized her fighting style as a combination of her own and Cain's. With a sudden shock, it became clear that this was her daughter standing before her. She told Cassandra this, which confused the young woman. She fled, leaving Shiva untouched. Shiva could see that she was slowly losing the battle for Chinatown. Her businesses were crumbling around her. The Batman and the GCPD had been trying to put an end to it, but without inside information had been unsuccessful. Wanting an end to the strife, Shiva struck a deal with the Batman. She would give him vital information on the Ghost Dragons, as well as ease up on her illegal operations. All he had to do was help her to save her daughter from Cain. The Batman agreed, and within the week, the two brought down King Snake and his Ghost Dragons. There had been numerous casualties on both sides, as well as many civilian casualties, but Gotham's battle for Chinatown was at an end. The Bat was able to convince Cassandra to leave the manipulation of her father behind, and she joined his crusade against crime as the Black Bat. Shiva, true to her word, eased up on her operations. These events all took place before the Court of Owls struck in 1934. It was the last vestige of organized crime that the Bat was aware of before learning of the court's existence. The Batman, in retrospect, saw it as the first warning of Gotham's eventual reckoning. Lady Shiva would not be heard from by police or the Batman for many months. They presumed she had gone into hiding, wanting quiet after the horrors of the battle for Chinatown. But the truth was much more grim. Her secession of the operations in Gotham had been the final straw in cutting her ties with the League of Assassins. They would not be happy, and so Shiva decided to go into hiding. She would remain in hiding until she saw the opportunity to fight back. The League had its sights set on Gotham, and when they wanted something, they would try to gain it by any means necessary. Shiva knew that war was coming, and she feared for her daughter. Gotham had not seen the last of Lady Shiva. One of the people inspired by Batgirl's example was Catherine Kate Cain. She and her twin sister Beth had been inseparable as children. Regular partners in crime, they had gone on many adventures together, playing make-believe or exploring Gotham. They were the pride of their father, Jacob Cain. Their mother had died in an unexpected car accident soon after their births, so Jacob took it upon himself to give his daughters the best life he could. Despite the pains he took to shield them from Gotham's horrors, Kate and Beth, both teenagers at the time, were taken hostage by a professional kidnapping and ransom gang. The gang had mistakenly kidnapped the wrong targets. Beth and Kate were just unfortunate to be in the same vicinity as the intended targets. When Jacob Cain received the ransom demand, he was distraught. He did not have the kind of money they were demanding. In a desperate attempt to get them back, he informed the GCPD of the location given to him by the kidnappers. The police raided it, confronting the gang. Beth Cain was unfortunately caught in the crossfire and killed. It scarred Kate deeply, and Jacob blamed himself for not being able to save his daughter. He promised himself he would not leave Kate unprepared or vulnerable ever again. Just who the intended targets of the kidnapping were was never discovered. For the remainder of her teenage years, Kate traveled with her father across the world, training in every form of combat they could find. She also trained in the use of almost every firearm. This was an effort on Jacob's part. What he couldn't know was that Kate simply wanted her father to be there for her. As she reached adulthood, she hid her sexual orientation from him. She was a lesbian, and she lived in a time and society that frowned upon it. Her heart was broken by the loss of her sister, and Jacob, distracted by his own pain, sought to prepare her as best he could by the time they returned to Gotham. Kate was resentful towards him for it, but she hid that from him as well. She was constantly plagued by nightmares of the day she lost her sister. The horror and tragedy of it never left her mind. It began to consume her. One night, she witnessed a woman being mugged on the streets of Gotham. She stepped in, using her training to incapacitate the mugger and help the woman. After this event, she realized something. Her pain had briefly gone away in that moment. She continued this way, eventually gaining the attention of Barbara Gordon, or, as she was known among the members of the Bat Team, Oracle. This marked the beginning of Kate Cain's crime-fighting career. She wanted to carry on Barbara's legacy, but was opposed to the moniker Batgirl. She wanted to build something of her own, something she could stand proudly behind. Kate wanted respect, not just recognition. Her uniform was much more practical than the Batgirl's had been. She took the name Batwoman, and was almost immediately picked up by the Gotham Gazette as Gotham's newest bat. The Batwoman was yet another symbol to Gotham's men and women, of a citizen standing up for what was right. It took a short time for most of the Bat Team to welcome her, but a while for her to gain the trust of the Batman. The Batman was wary of bringing new people into the fold that he had not vetted himself. He trusted Barbara, but his years of crime fighting had left him burned too many times by enemies posing as allies. The Bat did gradually warm up to the Batwoman, and Kate became one of his most trusted allies as the years passed. Kate was also romantically involved with Renee Montoya for a brief time. Though their relationship was short-lived, it eventually led to Kate meeting the love of her life, Maggie Sawyer. Their relationship was hidden from the public eye for many years, but came to light once the journals Bruce Wayne kept were published. The Batwoman had to prove herself time and again throughout her life, to her father, to Oracle, to the Bat Team, and to the Batman. In spite of this, she didn't care for their approval. She only cared about doing what she thought was right, and that guided her actions. Kate helped to maintain the legacy that had started with the Batgirl. Her timing in joining the Bat Team couldn't have been better. Cassandra Cain joined soon after under the moniker Black Bat. The Batwoman was a rock for Cassandra, who was coming from an abusive and manipulative background under her father. The Black Bat and the Batwoman remained close, and Kate felt she had gained a sister in the process. It was remarkably healing for her after losing Beth. Both the Batwoman and the Black Bat would join the fight to come months from then. The Bat Team would need every hand on deck, and would have to rely on each other more than they ever had before. A war was coming, and it was shrouded in shadow. Onyx was born in Liberia on the continent of Africa. The village that she and her family lived in was a smaller one, often plagued by bandits and slave traders. As a small girl, a bandit attack left most of her village destroyed, its occupants dead. She was the only survivor. Her parents had also been killed in the attack. She lived on her own in the village for a few days until some slave traders happened upon it. The slavers took Onyx from her home, sailing towards the Middle East. Their treatment of her was abominable, and Onyx's hatred for them grew with each passing day. Upon arriving in the Middle East, she was auctioned off to the highest bidder. A man named Damian placed the highest bid, and Onyx left with him. She soon learned that Damian was involved with the League of Assassins, the deadliest warriors in the world under one banner. Her job was to serve them on a daily basis as they trained, commiserated, and went about their day-to-day duties. During this time, Onyx's anger never abated, and Damian saw that she had an underlying strength to her. He began training her in the ways of the League, teaching her combat, stealth, and espionage. For the longest time, Onyx knew this man only as Damian. She knew that the other members of the League answered to him, but did not know why. Upon completing her training with the League, she became a full-fledged member. Damian granted her her freedom, though he fully expected her to remain with the League. He revealed his true name to her, Ghul, the Demon's Head. Onyx remained with the League of Assassins, going on numerous missions for them and proving her effectiveness. She gained the trust of many other members of the League, David Cain, Lady Shiva, Slade Wilson, and others. When the time came for her first long-term assignment, she was considered one of the best in the League. Her assignment was to go to America, namely Gotham City, New Jersey, and to scout it out for the League. They were looking to move their operations there and were considering sending Shiva to spearhead it. But Onyx's goal was to see what the state of the city was, economically, culturally, and criminally. The League wanted to move in on any pre-existing criminal operations in order to establish their presence in Gotham. This would be the first of many steps towards establishing the League in America. No one was quite sure why Ghul had his eyes set on Gotham, though some suspected it had to do with his former pupil, the Batman of Gotham. Onyx was indifferent towards the assignment. She had been programmed by the League to follow orders unquestioningly. Upon arriving in Gotham, she immediately set to work. It did not take long for her to encounter the Dark Knight, as he had been dubbed by various media outlets. Onyx witnessed firsthand the Bat's war against the underworld of Gotham. She admired his methods and those of the Bat Team. They fought with fire and vigor, but refrained from killing the criminals that they fought. The concepts of mercy and compassion were not ones she had been taught in the League, but she saw them practiced by the masked vigilantes in Gotham. They fought to protect those who could not protect themselves, rather than for personal gain. This inspired her to turn her back on the League, instead joining the Bat Team's ever-growing list of allies. During this time, she made a new life for herself, changing her name to Onyx Adams, and doing her part to defend Gotham City where she could. A large factor in Onyx switching to the Bat's side was the vigilante known as Orpheus. Grace King had been a vaudeville star billed as an exotic Amazon warrior. During Gotham's battle for Chinatown, she had seen the Batman fight the Ghost Dragons. During this skirmish, she jumped into the fray, assisting the Bat without even thinking. She was an inexperienced fighter, but held her own nonetheless. The Batman told her off, not wanting another inexperienced vigilante to become involved in the battle for Chinatown. Grace didn't listen. She had felt alive fighting, more than she ever had dancing. Acquiring equipment and weaponry, she became Orpheus. The Bat, while never officially making her a member of the Bat Team, allowed her to operate in Gotham, and was grateful for her help in the coming conflict. Orpheus would go on to befriend Onyx, and the two became inseparable. The day of reckoning was coming. The war between the Batman and the League of Assassins was on the horizon. But when that time came, Onyx knew which side she would be on. Her new personal philosophies were mercy and compassion. Her new life in Gotham had given her a better perspective. She had never truly been free in the League, even upon earning her freedom. Now she was free to be whoever she wanted to be, and to stand for whatever she wanted to stand for. When the time came for her to defend her new home, she would do so, with all the ferocity and anger she had felt at being taken from her home and turned into a weapon by the League. Onyx would fight for Gotham. As a child, Slade Wilson's intensity intimidated the other children around him. His physical stature made him taller than most children his age, and his sharp mind made him even more intimidating. His father had been in the military, and his mother had died soon after his birth. This made Slade somber, melancholy, and angry quite often. He would constantly get into fights with the other children at his school, and would receive beatings from his drunken father for getting into so much trouble. This made Slade have a deep resentment for the world. He felt cheated by life for taking his mother, and resentful towards the others around him. He wanted a way out of this sorry lot in life, and he took it at the age of 16. Lying about his age, he enlisted in the military just like his father had. In the years leading up to the Great War, he proved himself tremendously. He stood out above the rest of his comrades in arms, making him an ideal candidate to work as a spy and assassin for the U.S. military. In this station, he became one of the most decorated assets in the U.S. military's history. He was effective at hunting his prey, earning him the code name, Deathstroke. For many years, even during and after the Great War, Slade continued this work. Eventually, he noticed that he had lost something within him. He no longer felt sympathy for his targets, and he no longer felt remorse when killing people. He felt nothing, only the thrill of the hunt and the empty feeling afterwards. After this realization, he quickly became disillusioned with the government he was working for. He no longer wanted to answer to a government that only saw him as a weapon, a means to an end. He left the military striking out on his own. He soon found that his specific skill set was quite sought after by many groups. Hesitantly at first, he offered his service to the highest bidder as a mercenary. This soon proved to be the outlet he had been looking for, and he got to choose and pick his jobs. If he was to be a living weapon, he wanted to be in control of who got to wield it. The years passed, and Deathstroke became a name that was feared in many countries. He may have been responsible for numerous deaths: Bella Wright, Clement de la Haye, Venustiano Carranza, and many more. All of these people were murdered without any evidence as to who had been responsible. His reputation was one of blood and death, and eventually it caught the attention of the highest bidder. Slade Wilson met Ra's al Ghul and learned of his League of Assassins. Slade was hesitant to join a cause. The last time he had done so, he had ended up becoming a weapon wielded mindlessly. He did not want to become someone's puppet again. Ra's assured him that the League valued its members autonomously, and he had the freedom to leave at any point. After much convincing and promise of generous payment, Slade agreed, and Deathstroke joined the League's ranks. Deathstroke quickly established himself as the elite of the elite within the League. He was a killer among killers, and was soon given the highest priority solo missions. Deathstroke earned a title as one of the 7 Men of Death, an elite task force led by Malcolm Merlyn. When Interpol was founded in 1923, Deathstroke was at the top of their list of international fugitives. Some of Deathstroke's fellow League members were envious, such as David Cain, who was later exiled from the League. Cain had been acting out due to his envy, and Ra's al Ghul was not one to tolerate such weakness in his forces. Deathstroke, still devoid of remorse and sympathy, continued to fight for the League. Years later, he would be imprisoned and pressed into an experimental US government task force. This task force would prove to suit his skills, but at a cost. Before then, as the days of the Shadow War loomed closer, he found himself anticipating it, and the challenge of it, greatly. In his years as a mercenary, he had found himself woefully unopposed. There were few who could match his skill in battle, and he was becoming bored. He had heard the stories of the Batman of Gotham, and hoped that he would, at last, find a worthy opponent in the masked vigilante. Ra's al Ghul knew this about Deathstroke, and continued to groom him for such a task. Deathstroke would be responsible for much death and carnage in Gotham City, but no matter how much he tried, his humanity was gone. Slade Wilson was no more. There was only Deathstroke. And Deathstroke would have his moment of glory. Jason Todd. The second Robin had a penchant for trouble, even early on in his crime-fighting career. Jason had essentially been raised on the streets and coerced into the Mad Hatter's exploitation ring. He considered it a lucky streak when he was discovered by the Batman and got to take up the mantle of Robin. Together they took down the Mad Hatter, and the future seemed bright. Over the years, the Batman watched Jason become more and more violent and brash. Eventually, it caught up to Jason. During an investigation into the Joker's latest crime spree, Jason decided to chase a lead without telling the Batman. Jason's actions in the previous weeks leading up to this had led Bruce to believe Jason was feeling the pressure of working under the Batman's wing. Jason's behavior had become erratic, even hostile towards Bruce at times. While chasing the lead, Jason encountered the Joker in a warehouse and attempted to fight him. The Joker overpowered Robin and savagely beat him with a crowbar. Upon the Batman's arrival to the warehouse, all that remained was a tattered, bloody uniform. He assumed that Robin had been murdered by the Joker. Little did the Batman know, Jason had survived, albeit barely. The League of Assassins had been watching the Bat's crusade in Gotham, and jumped on the opportunity that arose with Jason's supposed death. Before the Batman could arrive on the scene, they recovered Jason. He was in bad shape and comatose, but the League had plans for him. Jason spent years in a coma. The League fed him through a tube during this time, and used a catheter as well, until one day, he finally awoke. He woke to a surrounding much different from the city he was familiar with. The sandstone and rock of the League's buildings were much harsher in contrast. Jason hardly recognized himself in the mirror. He had grown during his time unconscious. He found himself a prisoner amongst the League of Assassins, and he was subjected to brainwashing sessions every day. These sessions were conducted by a member of the League named Professor Oho. Oho was the master of torture within the League. He was one of the 7 Men of Death, alongside Malcolm Merlyn, Deathstroke, and others. Hailing from Spain, Oho had been born without eyes due to a birth defect caused by radium poisoning. The poor safety conditions his parents had been working under were later linked to this. As a boy, Oho did not let his blindness get the better of him. He learned other skills that let him analyze the people around him, their conversations, their tones, and the small, minute sounds they made that indicated certain body language. He utilized this and became a truthsayer, an analyst of people and behaviors. He earned money for his family and a reputation for himself. Soon his talents attracted the attention of Ra's al Ghul, leader of the League of Assassins. Ra's took the boy from his humble origins, training him, and Oho ascended through the ranks of the League over the years. Professor Oho was so loyal to Ra's that he considered his master a god, destined to save humanity. Jason Todd's subjection to Professor Oho's brainwashing and torture was excruciating on the young man. He'd already suffered intense physical abuse at the hands of the Joker, and now he was suffering intense mental abuse at the hands of the League. Once Oho considered Jason to be broken, he was turned over to Ra's al Ghul himself for training. Ra's spent the next few years further honing Jason's skills, turning him into a human weapon. It is rumored that he may have been responsible for the assassination of Omni Happonen, a Finnish politician, and Henry C. Beasley, an American Medal of Honor recipient. Speculators think that these individuals may have been at odds with Ra's al Ghul's plans. Bruce Wayne had seen the anger in Jason and tried to help him control it, but Ra's undid all of that. He instead pushed Jason to unleash his anger, using it in his missions. This had its benefits, but it also served to make Jason even more uncontrollable. His anger ruled his decisions, even though they were made in service to the League and Ra's. Years later, the Batman would suspect that Jason had sustained brain damage from his beating at the Joker's hands. This may have been a cause for his unpredictable rages. This eventually made Ra's al Ghul cut ties to Jason. The leader of the League did not like unpredictability. At a crossroads, Jason was distraught, angry, and alone. His wandering eventually led him back home to Gotham City. Jason saw how Gotham had changed. The Batman had a new suit, there were new criminals, and there was even a new Robin. This fact did not help Jason's anger. He felt betrayed, abandoned, and replaced. His anger turned to resentment and a desire for revenge. Donning a red mask and utilizing his combative skills, Jason Todd became the Red Hood. At first, his strikes went unnoticed. A mugger killed here, a small-time robber there. The organized crime families in Gotham were mostly dissipated at this point, but there were some operations that remained. These vestiges were what the Red Hood went after first. A Maroni heroin operation was left in bloody tatters, the mobsters strewn in various pieces. This drew the attention of both the GCPD and the Batman. The Batman suspected almost immediately that this was no average criminal. He saw the rage in the murder scene, and it reminded him of that same rage he had seen all those years ago. Over time, the Red Hood became more and more bold with his attacks. It became clear to the Bat Team that this individual was trying to uproot the remaining organized crime families. His attacks would always leave behind many casualties. It seemed to them that the Red Hood was trying to make a point, that the Bat's methods were ineffective. The Red Hood seemed to believe in a more permanent form of justice, if one could call it that. It wasn't until the Batman finally confronted the Red Hood that the conflict came to an end. This conversation resulted in the Red Hood unmasking, confirming the Batman's suspicions. This new criminal was his former protege, Jason Todd. Jason and Bruce fought for several minutes, but eventually they reached a stalemate. Jason fell to the ground, collapsing from exhaustion, and the Batman leaned against a wall nearby. There, Jason finally vented about his anger to the Bat, voicing it for the first time in his life. Bruce listened and responded with sympathy, and took the responsibility for Jason's plight at the hands of the Joker years ago. This interchange served to mend some of the wounds between the Batman and former Robin. In spite of this, Jason still felt that he was past the point of no return. Before the Batman could stop him, the Red Hood leapt off the side of the building they were on. The Batman rushed to the side, but the Red Hood had vanished without a trace. Even after searching for weeks, the Bat Team was unable to locate Jason, and the attacks on Gotham's criminal underworld ceased. The Red Hood's impact on Gotham had been brief but resonant. It spoke of an underlying rage that grew beneath the surface, an open wound that festered with each new criminal that appeared. Gotham would not see the Red Hood for months until the events of the Shadow War began to come into effect. Jason would be a warrior for the Batman's cause, focusing his rage and his own effort to protect the city. Gotham had taken much from him, but it was still his home. The Batman saw the Red Hood as an example of his own failure. It would haunt Bruce for the remainder of his life. Even though Jason was alive, he had spent years hating Bruce for abandoning him. Bruce felt the weight of that hatred and would find himself wishing he hadn't given up the search for Jason's body all those years ago. The Bat Team would encounter the Red Hood numerous times after his disappearance, and Jason was eventually welcomed back into the fold. After his brutal beating from the Joker, his abandonment by Bruce, and his brainwashing by the League of Assassins, Jason could finally rest easy. He was home again. What if, all of a sudden, you could no longer trust an everyday household object? What if playing cards or drinking water could kill you? That is precisely what the citizens of Gotham experienced with Mitchell Mayo. Mitchell was born and raised in Gotham, and even from a young age had big aspirations. He was a normal enough person, at least on the surface. As a child, he always felt that he was playing catch-up to his peers, but he had an eye for details. As an adult, Mitchell got a job working for the Gotham-based company Condiment King. The company produced a wide variety of products: tomato catsup, relish, mustard, and much more. Condiment King was a household name in Gotham, competing with Heinz and Kraft. Mitchell worked in the quality control department at the company. Mitchell liked his job at Condiment King, but his ambition made him want more. He became abrasive, almost antagonistic, towards his fellow employees. He had incredibly high standards. Some would even say unrealistic standards. This led to him receiving numerous warnings from his superiors regarding his behavior. Mitchell Mayo had seen many men work in jobs like his their entire lives, only to work themselves into their graves. He decided that he would not end up like those men. He would make a name for himself. He would do whatever he needed to make sure that no one would ever forget him. Using his knowledge of quality control and his position at the Condiment King company, Mitchell devised a plan. He would randomly select bottles of various condiments, catsup, mustard, mayonnaise, and poison them. He crafted letters to send to the company, but waited until 7 people had died to send his first bit of correspondence. These letters were signed "Yours truly, the Condiment King," in mockery of the company and its mascot. Mitchell saw this as only fitting. He demanded payment from the company or he would continue to poison their customers randomly. The owners of Condiment King Co. were distraught, but they had no idea who was behind the despicable blackmail scheme. The police were brought in to try and discover who was behind it all, but they were stumped. Then the Batman came onto the case. The Batman went over the evidence the police did have, the letters. They had been crafted from individual letters clipped from newspapers and magazines. This made it nearly untraceable. After analyzing it with his own equipment, the Bat found small traces of sugar and vinegar on the paper. He traced it to the kind being used by Condiment King Co., thus confirming his suspicions that the person poisoning these condiments was someone who worked at the very company being extorted. At first, the owners of the company were skeptical when given this information. They thought that there was no way such a thing could happen under their watch. This didn't stop the Batman from continuing his investigation anyway. The Bat surmised that the poisonings happened after the quality control department's checks, or during them. It did not take long for the masked vigilante to discover the truth behind this self-proclaimed Condiment King. Mitchell Mayo was the man responsible. Thinking that he had covered his tracks well enough, Mitchell was shocked when he was confronted by the Batman. He was not physically formidable enough to put up a fight, and did not struggle when the Bat turned him in to the GCPD. Mitchell was sentenced to life at Blackgate Federal Penitentiary. Mitchell Mayo had made a name for himself, even if he had not ended up where he thought he would. His reign of terror as the Condiment King struck headlines in Gotham. He had sullied the name of a well-known and loved company in Gotham, and it struck the company itself a large blow. Condiment King Co. ended up changing its name due to declining business and sale of its products. The company was eventually bought out by Heinz. Mitchell saw his infamy in the paper, and while Blackgate was a difficult environment for him, he relished in his moment in the spotlight. Mitchell would spend the rest of his days in Blackgate, eventually dying due to mysterious circumstances. Some speculate that he was poisoned by a guard who had been bribed by a family member of one of his victims. Others speculate that he died of natural causes. Whatever the case, it is lost to history, and the Condiment King's reign of terror had come to an end. Farron Lawrence was born in a small German town. While the town may have been small, his family was an important one within it. They were heavily involved in the politics of their home country, and Farron's father was an important man. As the eldest child, much was expected of Farron. He found himself constantly struggling to live up to his father's expectations. His father was a very demanding man, and berated him quite often. It tore the young boy apart every time his father raised his voice. Farron's only comfort in his childhood was his younger brother, Edward. One day, having been fed up with his father's verbal abuses, and filled with rage after a particularly nasty encounter, he decided to murder his father. Farron went to his father's room and stole his rifle. He went outside and climbed a tree, taking up a position that gave him a clear view of his family's home. Training his sights on the kitchen window, he waited until he was sure that it was his father standing in the window. Breathing in, Farron fired the rifle. The shot went through the window, striking the figure inside. He rushed back home feeling a mix of fear, thrill, and freedom, until he arrived at the house. Instead of his father's body, he discovered his brother, dead and bleeding in the kitchen. He had killed Edward, his brother, his only friend. Terrified, Farron fled his parents' home and never went back. With this failure, Farron made himself a promise. He would never miss his mark again. He joined the newly formed German army and began training. He honed his marksmanship skills, becoming the top of his class. As the Great War arrived, he became a sniper in the German ranks. He was responsible for many kills in the Great War. His days consisted of crawling into the no-man's land between German and English trenches in the early morning. He would find an optimal spot and stake it out all day. Utilizing a makeshift kite with English writing scrawled on it, he would snipe British forces whenever a soldier raised his head over the trench to read the message. Farron preyed on their assumptions that a fellow soldier needed aid. He received many commendations from his superiors during the war. After the Great War drew to a conclusion, Farron distanced himself from his military life. He could not find much in the way of his work. His skill set was a very specific one, and being a day laborer did not appeal to him. He would have stayed in the military if not for the uncertainty Germany's government faced in the wake of the war. He turned to mercenary work, taking on many bold and dangerous contract killings. He was responsible for the deaths of numerous politicians in Germany in the years leading up to World War II. It is also speculated that he was involved in the infamous Bloody Sunday that took place in Ireland on September 21st, 1920. He may have opened fire on the British police forces, causing them to open fire on a crowd of people watching a game of Gaelic football. British police forces would claim that someone in the crowd had opened fire on them. Farron also changed his name to Floyd Lawton. He was starting a new life as a mercenary, and he wanted a new name to go with it. His notoriety in the world's criminal organizations grew, and the nickname Deadshot began to circulate throughout it. Floyd liked this name and began to use it professionally. Criminals in America also began to take note of Deadshot as his reputation grew. Many of the gangsters in Gotham would enlist his services, with the chief amongst them being Oswald Cobblepot, otherwise known as the Penguin. The Penguin had a problem, one that Deadshot jumped at the chance to take on. The Batman had been a thorn in Cobblepot's side, and the gangster wanted his Bat problem dealt with. Deadshot spent weeks hunting and observing the Bat, eventually taking his shot in an attempt on the masked vigilante's life. The Batman was wounded, but not killed. His injury severe, the Bat, as Bruce Wayne, would turn to a close friend of his, Dr. Thomas Elliot, to treat his wound. Dr. Elliot patched Bruce up, advising him not to exert himself too much over the next few weeks. Bruce agreed, but the Batman immediately took to the streets again. He had to find this new threat to Gotham before anyone else got hurt. Deadshot, having thought that he had killed his quarry, was surprised when he was re-engaged by the Batman while receiving his payment from the Penguin's men. Their battle was heated, with Lawton utilizing his concealed wrist revolver. It was a contraption that he had designed himself. By pulling a string, he could fire rounds directly at his quarry at close range. In spite of his diabolical ingenuity in creating this device, the Batman proved to be the better combatant. Deadshot was stopped, and Floyd Lawton was arrested and incarcerated in Blackgate Federal Penitentiary. It struck a major blow to Deadshot's reputation, let alone his freedom to continue with his work. Though not many knew Deadshot had even come to Gotham, he was one of the more formidable of the Batman's enemies. His reputation and infamy worldwide made him one of the more dangerous ones as well. Their battle had happened before the Bat's clash with the Court of Owls, and well before the events of the Shadow War would take place. The Penguin would dodge the law in this instance, providing an alibi and even scapegoats to the GCPD. Deadshot was one of those scapegoats. Lawton stayed in Blackgate for years biding his time. He was one of many inmates to begin receiving letters from a mysterious correspondent, Damian. Lawton proved to be a model prisoner at the penitentiary, but it wasn't out of his own good graces. These letters promised freedom and a chance at revenge against the Batman. He could not know that his mystery benefactor was in fact the leader of the League of Assassins. He was not a member of their ranks, but they had had their eye on him. The League was always looking for new recruits, and so Floyd Lawton was well behaved because he knew he would one day have his chance. Deadshot would not miss his mark this time, and his unfinished contract on the Batman's life would be completed if he could help it. With the ever-growing threat that the League of Assassins represented, there also came the threat of the Seven Men of Death. They were the elite of the elite within the League's ranks, deadly killers capable of doing their job by whatever means necessary. These assassins had been handpicked by Ra's al Ghul, the leader of the League. They would then be trained by the League's most proficient teacher and second-in-command, O-Sensei. No one knew O-Sensei's true name, only that he was very old yet very formidable. He held the respect of the great Ra's al Ghul, after all. O-Sensei had been responsible for the training of the Batman during his time with the League of Assassins, as well as two other students, Benjamin Turner and Richard Dragon. O-Sensei didn't just teach assassination to his students, he turned it into an art form. He had once been the League's top warrior. O-Sensei made the League's new recruits into deadly weapons, ones completely loyal to the Demon's Head and the League of Assassins. They would kill unquestioningly. The only student that he did not consider a success was Bruce Wayne, who had refused to kill. O-Sensei would later discover that Bruce had become the Batman, but before then, he trained countless others. Malcolm Merlyn, an Englishman, was the longest-serving member of the Seven Men of Death. He was feared throughout the world, as well as within the League itself. His exploits and missions for the organization had earned him the moniker Dark Archer, due to his use of a bow and arrow. Some considered such a weapon to be archaic and obsolete, but Merlyn made it his craft. He was the leader of the Seven Men of Death, second in the League only to O-Sensei. Malcolm had joined the League of Assassins at the same time as David Cain. The two had been rivals, and both achieved the rank of Man of Death, with Cain later being exiled from the League, much to Merlyn's satisfaction. Merlyn took great pride in being the best at what he did. Even Oliver Queen would credit him as being the best archer in the world. Merlyn's role as the leader of the Seven Men of Death would make him a key factor in the war on the horizon. He fought alongside the likes of Deathstroke, the former soldier, and Professor Oho, the blind truthsayer and master of torture. There were others in the League who had also earned their place in the elite of the elite. To be one of the Seven Men of Death meant that you relied on no one. The members of this group were able to complete almost any mission on their own. Onyx Adams was the only woman within their ranks, though she defected upon arriving in Gotham. Her faith in the League had been shaken, and she allied herself with the Batman. This news made Merlyn furious, and he swore to bring the vengeance of the League down on her. The other members of the Seven Men of Death had all made a name for themselves in their own right. Silver Monkey, Hook, and Bronze Tiger were all held in high regard within the League of Assassins. Silver Monkey had been a member of the Brotherhood of the Monkey Fist, a martial artists organization in China. He had been deemed too extreme for his fellow members and was exiled from their ranks. He quickly earned a reputation as a playboy assassin, taking odd jobs for money, until he received a job that changed everything. He was hired to kill Ra's al Ghul, the demon's head. Upon confronting the leader of the League, Silver Monkey saw a man driven by purpose in Ra's. He realized that he himself had felt purposeless, so he had dropped to his knees and asked to join the League. After extensive training from O-Sensei, Silver Monkey earned his membership in the League and soon rose to the rank of Man of Death. Hook was another of the Seven Men of Death, also known as the Hunter by some. Hook had come to the League of Assassins after serving time in jail for the murder of a man named Boston Brand. Brand had been a renowned daredevil and stuntman until his untimely demise. Hook had tremendous skills. His efficiency knew no bounds. He was proficient in tracking and trapping, and he utilized this with every assassination he was assigned. In his long career with the League, he had only failed once. As a result, O-Sensei had the Hunter's hand chopped off. This provided the assassin with a new name, one to fit his new appearance. His prosthetic Hook became a part of his identity within the League's ranks. Benjamin Turner, or as he was better known, Bronze Tiger, had come to the League around the same time that Bruce Wayne had. Originally hailing from the South in America, Turner had fled when he killed a white man who had tried to force himself upon Benjamin's mother. He had been overcome with anger and slit the man's throat from ear to ear. A family friend, a sailor sympathetic to the young man's situation, had taken him on in his crew. He remained on their vessel for 8 years, grateful for the chance to start fresh. He eventually found himself in the Far East, where he encountered men fighting in ways foreign to him. Fascinating methods of combat. Turner wanted to learn for himself, and he wanted the best of the best to teach him. It wasn't long before he was found by scouts for the League of Assassins and brought before O-Sensei. Upon completing his training, he took the name Bronze Tiger, and eventually became the replacement for David Cain in the Seven Men of Death. These three fearsome warriors, Silver Monkey, Hook, and Bronze Tiger, would become key to the League's war in Gotham. All in all, Merlyn led a group of the world's deadliest assassins, and wielded it like a suit of armor. Even with the loss of Onyx from their ranks, the remaining killers would be more than enough, in his mind, to accomplish the plans that Ra's al Ghul had for Gotham City. The months following the start of the Shadow War would be the darkest Gotham had ever seen. The Batman and his allies would be hard-pressed to keep up with the machinations of the League, and the citizens of Gotham would live in terror, watching and waiting for the next strike to happen, not knowing when or where it would. Malcolm Merlyn would relish this, thriving on the chaos that would ensue, and serving the demon's head. Merlyn, while intelligent, could not even conceive that, to his beloved master, they were all just pawns in a game. Ra's al Ghul would take Gotham City by whatever means he considered necessary, even if it meant sacrificing his most prized warriors. The demon's head had little regard for the men serving him, but they had no way of knowing. The Batman and his allies could only prepare so much for the battles to come, but they would fight tooth and claw for the city they protected. Many people would thank them, and many people would hate them, but still, they would fight on. The Batman would not leave Gotham in its darkest hour. Gotham City's sordid past had already led to numerous problems for its citizens. Whether it was organized crime running rampant, nursery rhymes regarding deadly secret organizations, or costumed criminals parading themselves about, Gotham had seen its fair share of excitement. It also had a proclivity for dramatic and theatrical locations with equally exorbitant names: Crime Alley, The Cauldron, and Slaughter Swamp. Slaughter Swamp had numerous stories and rumors surrounding it, and was located in the Gotham Everglades. There was the nursery rhyme regarding the killer Croc living by Grey Rock, a landmark just outside the swamp. Even more notable than that were the rumors that a family cult existed within Slaughter Swamp, guilty of deplorable acts. Children would tell each other ghost stories about the swamp, attempting to scare one another. These stories usually included someone who had wandered in and gotten lost, only to be attacked or murdered by a creature, or creatures, that were horribly deformed and terrifying to look at. These creatures were alleged to be human, alleged products of incest, and horrible to encounter. While there was never any concrete evidence to support this, there was one case that seemed to lend credibility to it. There are records of a family that lived within Slaughter Swamp, wanting a life somewhat secluded from the busyness of Gotham City. There was a child that they kept locked away there, a son born from incest, that they were ashamed of. This shame made them stow the child away in a shed, away from prying eyes. This child, while possessing a low intelligence, was very physically formidable. As he grew older, he also grew in height. He was over 7 feet tall and possessed a strength that could almost be considered inhuman. He also had the twin conditions of albinism and methemoglobinemia. The albinism gave him a pale complexion and light hair, while the methemoglobinemia gave his skin a bluish-gray tinge. This, coupled with other deformities, gave him a rather frightful appearance, though his demeanor was timid and subdued. His family treated him terribly, subjecting him to verbal and physical abuse. They berated him for his lack of intellect and brutish nature. This abuse served to make the child very timid and unsure of himself. One day, while one of his family members was subjecting him to lashings with a belt, he lashed out in self-defense. Not realizing the full force of his strength, his attack sent the family member tripping back, falling, and snapping their neck on a rock. Upon seeing his dead relative, the young man realized something. His quiet and subdued nature gave way to anger and vindictiveness. Entering the family homestead, he proceeded to murder the rest of his family in retribution for his treatment. For the first time, he felt as if his life made sense. The answer to any abuses he faced was to simply rid himself of the problem through his brute strength. The man ventured out from Slaughter Swamp, finding residence in the homeless camps just outside of Gotham City. These camps sprang up in the late 1920s to early 1930s as a result of the joblessness during the Great Depression. These camps existed throughout the U.S. and were satirically referred to by some as Hoovervilles. This was in reference to the criticism surrounding President Hoover, as many held him responsible for the Depression. The others living in this homeless camp didn't pay the strange man much heed, other than the occasional question about his origin. His only response to these questions was that he had been born on a Monday. Most of the people at the camps thought this response somewhat odd, but one of them was reminded of something. There was an old nursery rhyme from 1842 coined by James Orchard Hallowell. It detailed the life of one Solomon Grundy. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, christened on a Tuesday, married on a Wednesday, took ill on Thursday, grew worse on Friday, died on Saturday, buried on Sunday. That was the end of Solomon Grundy. This nursery rhyme stuck. The occupants of the homeless camps began referring to the man as Solomon Grundy, or just Grundy, as they had no other name for him. The man liked this name and also began to use it himself. While he still mostly kept to himself while in the confines of this Hooverville, Grundy eventually found his desire growing to enter the city proper, a place that seemed full of life and intrigue that Grundy had never experienced before. Sure enough, he began making night visits to the city outskirts, wanting to see it for himself. Grundy's decision to venture into Gotham did not go well. His appearance terrified almost anyone he came across. The people of Gotham had seen a number of terrifying sights already, and Grundy, with his height, musculature, and skin pigmentation, seemed to add to that list. Some of the people who encountered him began to throw rocks and other objects at him. This reminded Grundy all too much of his experience with his abusive family, and, again, he lashed out. At the end of this encounter, 2 people were dead and a third injured. Grundy fled back into the outskirts of the city. The police were baffled with the reports given of the over 7-foot figure who had gone on a rampage. Some people gave accounts of his pale and bluish-gray skin color. The Gotham Gazette, upon hearing of this, jumped on the story, wildly speculating that a zombie was loose in the city. The stories around Slaughter Swamp became enlivened again, with even adults buying into the sensationalism of it. Meanwhile, Grundy remained in the homeless camps. This didn't stop him from making more trips into the city. He began to gather what he considered to be souvenirs on his trips. Shiny objects stolen from shop windows, a hat from a passerby, flowers from a child living on the street. If anyone attempted to stop him, they were met with either death or severe injury. Soon, the Batman became involved with the case. The Bat noticed that most of these attacks were occurring just barely within the city, and paid close attention to the outskirts. He was aware of the Hooverville outside the city proper, and suspected that the culprit might be taking refuge there. Sure enough, another attack transpired. Seeing a tall, lumbering figure attacking a nearby streetgoer, the Batman intervened. He was greeted by the horrifying countenance that was Solomon Grundy's face. Roaring loudly, Grundy attacked the Batman, and the vigilante found himself outmatched physically. Every impact on his person caused the Batman to go reeling. Even though he fought as best he could, Grundy eventually got the upper hand. He was poised to strangle the Batman, lifting him off the ground, until a gunshot sounded. The bullet hit Grundy in the neck. A nearby policeman had been on patrol and witnessed the encounter. Grundy dropped the Bat to the ground, retreating into the homeless camps. The Batman followed him, giving instructions to the policeman to call for reinforcements. He gave chase, following the trail of discolored blood through the camps. It eventually led outside the camps towards Slaughter Swamp. The Batman hadn't ventured here before, and the sights and sounds that greeted him were foreign. He had heard the stories surrounding it, originally writing them off as tall tales. Now, as he wandered into their depths, he couldn't help but wonder if he'd been wrong. After following the trail left by the giant man, he eventually stumbled across a shack in the middle of the swamp. Staying on guard, he cautiously moved toward the house and opened its door. Inside, he was greeted by the still form of Solomon Grundy, clutching at his neck where he'd been shot. The Batman checked his vital signs, realizing that the alleged zombie was dead. Just as suddenly as Grundy had appeared in the public eye, he was gone. Within the shack, police discovered correspondence and diaries detailing some of the origin of Grundy. His being born from incest, his family name, Gold,
and the shed they had kept Grundy in as a boy. They kept the story as quiet as they could, leaving the rest of Gotham to wonder what had happened to the supposed zombie that had attacked and killed numerous people. Grundy's body was buried in Slaughter Swamp by the police. Some of the residents of the homeless camps came to see him buried, but no one else. His story had been one of misfortune, tragedy, and poor circumstances. He had been misunderstood, mistreated, and had snapped. The Batman saw the case as resolved, though it was one of the more truly troubling cases he had encountered thus far. He was a year or so from his confrontation with the Court of Owls at this point in time. While Grundy's body had been laid to rest, the stories surrounding him had not. His appearance only served to fuel the stories circulating Slaughter Swamp. The nursery rhyme began to circulate through local ghost stories, and people began reporting that they had encountered the zombie while exploring the swamp. No evidence was ever provided for these claims. Grundy became an urban legend, living on in the memories of Gotham citizens. Some say that you can still hear Solomon Grundy if you visit Slaughter Swamp, and that if you're unfortunate enough to encounter him, you may become the next in a long line of people to disappear.
This is Dr. Jonathan Crane at Arkham Asylum. The date is October 29th, 1923. I'm here with James, one of our more volatile patients. Say hello, James. Yes, I know. It's all a bit overwhelming, isn't it? Well, don't worry, it will all be over soon. Today I plan to expose James here to a potentially lethal dose of my gas mixture. The hope for today's experiment is to see whether that affects his fear reaction differently than when exposed to a normal dose. Speaking of which, time to put on my mask.
Dr. Jonathan Crane, one of the leading psychologists in America in the 1920s, doctor at Arkham Asylum for the criminally insane, and one of the most deplorable men to ever walk the face of the planet. Crane had gone to Gotham University to study psychology in his younger days, and soon found opportunity knocking at his door. Crane had been invited to take part in the Little Albert experiments, and jumped at the chance to be on the research team. The Little Albert experiment's purpose was to take a perfectly normal child, an infant nicknamed Albert, and instill a phobia in him. They would expose Albert to numerous stimuli, animals, masks, burning newspapers, to develop a baseline. Albert showed no fear response when exposed to these. They then put Albert in a room with a white rat, striking a metal bar with a hammer every time the child touched the animal. This elicited a fear response in Albert, and the infant would cry and crawl away. This development deeply impacted Crane. He was fascinated with phobias and fear. The other members of the research team stated in their notes that Crane pushed them all to take the experiment further and further. It made some of them uncomfortable. Crane himself regretted his obstinance during that time. After enough instances of being exposed to the loud noise, Albert soon began to show signs of fear even when exposed only to the rat. His fear became generalized, and he would cry and show fear even around other furry animals and objects. This did not apply to all things with hair, but the research team, and specifically Jonathan Crane, considered the experiment a success. Soon, Jonathan moved on from the Little Albert experiment and graduated from college. Dr. Crane found his fascination with phobias at the forefront of his research. Wanting to focus on this fear-based psychology, he found employment at Arkham Asylum. There, he worked under Dr. Hugo Strange, the warden and chief medical officer at the asylum. At first, Dr. Crane was extremely uncomfortable with the environment at Arkham. He witnessed numerous inhumane practices occurring under Strange's watch,
and even enacted by Strange himself. He had come here to distance himself from the unethical nature of the Little Albert experiment. Hugo Strange had no problem with human experimentation, even conducting his own research on the inmates, unbeknownst to the authorities in Gotham City. Strange encouraged the other medical and psychological staff to do the same. He had twisted this place of healing into a sadistic playground, one where his employees could live out their darkest fantasies. Dr. Crane was afraid to speak up. He was a recent hire, and he considered the research he planned to do paramount to his career. So, he stayed, continuing to do the best he could under the circumstances. Eventually, his willful ignorance of the horrors happening at Arkham gave way to guilt, resentment, and finally, grim acceptance. He found himself also making compromises in his morality, for the sake of research, as Hugo Strange would put it. And so, Jonathan Crane took to beginning his experiments into fear. He considered the conditions in Arkham to be unique, and took this as a sign to perform some of the most unethical experiments ever conducted in the United States of America. He used his knowledge of psychology and chemistry to develop a gas-based psychoactive drug. This gas would bring people's deepest fears to life, preying on their subconscious mind and increasing their paranoia. He would test his drug on the inmates at Arkham, taking note of their reactions and what they claimed to see while under the influence of his fear toxin, as Hugo Strange dubbed it. The working relationship between Crane and Strange was an almost mentorly one. Crane began to run his ideas and hypotheses by the warden of Arkham. In Crane's experimentation, numerous inmates died, but it was usually kept quiet by Strange. He considered the experimentation happening behind closed doors to be out of sight, out of mind. Eventually, the inmates of Arkham weren't enough for Crane. Crane, having heard reports of the mysterious Batman, realized the element he'd felt was missing from his experiments. The Batman used a persona, a moniker, to strike fear into the hearts of criminals in Gotham. Dr. Crane saw this fear firsthand in some of the inmates that were admitted to Arkham. This sparked an idea in Crane's mind. He would use a persona to further his research and experimentation. He would get to witness, up close and personal, this very fear. Utilizing his knowledge of both the movie The Scarecrow starring Buster Keaton and The Scarecrow from The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum, Crane constructed an outfit that he would use in his experiments. He took material from Hessian bags, collected from the Gotham Corn Kernel Company, and sewed together a suit and mask. Crane also installed a secondary laboratory at the corn kernel factory. He installed the gas mask within the mask he had made, and the result was a monstrous patchwork Scarecrow costume. Jonathan Crane had become the Scarecrow. He would incorporate this outfit into his experiments at the asylum, but still, his desire grew to increase his subject pool. He turned his sights towards Gotham City. Wearing his outfit, the Scarecrow made his way through Gotham under the cover of night. He would find random citizens walking alone and approach them, exposing them to his fear toxin. He would then watch their reaction to his costume, taking notes upon returning to the asylum. He would leave the unfortunate victim writhing on the street, not caring whether the dosage he'd given them was lethal or not. 40 people were found writhing in fear and muttering unintelligibly, and 3 were found dead, an expression of terror frozen on their faces. The police were baffled as to what could cause this. The Batman saw the fear building in Gotham as a result of these attacks. He began his own investigation. One of the victims who had died was found clutching a scrap of Hessian burlap. The Batman deduced that the victim had grabbed the attacker and torn a scrap off of their clothing. Upon examining the burlap, the Bat discovered words printed on it, which led him to the Gotham Corn Kernel Company. There he found numerous scraps of burlap as well as chemistry equipment and canisters of gas, labeled fear toxin. He studied the notes and research present here, determining that the perpetrator had been using this place as a secondary base of operations. It didn't take much for the Batman to determine the identity of the attacker, Dr. Jonathan Crane. His name was scrawled within the notes numerous times in reference to himself. The Batman went to confront the doctor at Arkham Asylum. Upon arriving there, Dr. Hugo Strange immediately told the Bat where he would find Dr. Crane. There had once been a mutual respect between Strange and Crane, but the more Crane began to increase the intensity of his experiments, the less he had communicated them to Strange. The Warden of Arkham felt no remorse for handing his colleague over to the Batman. Strange wished to put Crane in his place for his lack of communication with the Warden. The Bat went to confront Crane in his office, but the doctor immediately knew the jig was up. Before the Batman could even enter the office, he saw Crane exit and take off running. As he ran through the asylum halls, he unlocked the cells of numerous inmates he'd experimented on. The fearful inmates turned their fear on the Bat, attacking what they probably assumed was a monster. The Batman lost track of Dr. Crane, but he had a good idea of where the psychologist had gone. After helping to round up the inmates, the Bat returned to the Gotham Corn Kernel Company building. Sure enough, the Scarecrow was there. Before the Batman could apprehend him, the Scarecrow sprayed him with the fear gas he'd developed. Bruce Wayne describes the experience in his journals. He saw his parents being murdered over and over again by a shadowy figure, sometimes faceless, sometimes with his own face, and sometimes with the face of various criminals he'd encountered. By the time he snapped out of it, the Scarecrow was gone, along with most of his notes and equipment. Gotham would not see the Scarecrow again for some time, as Crane kept a low profile after nearly being apprehended by the law. The Batman continued his investigation for months following his encounter with the criminal, trying to crack the formula to Scarecrow's fear toxin. He hoped to identify an antidote or counteragent. Scarecrow did not leave Gotham, but continued his experiments quietly. He would abduct people off the street, mostly the homeless and disenfranchised, and subject them to unimaginable terrors. The Scarecrow would not appear again until the events of the Shadow War, having received contact from the League of Assassins. They wished to employ his work in their takeover of Gotham City. Jonathan Crane was more than happy to oblige. Years later, after the Scarecrow's eventual incarceration, his research would be acquired by the rising Nazi powers in Germany. Much of Crane's work would be incorporated into the horrible tests and experiments conducted on prisoners in their concentration camps. Jonathan Crane would go down in history as one of the deadliest men in U.S. history. Later trials would determine that Crane was not criminally insane, he was just a truly evil person. Jonathan Crane, the Scarecrow, would also heavily impact the citizens of Gotham, and their fear would feed his twisted desires. The Scarecrow was a name that would strike terror into the hearts of everyone who heard it.
As hypothesized, the higher the dosage of fear gas, the more reaction the subjects have to my countenance while masked. I think that this final test proves the effective cry of my formula, and further tests will be required. It's time to finally begin testing outside the confines of Arkham. It's time to take my formula to the streets of Gotham.
In the months leading up to the Shadow War, the war that would change Gotham forever, the Batman had acquired an extensive network of allies. There were many who debated whether his presence in Gotham had a positive impact, but there were others who believed in his crusade enough to join the fight. The Bat had not set out to gain a following, but in his quest to avenge his family, he had gained a new one he would have never expected. His alliance with the Gotham City Police was one aspect of this, but this was expanded upon by the others who donned masks. They sought justice in a city that gave so little back to its citizens. Bruce Wayne, the man behind the Bat, had been subject to the toll the years had taken on him. His mental and physical capacity had taken a hit. When he had started his crusade, he had no idea the impact he would have, nor the monsters he would seemingly inspire. Those first few years as a vigilante seemed like a distant memory, another time altogether. As the Shadow War loomed, Bruce was looking for a way out of his vigilante career. He sought someone to take up the mantle. This was due to his belief that Gotham needed the Batman, no matter who wore the mask. But he also knew that he had to see the coming conflict to its end. He knew that he would have the Bat Team at his back. Some of the more well-established members of the Bat Team could see Bruce starting to burn out. Dick Grayson, the first Boy Wonder, had taken up a new mantle as Nightwing. This new moniker was due to things Grayson had seen over the years. He was done pretending to be the colorful young sidekick to the Batman. He had earned his independence, and the color of his youthful days gave way to a darker, more mature persona. As Nightwing, he was the de facto second-in-command of the Bat Team. Barbara Gordon, now known as Oracle, was the other member of the team with seniority. Since her paralyzation at the hands of the Joker, she had taken to helping the team in other ways. Her investigative and logistical skills were invaluable to the Bat Team. She devised a switchboard system with the Batman that allowed the team to communicate across the city. She operated this from the Batcave. Her support towards them extended beyond that. She was a friend to them all. She was the glue that held them together. With the addition of Black Bat and Batwoman to the team, having Oracle there helped them to feel welcome on a team of mostly men. Black Bat and Batwoman were inseparable. They brought a combined combat prowess that was crucial to the Bat Team. Another invaluable member of the team was Tim Drake, the third person to take up the mantle of Robin. Tim's time as Robin had shown the entire Bat Team the value of observation, deduction, and forensic science. His addition to the team brought a fresh take to the way they operated. It would end up making a huge difference in the days to come. The most controversial member of the Bat Team was the Red Hood, Jason Todd. He was one of the most unstable members of the team, which made some of the Bat Team uneasy around him at first. Over the months, however, Jason changed for the better. Being around Nightwing, Oracle, and Alfred Pennyworth proved to be a good, even healing experience for him. Jason brought efficiency to the team, as well as a knowledge of the League of Assassins. This would prove extremely helpful. The societal impact that the Batman and the Bat Team had on Gotham was very evident during this time. During the height of the Batman's career, the Gotham Gazette spent a good deal of time sensationalizing the vigilante, his allies, and his villains. This took many forms, and even became somewhat exploitative. In one of these instances, they created their own satirical parody version of the Bat, in order to sell papers. Sheldon Finger, a little person, was hired by the Gazette to don a costume they had made, and Sheldon became the Bat-Mite. This role brought some fame with it, as the sensationalism with the Bat reached an all-time high. Toys were made in Bat-Mite's likeness, and Sheldon got to appear in public events and newspapers every other week. Sheldon loved getting to live this role, even though it could be somewhat demeaning at times. Many made fun of his height and took the parody and satire too far. As the sensationalism died down, Sheldon soon found himself out of work. The Gazette had used his likeness to make a fortune, but Sheldon was left penniless. Sheldon wasn't as bothered by this as he was by the sudden lack of attention. He had enjoyed the fame of being Bat-Mite. He had no delusions about the fact that Bat-Mite had been created as a joke, but he had at least felt some semblance of respect when in costume. Sheldon felt discarded, depressed, and alone. All of that changed when an idea dawned on him. He could still be Bat-Mite, and he could become a true defender of Gotham, just like the Batman. Bat-Mite would embark on numerous attempts at doling out justice, but would usually get himself into trouble or cause it. Bat-Mite, while meaning well, became a great annoyance to the Batman. The Bat had to get Sheldon out of a lot of sticky situations. Bat-Mite, for better or for worse, became an honorary member of the Bat Team. This was less an acceptance into the inner circle, and more a way to keep Sheldon from getting into more trouble. He was not privy to the secret identities of the other vigilantes on the team. Another well-beloved addition to the Bat Team was Ace the Bat Hound. It's commonly said that dogs are man's best friend. In this instance, Ace certainly was the Batman's. Ace was very well trained. The Batman had gotten him in order to have a guard dog for the Batcave. Ace was trained similarly to the dogs used by police in England and Belgium. This afforded the canine with ample defensive capabilities. Ace knew how to restrain and deter intruders quite effectively. On top of his training as a guard dog, Ace became a friendly presence to the allies of the Bat. Nightwing was known to sneak the dog a treat once in a while, and Ace was quite affectionate towards the others. Alfred and Ace had a special relationship as they were both in the Batcave the most. During Barbara Gordon's early days after being paralyzed, Ace was a constant emotional support to her. Ace was also the first to detect when Jason Todd was in distress due to his brain damage, and would rush to comfort him. Whenever the Batman was present in the Batcave, Ace would not leave his side. Ace was as caring as canines could come, and would serve the Bat Team loyally for years. Not every new ally to the Bat Team so easily gained their trust at first. When a vigilante who identified himself as Azrael first appeared in Gotham, the Bat Team was extremely wary of him. His grim appearance was, quite literally, much like that of a knight. He wielded twin blades and wore metallic armor that shielded him from gunfire and physical attacks. On top of this, it was very clear that Azrael had extensive combat training. Azrael's methods, while brutal, were effective and non-lethal. The Bat Team was not able to learn much about Azrael other than what he had revealed to them. He claimed to be a champion of the Noble Order of Saint Dumas, and that he sought to fight for truth and justice. He sought to make Gotham a better place. The Batman connected with Azrael on these ideals, and even worked with Azrael on a couple of occasions to gauge the knight's prowess. Gradually, the rest of the Bat Team began to trust the new vigilante. The only one who remained wary of Azrael was Jason Todd, the Red Hood. Jason had been subjected to service in a secret organization, and the Order of Saint Dumas sounded too similar to him. In spite of this, Azrael remained an ally to the Bat Team, and would fight alongside them in the Shadow War. As the coming war with the League of Assassins inched closer and closer, the Bat Team would do their best to prepare. The warning signs had been cited: David Cain and Lady Shiva's involvement with the battle for Chinatown, Onyx's incursion into Gotham, Jason Todd's torture and brainwashing at their hands, and the Batman's own experience training with them. All these signs pointed to the League eventually making a move on Gotham. In spite of their preparation, neither the Bat Team, GCPD, or citizens of Gotham could truly prepare for the horrors that would ensue. The Shadow War of Gotham City would spark a flame that had the potential to either begin effective change or burn the city to the ground. Many lives would be lost, and all of them would haunt the Batman in the years to come. His desire to leave crime fighting behind would be at the forefront of his mind. In spite of this, Bruce knew that he had the support of his adoptive family and friends. All of these allies, old and new alike, would prove indispensable in the coming conflict, and the Batman was grateful to have them. The Batman had become more than a person, more than a singular crusade. The symbol of the Bat had become a beacon for these people, those who thought this crime-fighting crusade to be the hand of true justice. Whether or not this was actually the case, Gotham would need the Bat Team if it was to survive the war on the horizon. The Batman had little to no time for distractions from his crusade against crime in Gotham. This included romance of any kind. Still, Bruce Wayne was only human. He had a reputation as a playboy, and he would frequently make sure to be seen in public with his dates as Bruce Wayne. As the Batman, there were only a select few who chose to love him, and even fewer with whom he chose to reciprocate that attraction. One such person was Talia al Ghul.
During his time training with the League of Assassins, Bruce was introduced to Talia al Ghul. She was the second daughter of one of the most powerful men in the world, Ra's al Ghul. Ra's, as the leader of the League, had final say in most matters. Her older sister's name was Nyssa. At first, Talia was jealous of Bruce. She could see that her father saw Bruce as the son he had never had. She took great pleasure in sparring with Bruce. The first several times they sparred, she left him sprawled on the ground. After much of this, and much practice, Bruce began to defend himself. Talia began to grudgingly respect the new recruit. He showed great promise. Eventually, this grudging respect evolved into attraction, one that was reciprocated by Bruce. Talia was young and optimistic, and Bruce was focused and driven. The two entered a passionate relationship, but tried to keep it a secret. Unbeknownst to them, Ra's picked up on the mutual attraction between Bruce and Talia right away. And when Bruce left the League's ranks suddenly, Ra's forbid his daughter from traveling to Gotham. He wanted her to stay away from Bruce. This did not stop Talia al Ghul. Growing up in the League, and surrounded by mostly men, Talia learned to value herself very highly. She further proved this with her combat prowess. The only person she had met whom she considered an equal, apart from her father, was Bruce Wayne. This was why she loved him, and this was why she disobeyed Ra's. She wanted to learn why Bruce had left so suddenly without so much as a goodbye. She felt a sense of betrayal and wanted answers. Talia traveled to Gotham to find Bruce. It did not take her long to find him. He was clearly using the tactics he had learned from the League in his crusade as the Batman. She confronted the vigilante, demanding answers. Bruce apologized, stating that he had not left because of her. He had left because Ra's had wanted Bruce to become the successor to the role of Demon's Head, leader of the League of Assassins. He had told Ra's that he would not kill, and Ra's stated that if this were the case, he would never lead the League. Bruce had left the next day. Bruce told Talia all of this, and he stated that as much as he cared for her, his mission in Gotham could not include their relationship. It was too much of a distraction in his mind. When O-sensei came looking for her, Talia left Gotham, angry and heartbroken. But she did not leave before she shared one last night with Bruce. Years after this night that they shared, Talia would return to Gotham. This time she would not be making her journey alone. This time, her son Damian joined her. Again, it did not take long for Talia to find the Batman. Even as a detective, Bruce did not need those skills to see that the boy was his son. Bruce was shocked by the news that he was a father. He had taken on wards over the years, but having a biological child was new territory for him. Damian bore some of his father's physical characteristics, but also the demeanor of his grandfather, Ra's al Ghul. Talia told Bruce of how she had conceived and born their child after their last night together. Bruce could see that the optimistic young woman Talia had been was gone. She had become much more like her father, dangerous, calculating, and cruel. She had brought Damian to meet his father and presented the child with a choice: to return with her to the League of Assassins, or to stay and train under his father's tutelage. To give Damian time to consider these options, Talia and Bruce decided to have Damian live at Wayne Manor for the time being. All that the boy had known of his father up until this point was what he had read about Bruce's public life as a wealthy playboy, and the newspaper clippings and stories of the Batman's exploits in Gotham. Damian had built up an idea in his mind of the mythical figure his father seemed to be, an expectation that fell short upon reading the actual man himself. Their relationship was one that did not come naturally. Bruce had a hard time finding his footing as a father figure. Alfred had more or less raised Dick and Jason, and Tim had been older than both of them when taking on the mantle of Robin. Likewise, Damian found being his father's son distasteful. He was used to the hard life of being in the League of Assassins where it was kill or be killed. His father's approach was too mild, too merciful towards criminals, in Damian's mind at least. Despite this rocky start, it didn't always stay that way. Damian chose to stay in Gotham with his father. Talia returned to the League and her father. In the months leading up to the Shadow War in 1934, Damian would train with the Batman, even accompanying him, on a small number of missions in Gotham while wearing a mask. Damian's training with the League was obvious to Bruce. The boy's brutality in dealing with criminals knew no bounds. Bruce worked specifically to help Damian rein in his violence, teaching him that, in some instances, less was more. Damian was reluctant to accept this at first. He considered showing mercy to be admitting weakness to one's enemies. But over time, Damian learned compassion, not just intellectually, but in practice. The Bat Team was just as shocked as Bruce to learn that he had a son, but they also welcomed Damian into the fold. Nightwing took on an older brother role for Damian, much to the boy's chagrin. Oracle found Damian's sharp retorts amusing and enjoyed trading sarcastic remarks with him. Jason Todd, someone already with patience in short supply, was often annoyed by Damian. Jason saw the parallels between Damian and Bruce and would constantly bicker with the boy. Eventually, the annoyance turned into good-natured bickering. Damian and Ace the Bat-Hound got along very well. Ace stood almost as tall as the boy, but would constantly stay by his side. Alfred and Bruce found this amusing. They considered that Damian's disciplined upbringing in the League caused Ace to respond well to his commands, almost as if the dog could sense it. Overall, Damian was welcomed into their circle. Tim Drake, the current Robin at the time, could see that Damian's presence was inevitably leading to one place, the son of the Bat being the next to take on the role of Robin. This would cause some contention between Tim and Damian later on, and Damian would not take on the mantle until after the Shadow War. Even though Damian and Bruce's meeting had been one the Batman hadn't expected, it turned out to be a positive prospect. The relationship between father and son eventually became less forced, and the two gained a great respect for each other. Damian was proud to be a member of the Bat Team, even if he had not yet taken on a persona. Something that the boy dreaded, however, was the conflict that was becoming very obvious. Tensions were high, and everyone knew that the League of Assassins had its sights set on Gotham. Damian was conflicted within. He knew he would have to choose between his father and his new family, and his mother and the family he had been raised in. The war between the Bat Team and the League would be a bloody one, and Damian dreaded it. He would never admit this to his newfound allies or his father, but he felt it nonetheless. He would have to choose between helping to preserve Gotham or helping to raise it. It was not an easy choice, especially for one so young. Whether or not Damian admitted these things to Bruce, Bruce knew that his son would be facing this decision. He did his best to make it known that he would have Damian's back, that he would support him no matter what. In the Shadow War, Damian would have a crucial role to play, one that could decide the fate of Gotham City and the people who lived within it. Would he choose mercy and compassion, or would he choose vengeance and destruction? Only time could tell, and no one could make that decision for him. The war was coming. More mysterious than the League of Assassins was its leader. Known by many names, Ra's al Ghul, the demon's head, had been shaping the direction of history for hundreds of years. This mysteriousness surrounding him was a closely guarded secret. The name of Ra's al Ghul does not appear in history books and classrooms, but is only whispered by those used to living in the shadows. It is hard to discern fact from fiction, truth from fabrication, but there are some tales and legends that stand out more than others. One such legend is that of Endymion. Endymion was a shepherd, Aeolian in descent, whose physical beauty was unparalleled. This beauty drew the attention of the Titan moon goddess, Selene. Selene petitioned Endymion's father, Zeus, to grant the shepherd eternal youth. This way she could appreciate his beauty for eternity. Another account attributed to the demon's head was that of Marco Polo. Polo referenced Hassan Sabah, the old man on the mountain. Sabah was said to lead the Hashashin, an ancient order of assassins. These accounts lend credibility to the historical existence of such a figure as Ra's al Ghul. It is unknown how many of these accounts are based in truth or fabricated for the intents and purposes of the League of Assassins. All of these tales involved an air of mystery and, in some cases, immortality. The League of Assassins held the belief that Ra's al Ghul was immortal, while others aware of their existence believed that the title of Demon's Head was passed down each generation to a new successor. Whatever the truth may have been, it was generally believed that Ra's al Ghul was the founder of the League of Assassins. The League had been shaping history and manipulating political infrastructures in West, East, and Central Asia since the Crusades. The influence of Ra's al Ghul and his League was very widespread, while only being based out of West Asia. An event that Ra's al Ghul allegedly played a part in was the fall of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire, near its end, had numerous issues within and without. The Young Turk Revolution was gaining traction, and the Ottoman Empire had suffered numerous military defeats. They had lost the Italo-Turkish War, and they had lost the Balkan Wars. This resulted in the expulsion of the Ottomans from all of North Africa and almost all of Europe. It is speculated that Ra's al Ghul and the League of Assassins were responsible for helping fund and supply the rivals of the Ottoman Empire during these conflicts. This would make Ra's indirectly responsible for the events leading up to World War I, the Great War. The fall of the Ottomans and the rise of a new regime would be causation for the horrors to come. Another conflict that Ra's al Ghul may have been involved in was the Boxer Uprising in China between 1899 and 1901. This conflict was an anti-foreign, anti-colonial, and anti-Christian uprising. It resulted in numerous deaths, innocent people and otherwise, and was a very bloody conflict. The Society of Righteous and Harmonious Fists was responsible for these deaths. They were referred to as Boxers by the English due to their propensity for Chinese martial arts, referred to as Chinese boxing at the time. Ra's would have wanted this outcome in the Boxer Uprising. It would have aided his interest in Asia tremendously. These two conflicts show what exactly Ra's al Ghul and the League were doing, consolidating power from the shadows. Apart from his lackeys in the League, Ra's had other allies, ones he trusted above everyone else. His daughters, Nyssa and Talia, were just such allies. They were half-sisters. Nyssa was the firstborn daughter of Ra's and had been the result of a night of lust between Ra's and a woman he didn't love. Nyssa did not meet her father until she was 5 years old. Her mother was cruel to her, and as a result, Nyssa had already developed a cruel streak herself. This was due to the verbal and physical abuses she had experienced at her mother's hands. Ra's was angry to learn of Nyssa's existence. It had not been planned, and Ra's was someone who liked to maintain control. Still, he had her trained and respected as the progeny of the Demon's Head, as was her right. Talia, on the other hand, was Ra's al Ghul's favorite daughter. She was offered something Nyssa had never experienced from their father: affection. Nyssa always resented her sister, and when Talia and Bruce Wayne fell in love, would have loved nothing more than to kill Bruce just to spite her sister. Another of the allies of the Demon's Head was his most faithful servant, Ubu. A former Rashidi fighter, Ubu was one of the deadliest men in the world and loyal only to Ra's. This was because of a blood pact the two had made in 1903. Ubu had been fighting for the Rashidi in the Battle of Dilam. This battle was one facet of the unification war between the Rashidi and the Saudi rebels. During the Battle of Dilam, Ra's al Ghul saved Ubu's life. From that day forward, Ubu pledged himself to the Demon's Head. He would serve as Ra's al Ghul's bodyguard for the rest of his life. With all of these accomplishments, Ra's al Ghul began to turn his eyes from the Old World empires. His gaze shifted to the United States of America. In his eyes, they had proven themselves formidable in the Great War. Ra's thought them to be the next power to control humanity's future. When Bruce Wayne came to Asia looking for training, and specifically the League of Assassins, Ra's al Ghul saw an opportunity. He welcomed Bruce into the League, taking confidence in him more than any of his previous protégés. As Bruce's skills flourished with the League, Ra's could see raw potential in the young man. It thrilled him to see such commitment, such discipline. It reminded Ra's of himself. Ra's could see the attraction forming between Bruce and Talia, and was secretly approving of it. He saw this union as a good thing for the League. His plan for Bruce was to have him help the League infiltrate the political and social classes of America. Upon achieving this, Ra's hoped to make Bruce the new leader of the League of Assassins. These dreams were crushed when Bruce caught on to the plans of the Demon's Head. The young millionaire wanted no part of the slaughter that Ra's had and would commit. Bruce did not want the life of a warlord. After a heated argument, Bruce left the League of Assassins in the dead of night, and Ra's forbade his daughter Talia from ever seeing him again. Ra's was himself enraged that Bruce would so readily turn his back on the League of Assassins. It lent credence to the fact that Ra's considered himself almost godlike in stature compared to the rest of the League, even the rest of the world. This belief was also held by many among the League's warriors. Acting in this anger, Ra's made sure that his plans for America included Gotham City at the top of the list. The wrath of Ra's al Ghul would spark a bloody conflict in Gotham. The fact that Bruce Wayne had declined the mantle of Demon's Head enraged the leader of the League. Saying no to Ra's al Ghul was not something that you did as a member of the League of Assassins. Bruce knew this when he left, but could have no idea what the repercussions of this would mean. It would be years after his departure from the League that the events leading up to the Shadow War would occur. The Demon's Head wanted vengeance against Bruce, yes, but he also considered himself a savior. He would not only attempt to seize control of Gotham, he would attempt to save it from itself. And if that proved impossible, he would burn it to cinders. This was part of the hubris of Ra's al Ghul. He considered himself above reproach, above morality, and above what most considered the common good. Whether or not Ra's al Ghul was actually immortal, he seemed to have bought into the stories and legends that claimed it was so. The months ahead held numerous horrors, tragedies, and harrowing experiences for all parties involved in the Shadow War. Lines would be drawn in the sand, enemies would become allies, and battles would be waged. And at the heart of it all, Ra's al Ghul would be orchestrating this war, a deadly metaphorical chess game between himself and the Batman. The price of the Shadow War would be paid in blood, that of the League of Assassins, the Bat Team and their allies, and the common citizens of Gotham. Gotham City would never be the same, and the Demon's Head would have his day. After the fall of the Court of Owls in 1934, Gotham City settled into a relative peace and normalcy. It was almost as if the citizens could finally breathe easy. The organized mob in Gotham was still active but largely subdued. Most of the supervillains, as they were nicknamed by the media, had been interned in either Arkham Asylum or Blackgate Federal Penitentiary. Many considered it to be a much-needed and well-deserved break from the atrocities that Gotham had witnessed in recent years. It had seen the rise of costume criminals and vigilantes, secret societies bent on domination, and corruption unlike any other city in the U.S. In the midst of all this, Bruce Wayne did his best to continue helping Gotham maintain that normalcy. He oversaw the continuation and conclusion of the Gotham Urban Renewal Project. Bruce was tired. The toll that crime fighting had taken on him was weighing him down. He felt good being able to help Gotham as Bruce Wayne, not the Batman, for a change. In celebration for the completion of the Gotham Urban Renewal Project, Bruce decided to host a gala at a venue in the city proper. All of Gotham's figureheads were invited, as well as many members of the police force. Bruce wanted to show gratitude to those who had turned their noses up at corruption and made the project possible. On the night of the event, Bruce was in high spirits. One of Bruce's, as well as the Batman's close friends, Commissioner James Gordon, also attended this gala. The following interaction is mentioned in the journals kept by Bruce Wayne before and during the events of the Shadow War. Upon approaching Gordon, Bruce noticed that the Commissioner was speaking with another police officer, Jason Bard. Bruce knew Bard through his nightly activities. Bard was an informant for the Batman. As Bruce approached the pair, Bard left abruptly. Bruce and Gordon engaged in casual conversation until Bruce mentioned the interaction he had just witnessed. Gordon, in a hushed tone, told Bruce not to repeat what he was about to hear, swearing him to secrecy. Bruce agreed. The two men went outside the building to talk in privacy. Gordon told him of the recent rumors on the street that the police had heard about, that a series of coordinated attacks had happened throughout Gotham. These attacks had been seemingly random and were against all manner of citizens. Businessmen, construction workers, homeless men and women were all victims. Most had been either killed or seriously injured. All had been killed by a bladed weapon, most likely a sword. Gordon told Bruce that it reminded him of the battle for Gotham's Chinatown. Gordon's final words to Bruce haunted the young millionaire. If this is anything like that, it means there's another war coming. Bruce could barely respond before the entire street was rocked by a massive explosion. Reeling in shock, Bruce and Gordon watched the building that they had just been in light up with fire. It knocked them off their feet. As Bruce came to his senses and stood up, he knew without a shadow of a doubt. This was no accident. There was a strangely colored gas in the air. It resembled the fear gas that the Scarecrow had developed. As he looked around frantically at the crowds of screaming people, a face stood out to him in the crowd. It was the face of O-Sensei, head teacher of the League of Assassins. Before he could react, O-Sensei disappeared into the crowd. The fire department arrived moments later. Bruce could see some survivors reeling from the fear gas. He realized that Jonathan Crane was most likely involved. In the aftermath of the explosion, numerous people were dead, many more were injured, and still more reeling from the fear gas. Some individuals were even attacking each other viciously. Bruce immediately convened the Bat Team and all of their allies. Not all of their outside allies knew his identity, so he addressed them as the Batman. The members of the Bat Team included Nightwing, Oracle, Robin, Damian, Red Hood, Batwoman, Black Bat, and Alfred. Their allies outside of the immediate team were Onyx, Azrael, and Wildcat. The Batman caught them up to speed on the happenings at the gala. They all listened on in horrified silence at the sheer terror of the attack. The Bat informed them that he had seen O-Sensei at the scene. This undoubtedly made them all think of the numerous encounters they had already had with the League. Black Bat's heritage as the daughter of Cain and Lady Shiva, Jason's brainwashing at the hands of Professor Oho, Onyx's membership in the League as one of the Seven Men of Death, and the bloody battle for Chinatown. The League had made it personal. Each one of these people had been adversely affected by them. They all knew that a storm had been brewing for some time, It was merely a matter of when the League of Assassins would strike against Gotham. Utilizing the expertise of those allies who had been exposed to the League, as well as the dossiers that the Batman had on their members, the Bat's allies learned who it was they were up against. Onyx was familiar with the Seven Men of Death, the elite of the elite within the League, and shared her knowledge on them. Red Hood shared what he knew of Professor Oho and the League's brainwashing techniques. Damian corroborated their information. The Batman then shared what he knew about Ra's al Ghul. Many of the Bat team had never heard of him except in passing comments made by the Bat. What he shared with them brought a whole new level of graveness to the situation. The Batman shared that Ra's considered himself a god. Where the demons had differed from their previous adversaries was that he considered himself to have a sacred mission, a duty to carry out. It was not so different from the Bat's own crusade, but much deadlier in nature. The Bat's allies were struck by the grim realization that this might be the largest threat they had ever faced, one that struck from the shadows, and one that considered itself to be the epitome of justice. While this meeting was occurring, another of the Bat's allies was within Gotham City itself. Lucius Fox had just finished working for the day at Wayne Enterprises and was heading to his automobile to return home. Lucius, responsible for so much within and without the Batman's crusade, was eager to return to his family. As he started up the car, the ignition made an odd noise. Lucius was hardly able to register this in his mind before the automobile exploded, killing him instantly. The death of Lucius Fox was a shock to the Batman and immediate Bat team. The Batman knew that it was no accident. The League of Assassins had intended for this to happen in an attempt to cripple Wayne Enterprises and thus lead the Bat's crusade. The Bat still had his handyman, Harold Allnut, working on gear for him, but Lucius had been a close friend of Bruce's. Lucius had not been the only one attacked. Other city officials had also been killed in similar explosions that day. Lucius's son, Luke Fox, was impacted by his father's death the most. The young man had always looked up to his father and was deeply shaken by his sudden and violent death. The Batman was also deeply impacted, but he hid it from his allies. He was greatly saddened to lose another person whom he considered a dear friend. This death galvanized the Bat team into action. They sought any clue that might lead them to the location of the League within Gotham. Bruce had reason to believe that Ra's al Ghul had not yet arrived. He knew his former mentor well enough to know that the Demon's Head would want to make his presence known. After days and nights of searching, however, the Batman and his allies were no closer to finding anything to point them in the right direction. Meanwhile, at the Gotham City Police Department, a large, mysterious crate arrived under the cover of night. Commissioner Gordon had his men bring it inside, and, hesitantly, they opened it. The police officers reeled back in shock at the sight within, the dismembered corpses of a cop and a detective who had gone missing in recent weeks. It also included a slip of paper with a crest on it, the signature seal of the Demon's Head. Gordon immediately turned on the bat signal. When the Batman arrived, Gordon briefed him on the grisly sight they had just uncovered. In the middle of their conversation, Jason Bard, the Batman's informant, arrived with news. He had been working undercover for Gordon to learn anything he could about the League of Assassins. Bard had received word from numerous sources that the Demon's Head would arrive in Gotham the very next evening. Bard alleged that Ra's al Ghul would arrive at the Gotham dockyards. The Batman was somewhat relieved to finally receive some good news. They now had information that would hopefully give them a leg up on the League. The Bat returned to his allies and shared this information. Together, they prepared to ambush the leader of the League of Assassins. They hoped to swiftly put an end to the chaos. Another day commenced, and night soon fell. The Bat team and their other allies prepared to apprehend Ra's al Ghul. The sunset cast its orange light over the Gotham dockyards, and the Batman recalls a naive sense of surety in his journals. He was so sure that this conflict would come to a swift end. Soon enough, a ship arrived at the dockyards, and two figures stepped off of it. Both were cloaked. One figure stood almost a head taller than the other. Slowly, the shorter figure removed his hood, revealing Ra's al Ghul, the Demon's Head. The Batman revealed himself, stepping out from his vantage point. The tension in the air was palpable as the Batman stated that Gotham was under his protection. He would not allow Raish to inflict any more damage upon the city, its people, or his allies. Raish laughed at this statement. He replied to the Batman that his machinations had only just begun. The demon's head told him that there was no stopping it now, that the Batman had dug the grave for his city, its people, and his allies by rejecting the League of Assassins all those years ago. The tension rose, and it seemed as if a battle was about to ensue. Just before either side could advance, however, two massive explosions rang out from the city. The Batman and his allies turned to survey smoke rising in the distance. Ra's al Ghul laughed again, stating that the explosions had originated at Arkham Asylum and Blackgate Federal Penitentiary. Ra's told them that he had freed the inmates, restoring to them what Gotham had stolen, their freedom. Ra's turned to the Batman, saying,
"It looks like you'll have your hands full, Detective."
The Batman and his allies had no choice but to allow Ra's to escape. They had to help the police contain the prisoners. As they rushed to do so, the Batman reached the grim realization of his naivety. This conflict was far from over. It had only just begun. The chaos that followed the explosions at Blackgate and Arkham was catastrophic. Numerous inmates from both institutions managed to escape into the streets of Gotham. The Batman, Bat-Team, and their other allies all worked tirelessly to aid the Gotham City Police Department in apprehending the escapees. Even after detaining numerous inmates, there were still many more unaccounted for. Some of those detained in Blackgate's special inmate program wing managed to escape, including Killer Croc and the Man-Bat. Missing escapees from Arkham Asylum included the Joker and Two-Face, among others. The streets of Gotham were filled with pandemonium. The inmates of the two prisons were wreaking havoc. Many of Gotham's citizens were murdered in cold blood, their bodies left in the streets. Many more of Gotham's population fled the city altogether, no longer feeling safe in their own homes. Numerous fires raged across Gotham, with the police and fire department working almost all hours to keep the flames from consuming the city. The Batman and his allies found it necessary to reconvene and rethink their strategy, keeping Gotham safe while also finding a way to combat the League of Assassins and Ra's al Ghul. They set up a temporary base of operations in a building owned by Wayne Enterprises, an old warehouse that didn't see a lot of usage. This allowed them to be closer to the city and operate in it more centrally. Alfred remained in the Batcave with Ace the Bat-Hound, and Oracle joined them there from time to time. In spite of this, they still struggled to gain an upper hand. All of that changed when an unexpected visitor entered their base of operations. Lady Shiva, who had remained in hiding until this point, arrived and offered her help in the battle against the League. The Batman was immediately wary of this offer. He had battled with Shiva before, and she had been partially responsible for the bloodshed in Gotham's Chinatown. Oracle pulled the Batman aside and pointed out that Shiva did genuinely care for her daughter, Cassandra. Cassandra, as the Black Bat, had proven an invaluable member of the team. Oracle reasoned that Shiva had no ill intent so long as her daughter fought with the Bat-Team. In light of this, the Batman begrudgingly agreed to allow Shiva to work with them. As the intensity of the conflict grew, Bruce felt an obligation to Alfred as well, an obligation to keep his surrogate father out of harm's way. Bruce attempted to dismiss Alfred, stating that it was for his own safety. Alfred snappishly replied that Bruce would have to knock him out cold and ship him in a crate to get him to leave Gotham. Grimly amused, Bruce realized that there was no changing his butler's mind. He reluctantly agreed to let Alfred stay on during the Shadow War, a decision that would come to haunt him. With the Bat-Team resuming normal patrols and utilizing the information Shiva had given them, the Batman set his mind to stopping the machinations of the Demon's Head. Shiva remained a secret ally of theirs. She fed them new information as she gained access to it. The Bat and his allies fought numerous battles across rooftops, in the streets, and down alleyways against the League's members. It was slow progress, but it was progress nonetheless. In spite of these small victories, the Batman could not help but feel that Ra's had been ominously inactive since arriving in Gotham. It seemed as though the leader of the League was biding his time, waiting for an opportunity of some kind. Sure enough, this was exactly the case. In one evening, the police began to receive numerous reports. A suspected opium den was set ablaze in Gotham's Chinatown district. After the flames had been subdued, the body of Jason Bard was discovered inside. It was well known by some that he would frequent establishments like this in his spare time. His friends on the police force suspected that he had probably been drugged up when the fire started, resulting in his death. Across town in an abandoned Wayne Enterprises factory, another explosion occurred. Harold Allnut worked here, building equipment and maintaining vehicles for the Batman. Harold was born unable to speak, but this did not stop him from developing his mind. The man was a genius when it came to technology and engineering. The Batman had discovered him living in the abandoned factory, but soon brought him into the fold. This was due to his skills, obvious in the projects Harold had been working on before the Batman found him. Harold gravitated back and forth between the factory and the Batcave while working on the Batman's arsenal. Harold happened to be in the factory when it exploded. The blast killed him. This was a crippling blow to the Bat Team, who had lost both Lucius Fox and Harold Allnut in a matter of weeks. As the police learned of this, they relayed the info to the Batman. As the Bat was instructing each of his allies on what to do, he received a telephone call. The Bat Team had a secure line running through the entire city for communication. Alfred was on the other end of the line. He informed the Batman that Wayne Manor was under attack. Bruce could only presume that it was the League of Assassins. The Batman immediately entered the Batmobile and sped back towards Wayne Manor in the Batcave. He recounts the dread he felt in his journals.
I fear for Alfred's life. I fear for the city. And I fear that everything that we have worked for will come tumbling down around us.
As he arrived at the manor, he saw men dressed in black outside, some armed with swords and others with guns. One of them turned their Tommy gun on the Batmobile, damaging the wheels and the hood of the car. The Batman managed to get the car close enough to send the men scattering. He then leaped out of the car and disarmed the thugs with guns. He fought his way inside the manor. The interior of the mansion was littered with bullets, blood, and a few bodies of the assailants. Bruce could tell that Alfred had put up a fight. The carnage led to one of the secret passages to the Batcave. The false wall had been torn down. The Batman cautiously proceeded forward, worried for his surrogate father's safety. As he reached the cave itself, he saw more bodies. Alfred was not among them. He was propped up against one of the far walls, clutching a rifle. Beside Alfred lay Ace the Bat-Hound. The dog was still and unmoving. As the Batman approached them, he could see a large gash on Ace's side. The dog was dead. Alfred was also wounded, but still conscious. The Batman rushed to get his butler medical supplies. Alfred had spent numerous hours stitching Bruce up after dangerous escapades. Now it was Bruce's turn to do the same for him. After stabilizing Alfred as best he could, the Batman assisted him to the Batmobile. As they left Wayne Manor, however, another car arrived. Bruce could see that it was full of more members of the League of Assassins. They gave chase, firing rounds at the Batmobile while they sped into the city proper. Some of the bullets continued to tear away at the Batmobile, and eventually, the car gave out. Forced to abandon the automobile, the Batman helped Alfred into an alleyway behind some crates. The members of the League caught up to them after a few moments. The Batman found himself and Alfred completely surrounded and out of options. One of the League members shouted out for them to surrender or they would open fire. Looking at Alfred, the Batman knew that this could be the end for them. He braced himself, ready to go out fighting, when sudden gunfire sounded out. Peering out from behind the crates, the Batman saw the bodies of their assailants laying all around. Behind them were more men. One of them, shorter in stature, hobbled forward, stepping into clear view. It was Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin. The Penguin approached the Bat with his hands held high. The Batman assumed he wanted to show that he wasn't a threat. The Penguin stated that he'd had enough of the chaos being caused by the League of Assassins. Cobblepot wanted to form a truce with the Batman and his allies in order to restore balance to Gotham. The Penguin believed himself to be the sole person who maintained order in Gotham's criminal underworld. He wanted to regain that power and get rid of the people who threatened his hold on the city. The Penguin offered his assistance to any efforts the Bat team had already undertaken. The Bat was wary of this offer. The Penguin had been evading the law for years. At first he was inclined to turn down the offer, but thought back to the assistance they'd already accepted from Lady Shiva. The Batman realized something in this moment. The League would not play fair in this war. They had already proven this point through the explosions and misdirection. The longer the Batman and his allies took to end this conflict, the more lives would be lost. If they were to take strides to win this war, the Bat team would have to make some compromises. The Batman tentatively reached out his bloody hand to shake Cobblepot's gloved one. The two agreed then and there to form an alliance, but the Batman grimly warned him against any treachery. This uneasy alliance would serve to help them in the long run, but the Batman couldn't help but wonder, at what cost? He could sense that the biggest battles were yet to come, and that Gotham had even darker days ahead before the conflict would be resolved. The Shadow War would not end until Ra's al Ghul was stopped and brought to justice. Bruce resolved to himself that he would be the one to do it. He would end this conflict that he considered himself responsible for. The Batman would bring the demon's head to justice. After Lady Shiva joined their forces, the Bat team really started to take steps towards ending the Shadow War. Her intel really started to become invaluable after the fall of the Batcave. She had been the most recently involved with the League of Assassins. She had only just left their service after the attack on Wayne Manor. Onyx didn't trust Shiva. They'd had a rocky relationship when Onyx had been in the League. With nowhere else to turn to, however, they had no choice but to trust Shiva. With her help, the Batman and his allies were able to track down the top lieutenants of the League of Assassins, the 7 Men of Death, Cain, and Nissa and Talia al Ghul. Shiva knew what targets each of them had been assigned, locations and individuals throughout Gotham. At long last, the Bat team felt as if they had a concrete plan to systematically strike back against the League. Bruce warned them all not to let their guard down. Ra's al Ghul would also be instructing his men to be on guard against attacks like this. The Bat team had no choice but to divide and conquer. Not many of the Bat team were happy about the uneasy alliance the Batman had made with the Penguin, but saw why it was necessary. The Catwoman also presented herself and offered her assistance, which the team more readily accepted. Together, they devised their plan. Black Bat and Lady Shiva would take on David Cain. There was more than enough history there to justify it. Wildcat offered to take on Hook. Hook had killed Boston Brand, an old friend of Wildcat's. Azrael and Onyx would take on Malcolm Merlyn. Onyx wanted a chance to take down the man who had caused her much pain as the leader of the 7 Men of Death. Azrael merely wanted to help in any way he could. Nightwing and Robin would take on Deathstroke. They felt well equipped enough to take down the mercenary. The Bat had trained them well. Penguin and his forces would take on Silver Monkey. They considered such muscle necessary due to Silver Monkey's combat prowess. The Red Hood and the Batwoman would take on Professor Oho and Bronze Tiger. Jason wanted a chance to bring Oho to justice. The man had caused him to lose years of his life. The Batwoman admired Jason's tenacity and also wanted to test her mettle against the Bronze Tiger. The Batman, Catwoman, and Damian would focus their efforts on combating Nissa and Talia, as well as locating the demon's head and stopping him. Over the next few days, numerous rooftop and street-level battles took place. Lady Shiva and the Black Bat engaged and fought David Cain. It was a long and bloody battle, with Cain fighting tooth and nail to survive. It eventually ended with him subdued and on his knees. Black Bat held a sword to her father's throat, the man who had caused her so much pain and suffering. She chose mercy in that moment. She chose her new family and spared his life. As she walked away, she heard the slash of a sword and saw Shiva standing over Cain's corpse. Cassandra's mother had taken her vengeance on David Cain. Wildcat managed to track down and fight Hook, one of the 7 Men of Death. During a brief verbal confrontation, Wildcat told Hook he was taking him down for killing Boston Brand. Hook laughed at this, and the two fought viciously. In the end, the Hook slashed Wildcat fatally, but not before Wildcat took one last-ditch swing at the assassin. It caught Hook unawares, and he stumbled and fell off the rooftop they were on, crashing to his death on the street below. Azrael and Onyx confronted Malcolm Merlyn atop an abandoned Queen Industries building. The combined combat prowess of Azrael and Onyx resulted in Merlyn being tremendously overmatched, though he fought extremely well. In the end, Onyx drove her spear through Merlyn's leg. The leader of the 7 Men of Death fell to the ground, but as Onyx approached, he drove his sword through her chest. Azrael moved to stop him, but was too late. Before Azrael could do anything, Malcolm threw a smoke bomb down, enveloping them all in it. Merlyn was gone when the smoke cleared, and Azrael was left alone with Onyx. In her last moments, Azrael held her hand, and she asked him to thank the Batman for her second chance. Onyx died a hero. In the battle between Deathstroke, Nightwing, and Robin, words were just as impactful as fists. Nightwing's quips and Robin's analytical mind confused and enraged Deathstroke. He fought with all his might, but the two remained seemingly unfazed by this fact. Eventually, Deathstroke's confusion and rage led to him making a mistake, and Nightwing and Robin incapacitated and detained him. Deathstroke would remember this fight for years to come, especially when combating a group that would later be known as the Titans. The Penguin's forces engaged Silver Monkey in the streets. Silver Monkey, as arrogant as they came, considered them to be no match for himself. He fought with hellish vigor, but eventually the sheer numbers of Penguin's men forced him to retreat. Fearful of Ra's al Ghul's wrath, Silver Monkey fled Gotham altogether. He would return to his life before joining the League of Assassins. Red Hood and the Batwoman tracked down Professor Oho and Bronze Tiger in an old laboratory in Gotham's industrial district. Red Hood underestimated the effect that seeing Oho would have on him. Oho knew which of Jason's buttons he could press, and it proved difficult for him to engage in combat. It was difficult, at least, until the Batwoman knocked Oho out cold with a single punch. With Oho incapacitated, Bronze Tiger attacked in retaliation, and the three fought. With a number of traded blows, the Red Hood landed the final punch that knocked Bronze Tiger unconscious. They bound the 2 members of the 7 Men of Death. It was here that Jason found himself in a position to take revenge. He aimed a gun at the unconscious form of Professor Oho. The Batwoman saw this but was indifferent. Her experiences had hardened her. She told Red Hood she wouldn't say anything to the Bat if he chose to take revenge. Before he could do this, however, Bronze Tiger, whom they had assumed was unconscious, broke from his bonds and pressed a button on a wired detonator. It ignited a series of bombs planted throughout the building. The blast blew the Batwoman out of the building, but Professor Oho and Bronze Tiger were consumed by the blast. In all of these battles, each member of the Bat Team had fought valiantly. They had defeated some of the worst menaces that the League of Assassins had to offer. Nyssa and Talia al Ghul proved to be a challenge for the Batman, the Catwoman, and Damian to defeat. Bruce knew that Damian would find it a challenge to have to face his mother, but he also knew that Damian could handle himself well enough. Nyssa, seeing that the tide of the battle was not in her favor, left her sister to fend for herself. Upon seeing this, Talia surrendered. The Batman bound her hands and asked her where Ra's was. Talia, having fought for her father half-heartedly from the start, offered up his location freely. Ra's al Ghul was in a lair beneath the Monarch Theater. The Batman let her go. He felt that he owed her that much for having left her so suddenly all those years ago. Damian noted this, and everything in his father and mother's interaction.
He was feeling somewhat torn between the League and his father. The Catwoman offered to go and assist the other members of the Bat team and tell them of Ra's al Ghul's location. The Batman and Damian departed for Monarch Theater right away. The Demon's head was there waiting for them. The Batman also noticed Jonathan Crane, the Scarecrow, was there with Ra's. Ra's al Ghul revealed his endgame to them, to unleash a blast of Crane's fear gas so powerful that it would cause Gotham's citizens to tear each other apart. The contraption they would use to do this was what Crane had been working on since his disappearance. It was here, underneath the Monarch Theater. Before the Bat could stop him, Damian charged the Scarecrow and attacked him. Simultaneously, Ra's drew his sword and attacked the Batman. The Bat and the Demon's Head engaged in a grueling battle. Both were very evenly matched, and both sustained numerous injuries from the other, the Batman from Ra's sword, and Ra's from the Batman's knuckle batarangs. Damian took down the Scarecrow with ease, cuffing him to a railing. When he turned to see his father and grandfather fighting, he was torn yet again. The Batman and Ra's al Ghul both collapsed, breathless and exhausted from fighting each other. Damian's eyes fell on his grandfather's sword. It had fallen in the skirmish. Damian picked it up, approaching them. Ra's saw Damian and implored him to kill his father, to take his rightful place with the League of Assassins. The Batman implored his son to drop the sword and turn his back on the League. Faced with an impossible choice, Damian yelled and drove the sword forward. It plunged into Ra's al Ghul's shoulder. The Demon's Head roared in pain, and stumbling to his feet, disappeared into the darkness. The Batman would have given chase if not for the severity of his wounds. Damian helped the Bat to his feet, and the two apprehended Scarecrow, turning him over to the police. Ra's al Ghul was broken, defeated, and had no army left. What remnants of the League remained fled back to Asia. An eyewitness account given to police alleges that Ra's al Ghul was confronted by someone in an alleyway. They claimed that they had seen the Joker approach Ra's and draw a gun. Apparently, the Joker was angry with the Demon's Head for causing so much chaos. The eyewitness told police that the Joker had shot Ra's al Ghul point blank and left his body in the alley, where it was then claimed by a very large figure, presumably Ubu, Ra's bodyguard. This eyewitness account was uncorroborated, and therefore it was impossible to tell if it was factual or not. Whatever the case, Ra's al Ghul never returned to Gotham City. The Shadow War was over. In the aftermath, Congress organized a special committee to deal with the remaining criminals and looters in the city. This committee was led by a woman named Amanda Waller. She had been authorized with emergency powers to bring the National Guard into Gotham to restore order. In the wake of the carnage, countless people had died. Members of the Bat Team and their allies, members of the League of Assassins, and also many innocent citizens caught in the crossfire. Between the explosions, the wanton attacks of the League and prison escapees, and collateral damage from the rooftop battles that were waged, a lot of people had lost their lives. Those deaths began to cause a shift in Gotham's mentality towards the Batman and his crusade. It gave rise to anti-hero and anti-vigilante protests and movements. Some of Gotham's citizens even began calling for the arrests of the Batman and his allies. These movements and voices would intensify in the years to come. The Batman was even more exhausted now. All of the deaths that had occurred during this war weighed heavily on his conscience. He wanted to find a replacement, and he wanted to retire from his crusade. The war was over, but he still felt as if they had lost. Gotham was safe, but its people hated him. In the coming months, the Batman would go back to his roots, working alone more frequently. He would leave his protégés to their own devices. He trusted them to operate independently. Bruce still trained Damian. His relationship with his son had grown through this conflict. The bloody conflict that was the Shadow War was now concluded, but night had yet to fall on the Batman.
The following story and photos are from Giant Panda King's book, Gotham 1919 to 1939, by Russell S. Beatty, available from www.giantpandaking.com. Viewer discretion is advised.
I suppose this is the end. All the roads have led here. And now it's almost over. Where do I even start?
In the aftermath of the Shadow War, Gotham's citizens were uproarious about the masked vigilantes and criminals in their city. Everyone had seen horrors and atrocities, the threat of extermination that Ra's al Ghul and his League of Assassins had represented. Gotham had seen too much death, destruction, and mayhem. Politicians gained public favor by saying they would take down the Batman and his rogues gallery. City officials called for an abolition of the relationship between the Gotham police and the Batman. The citizens of Gotham showed their disapproval in different ways. Some protested the Batman and his team, others wrote about their thoughts on the costumed heroes and villains. In spite of this outrage, there were some that reacted very differently. One such person was Laszlo Valentine. Valentine had grown up in Gotham. He was raised as a devout Roman Catholic. His parents were very strict in their following of church teaching, and Laszlo was no exception to his family's rigorous beliefs. As he grew older, his faith drove everything he did. He studied in college and became a surgeon right on the cusp of the Great War. When the war began, he enlisted and became a field surgeon. It was here, on the battlefield, that his faith was deeply shaken. The horrific sights and injuries that he faced every day made him question whether there was a God or not. Gradually, he began to realize that he no longer believed there was. This personal conclusion destroyed his sense of self. He reasoned that if there was no God, then there was no afterlife. And if there was no afterlife, then hell was out of the question. He now believed that no matter what actions he perpetrated, there would be no eternal consequences. This mentality, that his actions had no consequences, drove Valentine to adopt a new philosophy. Gone were his devout inhibitions. He now lived by the code, do what thou wilt. Valentine had never drank when he had been devout, so now he drank in excess, attempting to find liquor wherever he could. He had once fasted in observance of holy days, but now he ate gluttonously. Where he had abstained from fornication before, he now constantly found himself in brothels. He had reined in his hatred before, but now he let his rage loose. These questionable life choices caused many of his family and friends to discard him. He was no longer the person they had once known. He maintained his occupation as a surgeon, but he began to fall into ill repute. His colleagues regarded him as second-rate, and fewer patients began to come to Valentine for surgical procedures. Most people, given Valentine's new lifestyle, considered him nothing more than a gluttonous, greedy pig. At this point in his life, Valentine seemingly couldn't have cared less what others thought of him. He had spent most of his life growing up with strict rules and guidelines. He wasn't about to let the judgment of others outweigh his own. Not now that he had discarded his faith in the existence of God. This mentality of his came to a head eventually. When the Shadow War struck the streets of Gotham, Valentine was absolutely enthralled. Masked men and women of all sorts took to battling on the rooftops, the alleyways, and the streets. It was in the aftermath of the Shadow War that a sickening idea came to Valentine. Valentine took a cue from the masks he had seen during the Shadow War. Disappearances in Gotham were not uncommon. Kidnappings, murders, and other instances were unfortunate staples of the city. Following the aftermath of the Bat Team's battles against the League of Assassins, Gotham saw another string of kidnappings. These kidnappings, however, were abhorrent in nature. Children leaving school after their classes began to disappear. Concerned parents inquired to the police, but the police could find no leads. No one knew what to do until the letters began to arrive at the police station. These letters asked for a ransom of $5,000 for the return of Gotham's children. They were signed by a person referring to themselves as the Pig. The police, against the advice of the Batman, decided to give the ransom to this pig. The letters had instructed them to bring the money to a park and hand it to the driver of a black car. The kidnapper then claimed he would give them back one of the children. When the police handed the cash to the masked driver, he threw a large bag out of the window of the car and sped off. The Batman attempted to pursue in the Batmobile. The police, meanwhile, hesitantly approached the wriggling bag. Upon opening it, they found a small figure. It was a child, but something was wrong with them. The child was wrapped in bandages and had clear signs of surgical procedures, stitches and scars in various places. The police rushed the child to the hospital. Everything about this case was disturbing. The disappearance of the children, the unsettling letters, and now this horrendous mutilation of a child. The Batman pursued the black car that had received the ransom money. It led him to an abandoned butcher shop. The Bat chased the driver into the butcher shop. The sight that met him stopped him in his tracks. The interior of the shop had been gutted and turned into an operating theater of sorts. The room was lined with cages, all with children inside. The driver stood at the center of the room and turned to face the Batman. The kidnapper wore a grotesque mask resembling the face of a pig. He brandished a knife, calling himself Professor Pig. He stated that he was merely trying to make the children perfect. It was then that the Batman looked more closely at the children in the cages. Some of them were fine, untouched by this lunatic. It was the others, the ones whose mouths were surgically affixed in smiles, that left him in shocked, angry silence. Pig explained that he had seen so many unhappy, displaced children during the Great War. He told the Bat that they would no longer have to be unhappy now. The Bat rushed at Pig. He pummeled the kidnapper with an onslaught of blows, knocking the criminal to the ground. When the Batman drew back, panting and hands covered in blood, Pig lay on the floor, beaten and unconscious. The police soon arrived, but the Bat had already left after informing them of his location. He didn't want to risk the bad graces of the authorities. Public perception of masks was still negative after the Shadow War. Pig was unmasked and revealed to be Laszlo Valentine. Valentine's sanity was in question. He rambled on about his need to make the children perfect. His victims were immediately rushed to the hospital and treated. Their families were informed. Further inspections revealed that the children who had been surgically altered also had their tear ducts removed. It seemed that Pig's idea of perfection involved making the children appear permanently happy, unable to frown and unable to cry. Psychologists and doctors worked with Pig, but none could figure him out. Pig kept referring to the children as his dolls. To Gotham, Pig was further evidence that masked villains and heroes were a sickness in the city. To the Batman, it seemed to be a sign that his time was coming to an end. He had been unable to save all the children Pig had kidnapped. His failure was evident to himself. If Gotham were to continue being protected, the Batman needed to find his replacement. Gotham would always need a Batman.
As I record this, I think back to the beginning. I was young, naive, and idealistic. I probably thought I was doing good, even though countless still suffered.
Harley Quinn was a woman whose life was filled with turmoil, abuse, and manipulation. She had been with the Joker for years, enduring endless abuse and control. The Joker was a man completely self-absorbed, no matter what facade he put on for her at times. At the end of the day, Joker always twisted everything to make Harley feel figuratively smaller than him. Harley endured all of his abuse because she had convinced herself that she loved him. She was willingly blind to the fact that Joker did not actually care for her. Harley herself had abandoned her former life, murdering her father, her job at Arkham, her aspirations and dreams. Killing her father was something that still haunted Harley. He had been cruel, but he had been family. Harley had lost her way and sense of self, but with the help of Pamela Isley, she found the strength to break away from this abusive relationship. The two of them met during their own respective crime sprees. They had both set their eyes on the millionaire Bruce Wayne and had planned to kidnap him separately. Harley and Ivy clashed and accidentally spoiled each other's plans.
While they were initially angry with each other, they fled the scene together when the police began to arrive. The two parted ways, but it would not be the last they saw of each other. They eventually realized they had a lot in common. They traded a lot of correspondence, and Harley kept this from the Joker. Pamela and Harley sparked a deep friendship, one that some still speculate was romantic in nature. It was a difficult decision to leave the Joker, but it was one that ultimately saved Harley's life. For the first time, Harley felt free. In the years that followed, Harley found herself in and out of jail. She found being a solo act difficult at first, but every time she fell, she got back up again. She made deals for reduced sentences, turning state witness against the Joker. This was, in her mind, the best way to get back at him. She decided that she would use justice, kindness, and her own brand of violence to get what she wanted. Harley gave numerous public testimonies to the atrocities the Joker had committed and coerced her into. Her bravery and resilience captured the attention of the press and media, and she quickly became a sort of celebrity through media and newspapers. The name of Harley Quinn became one of resilience, bravery, and independence across America for some, and a name of contention with others. She became an icon for suffragists and women everywhere, but a controversial figure as well for those opposing said groups. Despite her newfound fame, Harley couldn't resist the temptation of a life of crime. It felt good to be looked up to and to be in good public standing, but she longed for the freedom to stand up to further injustices in her own way. She saw the way women were treated in Gotham, let alone America, and wanted to fight the corrupt system in the way she knew. Using her underworld contacts, she formed her own gang, the Red Triangle Gang, and became the leader of her own team. As Harley's fame continued to grow, she became an inspiration to many. Women everywhere in America told stories about her courage in standing up to the cruelty she had faced. Film actors like Helen Cain, Clara Bow, and even the iconic cartoon character Betty Boop all copied her mannerisms and speech, cementing her status as a pop culture icon. Harley's Brooklyn-style accent was one of the most popular things to be emulated in entertainment. Even years later, Harley would be reimagined in a variety of media. In spite of all this, Harley had never forgotten her roots. She knew deep down that she had done things she was not proud of, but she would work, in her own way, to undo the wrongs she had done. She had robbed, stolen, and killed, and wanted to make reparations, less for society and more for herself. She had forgiven herself for murdering her father. She wanted to be true to herself. She continued to live her life on the edge, always one step ahead of the law. The Gotham City police were hard-pressed to pin anything on Harley. She was good about keeping her endeavors in the shadows. When she was directly involved in her gang's activities, she made sure that it was out of the public eye. She couldn't have any witnesses providing testimony to the authorities. The members of the Red Triangle Gang, while still committing illegal activities, were all loyal to Harley. Most of them came from circus backgrounds or sideshows and understood being tread on by society. Harley always made sure that the jobs they pulled brought in enough to keep them on their feet. She cared about the people that worked for her. Harley's story is one of triumph over adversity. The cruelty she had faced had been a dark cloud hovering above her for so much of her adult life. Despite the abuse and control she endured, she found the strength to break away and forge her own path through her friendship with Pamela Isley. She had still turned back to a life of crime and was constantly at odds with the Batman and his team, but she stood firmly on her own 2 feet now. In Harley's mind, she was now more free than she ever had been. It is still heavily debated whether her impact on Gotham was positive or negative, but it had definitely affected the lives of many. Positively, she had shown that breaking away from the abuse she had suffered allowed her freedom. Countless women in Gotham saw themselves in her and were inspired to stand up for themselves. Even in later years, she would have the chance again to help in a fight against a great evil. Until then, she had stepped out of the overbearing shadow of the Joker, formed a group loyal to her, and made a name for herself. Harley had come from humble origins, but now the world knew who she was. Her bravery and resilience inspired people around the world, and her legacy continues to live on today through both pop culture and history.
Have I done everything in my power to protect this city? I don't know anymore. Sometimes it seems as if every criminal he put behind bars are replaced the next day by 10 more.
Maximilian Zeus, or Maxie, was a charismatic con man who lived in Gotham City in the mid to late 1920s. He reinvented himself as a spiritual health leader. No one knows much about his background, just that he had been abroad in Europe and only recently returned. Zeus's charisma and speaking abilities lent him a gravity that seemed to draw people in. His popularity grew among the progressive-minded, and he founded the New Olympia movement to promote the values of ancient Greece. Zeus taught his followers that the ancient pantheon of Greek gods held aspects of humanity that had to be nurtured in order to find inner fulfillment. He wrote books that preached the benefits of living an ancient lifestyle, but with a modern twist. Members of New Olympia ate only foods that would have been available in ancient Greece, wore simplistic clothing similar to togas, and lived in a compound owned by Zeus. The modernity came into play, wherein Zeus would make numerous press statements, and the group still had access to radio and other media outlets. They had access to modern medical care, but also used holistic medicinal alternatives. The group had the opportunity to live the ancient Greek lifestyle while still maintaining the modern conveniences of their era. It was, in their minds, the best of both worlds. Zeus had taken control of their behavior through this lifestyle. His group would gain a lot of publicity in Gotham. His followers supported him financially as well. He asked them for funds and promised deeper enlightenment in return. He began to exert more control over his followers, doubling down on his delusions of grandeur and theatrics. His followers were only allowed to digest media he had approved: books, broadcasts, and contact with the outside world. He had seized control of their information. Zeus next began to preach against outsiders, claiming that they were lost souls and only those within New Olympia were saved. He had taken control of his followers' thoughts. Lastly, he spurred on their emotions, proclaiming outsiders as persecutors of their group. Zeus had become more than just a spiritual leader. He had formed a cult. Absolute power corrupts, and as Zeus found his following growing, his mind began to give way. The wealth and power began to make him think that he was above the law, immune to the trappings of average people. Zeus eventually started to believe he was a living god, that he was a living incarnation of the ancient Greek god whose name he bore. Some of his followers believed it too. Their time each day was spent revolving around the care of their living god. Zeus was waited on hand and foot, and his followers seemed happy from the outside. But on the inside was a dark secret. It was later revealed that Zeus was using his celebrity status to lure women into his circle and abuse them. Zeus's ego would not let him admit that he had become an abomination of a person. His followers within New Olympia turned a blind eye to his actions and worked to cover them up. Some of them even perversely saw this as further evidence that Zeus was a god. Many women never spoke out, and those who did weren't believed. But when Julie Madison became a victim, Bruce Wayne began looking into the New Olympia movement. Julie Madison was a part of the same social circles as Bruce Wayne. She had been born into money, but was bored by it. She used her time and resources on the board of directors at Arkham Asylum, helping raise funds to better the facilities and the help they were giving the inmates. Eventually, she crossed paths with Bruce Wayne. He wasn't really her type. His seeming flippancy and playboy publicity reminded her of others in their social circles. The more they interacted, however, the more she sensed that there was more beneath the mask he put on in public. The two began a short-lived relationship fraught with lies and secrecy. Bruce was never forthcoming with his nightly activities, and Julie, understandably, resented and distrusted him for it. After the two parted ways, Julie was distressed. She had put more into the relationship than Bruce had, and she felt betrayed. Looking for something new, she turned to the New Olympia movement, taking Gotham by storm. A friend of hers had introduced her to it, and she gradually became more and more involved. When she saw the injustices and atrocities occurring in the group, she attempted to leave, but her colleagues stopped her. They were keeping her there against her will. Bruce heard of this from Julie's concerned family members, and rescued her as the Batman. This was the catalyst for the start of his investigation into the cult. The stories he uncovered from former members of the movement were startling. Zeus was now exerting so much control over his followers that they would fight, die, and kill for him. The Batman would eventually expose Maxi Zeus as a predator who had assaulted close to 80 women. He brought his findings to both the police and the press, completely destroying Zeus's public image. The police raided Zeus's compound and made numerous arrests, Maxi Zeus among them. The only ones found guilty were Zeus and his inner circle. The rest had to undergo psychological treatment. The Batman considered this case as one of the biggest failures of his crime-fighting career, and he would always regret not stopping Zeus sooner. Countless members of his movement had been psychologically affected, and countless women had been violated by a madman. Despite this heart-wrenching failure, the Batman continued to fight crime in Gotham City, always seeking to bring justice to those who had been wronged. In the end, Maxi Zeus was brought to justice, and his victims finally had their voices heard. The testimonials of his victims were damning and lent to his conviction and sentencing. Zeus swore vengeance on the Batman, whom he referred to as his lesser brother, Hades. This declaration never came to fruition as Zeus spent the rest of his days in prison. Zeus had fashioned himself after the god of lightning, so it seemed darkly fitting that he was sentenced to the electric chair. Gotham would never see his return. Batman continued to protect the city from villains like Maxi Zeus, but he never forgot the lessons he learned from this case. He always looked closer at every case, not wanting to miss any detail that might allow him to save more people. He remained vigilant against those who would abuse their power. Politicians, crime bosses, and masked villains were his primary focus. The Batman never lost sight of the fact that justice must always be served, no matter the cost. In spite of this spark of renewal in his crusade, the Batman was tired and burnt out. Bruce knew that he would not be able to continue on this way. He continued to seek alternatives for protecting Gotham, and he began to lean more heavily on his compatriots to do so. Gotham was protected. For now.
It seems as though each new costume criminal is worse than the last. The terrors that they dream up more horrific with each scheme.
When injustice occurs, there are two responses people can give. The first one is to turn a blind eye, to protect oneself from the repercussions. The other response is to stand up to the injustice, take it on, and face it headlong. To speak up in the face of injustice is a difficult but moral action. One such person who did this in Gotham was Stephanie Brown. Stephanie had grown up in Gotham all her life. Her father had been affected by the Great Depression. Her father, Arthur Brown, had been one of the unfortunate many to lose their jobs during the recession. Stephanie's mother had died not long after giving birth to her daughter. Stephanie herself was an intelligent child with an eye for detail. When radio reports of the Batgirl began to circulate, Stephanie was very taken with the idea that a woman could fight for justice in a city like Gotham. Because of his unemployment, and in order to take care of himself and Stephanie, Arthur took to small-time criminal activities. Picking pockets and mugging lone pedestrians allowed him to keep them on their feet for a little while. Stephanie was mostly unaware of her father's criminal activities, but she did have suspicions. Her keen eye and awareness made certain things hard to miss. Arthur's late nights, his demeanor, and his secrecy around her struck her as odd. Stephanie spent many nights home alone. Over the course of time, however, Arthur's small-time career came to a head. Arthur, after attempting to mug someone, came face-to-face with Robin, the Batman's apprentice. The boy wonder easily defeated and apprehended Arthur, and it seemed like Arthur would go to jail. Thinking quickly, Arthur pleaded his case to Robin. He told Robin about his daughter and how he was just trying to feed her and himself, that he would give up petty criminal activity. It seemingly worked. Robin let Arthur go, and Arthur returned home. When Stephanie saw her father after his encounter with Robin, she could tell that something had changed. Arthur seemed more grim than usual. She could tell that something had happened, but she dared not ask. Internally, Arthur was angry. His main source of income was no longer a viable option. His defeat at Robin's hands had shown him that he wasn't cut out for small-time crimes. He realized that if a child could defeat him, he needed to be smarter. He needed to think multiple steps ahead. After much thought, a new idea came to him. He began pouring himself into researching Gotham politicians, police officials, and other figureheads in the city. He learned everything he could about their lives, their friends, their rivals, and their business endeavors. After enough digging, Arthur eventually uncovered a massive scandal. Gotham oil magnates had been bribing local politicians to gain access to federal land. This land, set aside as an emergency oil reserve, was being illegally harvested by these companies in order to turn a profit. Arthur spent tireless days acquiring the necessary evidence, photographs, stolen documents, and correspondence. Arthur immediately used this evidence to set to work extorting the individuals involved. These corrupt individuals began to receive letters from a mysterious figure calling himself the Clue Master. During all of this, Stephanie Brown grew very suspicious of her father. Arthur spent long days away from home, and when he returned, shut himself up in his room. One day, while her father was gone, Stephanie ventured into his room. What she saw inside shocked her. Laid out in front of her were the details of her father's plans. Stephanie saw the moniker Clue Master among them. She felt immense shock at the fact that she had just discovered she did not truly know her father. Hearing a sound at the door, she turned to see her father standing in the doorway, his face twisted by rage. He ran at her, and Stephanie stumbled. She crashed through the window of the room. Scrambling to her feet, Stephanie fled. Not knowing who to turn to, Stephanie turned to the police. When she shared the plans her father had made, however, they did not believe her. According to them, a scandal involving a criminal mastermind and multiple politicians and city officials seemed too fantastical of a story. Stephanie was frustrated and exhausted, but before she could leave, a detective stopped her. Her name was Renee Montoya. Montoya told her that she believed her story and would look into it. Stephanie thanked her out loud, but internally she decided that it wasn't enough. If the police wouldn't do anything about it, she determined that she would. Stephanie had been inspired by the masked vigilantes in Gotham. If her father was going to make plans and be this clue master, then she would work to spoil his plans. Stephanie's thoughts inevitably turned to her hero, the Batgirl. Donning a mask and costume of her own, Stephanie Brown became the spoiler. Using what she had gleaned from her father's notes, she hit various locations that he had listed as information caches. During one of these raids, someone spotted her. As she was leaving the building, the Batman and Robin confronted her. The Batman told her off for causing trouble and for breaking into various places in the city. The spoiler tried to explain what she was doing, but the Batman gave her one final warning and left. Robin followed after the Bat, but gave the spoiler an understanding glance first. Much of the following events are lost to time, but what is known is that the spoiler eventually teamed up with Robin to build a case against Arthur Brown and bring him to justice. Robin must have felt sympathetic and gone against the Batman's wishes to work with the spoiler. Together, they confronted the Clue Master after he took a hostage at an oil refinery. They fought him, saved the hostage, and thwarted his plans, saving the city from his blackmail scheme. The corruption of the Gotham City officials was also brought to light, and they were prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The Clue Master vowed that he would get revenge on Robin and the spoiler, but he would remain in prison. Although Stephanie was saddened to see her father behind bars, she knew that it was the right thing to do, and was proud of her role in bringing him to justice. Through her actions as the spoiler, Stephanie proved that even the daughter of a criminal could become a hero and stand up for what was right. Even though the Batman had initially dismissed her, over time she gained his trust. The spoiler was welcomed onto the Bat team, and she brought her investigative skill set. Stephanie also got to meet Barbara Gordon and learned that she had been the Batgirl. It was a dream come true. One day she was just a citizen of Gotham, and the next she was fighting alongside like-minded people for justice. Stephanie also got along quite well with Robin. There is some speculation by historians of romantic involvement, but there are very little records to go on. What is known is that they continued to work together on numerous cases and even helped thwart an escape attempt from Blackgate Penitentiary by Edward Nygma, the Riddler. Stephanie's bravery and tenacity inspired others to follow in her footsteps and fight against corruption and injustice in their own communities. In her mind, the spoiler's journey was just beginning. Little did she know that the Batman's journey was coming to an end.
I've had allies some have become enemies.
It was a cold winter evening in 1937, and Julian Day sat by the fireplace in his small apartment, staring blankly into the flames. It was close to the holiday season, but his thoughts were far from the joy that it would normally bring most people. Memories of his childhood flooded back, and he shuddered as he remembered the years of abuse he had suffered at the hands of his parents. They had been cruel to him, rarely praising his achievements and frequently pointing out his flaws. They would also beat him if he misbehaved or drew negative attention to either one of them. But it wasn't just these things that his thoughts dwelled on. What haunted him the most was the memory of that fateful Christmas day, years ago, when he had snapped and taken his parents' lives. Julian recalled feeling helpless, alone, and unheard. His parents exerted control over almost every facet of his life. All he had wanted was one present for Christmas that year. He didn't care what it was. He just wanted that one luxury. His parents had dismissively promised him that Santa would bring him one. This was months before the holiday, and Julian was elated. He had previously felt like he had reached his tipping point with their cruelty, but this promise kept him going. Julian did his best to stay well-behaved and be a model child for the rest of the year. When Christmas Day arrived, Julian went to the main room of their home. There was no present under the tree. He asked his parents why Santa hadn't brought him anything, and they responded by telling him that Santa Claus wasn't real. The rage began to boil within Julian as his mother and father shrugged it off. He stormed out of the room and straight to his father's dresser. He drew his father's pistol from it. If his parents wouldn't let him have control of his own life, he decided he would take it himself. Filled with rage and resolve, he returned downstairs and shot his parents dead. He then continued to celebrate the holiday with their corpses. The police eventually arrived. Reports of gunshots had reached them. All of these events were recounted in interviews after Julian Day's arrest. Decades later, some would theorize that Julian could have had a lesion on the frontal lobe of his brain. This could have resulted in sudden, violent outbursts. Julian had been in and out of institutions for years since that day, but he knew that he could never be truly free. His grim reputation had followed him wherever he went. This hung over him like a dark shadow. He eventually managed to stay out of institutions long enough to start taking odd jobs, but he was never employed long. He would either be fired or quit himself. Every time a holiday came around, he would be unable to stop thinking about that fateful Christmas years ago. He began to slip, and again he snapped. At the sight of a family walking down the street near Easter Day, he began to follow them. For the next 2 days, he watched them, learning their routine, and eventually broke into their home on Easter morning. He murdered them in their own home, unable to control himself due to his impulses. The name Calendar Man was coined by the media. It burned into Julian's mind. He began to repeat this macabre tradition of killing families and spending holidays with their corpses. The authorities were hard-pressed to stop this Calendar Man. Seemingly no one was safe around the holidays. It was a dark and twisted world that Julian had created for himself. He was horrified with himself at first, but he couldn't help feeling a twisted sense of satisfaction as the years went by. He had felt so out of control, and taking these lives gave him a twisted, morbid sense of taking matters into his own hands. As the years raged on, Julian found himself struggling to survive, but he refused to give up his twisted way of life. He even went as far as to carve the different months of the year into his forehead and stretched around the rest of his head. It was a gruesome sight to behold, but Julian was proud of it. He continued to plan his killings meticulously, scouting houses and families for days, even weeks. He would choose his victims carefully and learn everything he could about them. Julian also crafted his costumes, dressing up for each holiday. He found that no one batted an eye when the Easter Bunny was sighted on Easter, or Santa Claus was seen walking around downtown Gotham near Christmas time. The police had been on his trail for years, but somehow he always managed to evade them and continue his gruesome tradition. Eventually, he was bound to slip up. His work became sloppy, and he accidentally left various clues leading to his identity. When the Batman picked up the case, these clues became damning for Julian. As Julian sat in his apartment, listening to the radio and waiting for his next opportunity, he He couldn't help but wonder how long he could keep this up. After all these years, he had grown tired. He knew he would be caught by the Batman, but he couldn't bring himself to stop. Even as the Batman came crashing through his window, Julian Day's thoughts most likely went to his first kill, that of his family. Regardless of the brutality he had wrought on others, he now just felt numb. All that was left of him was the Calendar Man. The Calendar Man had become a part of him, and he knew that he would never be able to escape his twisted desires.
Friends turned enemies, enemies turned friend. It gets hard to keep the record straight.
Luke Fox, the son of Lucius Fox, grew up in Europe in the wake of the race massacres in Rosewood, Florida, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. The horrors wrought upon people of color in those towns caused high tension across the country, tension between black people and their allies, and those whose intentions toward them were diabolical. Lucius was not impervious to this animosity. As the crusade of the Batman began, Lucius also feared for the repercussions of dealing with Gotham's criminal element. He was concerned about his son's safety and wanted to distance Luke from Bruce Wayne's clandestine activities. If anyone were ever to catch wind of Lucius's involvement with the Bat, the consequences for his family would be dire. Lucius believed it was best for Luke to receive education in a different country for safety. Regardless, Luke had no interest in leading a safe life as his father envisioned. He saw his father's attempt at avoiding racial violence as justified, but he couldn't understand why he had to be so distanced from his father's work. Lucius wouldn't tell him about the true nature of his involvement with Bruce Wayne. In Luke's mind, he wondered if his father didn't want him around. So, instead of following his father's wishes, he joined the 3rd Marching Regiment of the Foreign Legion, a division of the French military. He later transferred to the Metropolitan French Army unit after completing his service. Luke gained a reputation among his peers as a driven, dedicated soldier and friend. People took notice of him, and he was valued greatly. Eventually, he found himself serving as an air gunner in the French Air Service, successfully completing over 30 combat missions. Luke returned to Gotham after receiving news of his father's death, and he initially blamed the Batman and the other masked vigilantes that plagued the city. He saw his father as an innocent casualty caught in the middle of a war that wasn't his. He was angry at the Bat for putting his father so readily in harm's way. The explosion that had claimed Lucius's life had been officially ruled a terrorist attack, but Luke suspected the so-called Shadow War had been responsible. In turn, if this were true, the Batman had been involved somehow. He eventually discovered the truth, that his father had been responsible for making the Bat's crusade possible. In doing so, Lucius had aided in saving the lives of hundreds. After begrudgingly listening to the Batman's explanation, Luke's opinion of the vigilante began to change. The Batman revealed his identity to the young man as a show of trust and faith. Luke decided to honor his father's memory by assisting Bruce Wayne, alias the Batman, in the best way he knew how. He wanted to fill the shoes left behind by Lucius and help to save as many people as he could from a fate like his father's. Adopting the codename Batwing, Luke became both a pilot and valuable asset to the Bat team. His codename referred both to himself and to his aircraft, a plane provided by the Batman. He provided crucial air support during their operations and was dispatched on missions across Europe when needed, especially as tensions escalated leading up to the Second World War. Luke's transformation into Batwing not only showcased his determination to make a difference, but also highlighted his unique skill set as a seasoned airman. Over the years, he proved himself indispensable by pulling off missions that seemed impossible at times. With his expertise in combat and navigation, he became a crucial ally to the Batman and his allies. As the world slipped closer and closer to the chaos of the Second World War, Batwing's contributions became increasingly paramount, solidifying his status as a vital member of the team. Luke's journey from a young man seeking purpose in Europe to a hero fighting alongside the Batman exemplified his unwavering dedication to preserving justice and honoring his father's legacy. Batwing was exactly the kind of ally that the Batman knew he could rely upon. In the coming conflict, allies were exactly what the Bat would need if he was to survive. Luke Fox paved his own way forward and would impact Gotham greatly in the years to come. He would even have a chance to impact the world.
And so many are dead. Too many. Because of me.
In the bustling city of Gotham, Jack Ryder, a charismatic radio host, had an insatiable curiosity. He was known to rub elbows with the high society of Gotham in spite of his own humble upbringing. He had hosted exposés on the mob, the politicians and Cluemaster's blackmail scheme, and even on the Court of Owls. His curiosity drove him to uncover the truth behind the enigmatic costumed figures that captured the press. Over time, however, his shows and his writing felt more and more stale. Jack was very hard-pressed to compete with other big names in radio such as Edward Bowes and Eddie Cantor. Jack's coverage of the happenings in Gotham lacked one thing: first-hand experience. He harkened back to his coverage of Mr. Freeze's attack on the city. That had been one of his most popular shows. Jack had a tendency towards addictive personality. He drank excessively during this depressive time in his career. Eventually, he got out of that place and decided to set out and restore his fading glory. Determined to get the inside scoop, Jack devised a daring plan. He would become a costumed hero himself. Donning an outfit inspired by the eerie characters of German expressionist films, he took to the streets at night, observing events from the shadows. With a pale face, wild green hair, and a red and yellow outfit, he earned himself the moniker, the Creeper. As word began to spread about the Creeper's nightly activities, Jack Ryder was the first to capitalize on his own idea. No one could know it was actually him. The Creeper's ambiguous nature puzzled the citizens of Gotham. Was he a force for good or a harbinger of chaos? The Creeper had a tendency to stay aloof from conflicts, but sometimes his mere presence was off-putting to criminals. The more superstitious ones would leave the scene of the crime altogether upon sighting him. Jack reveled in the mystery, relishing the attention and speculation surrounding his true intentions. The uncertainty towards him that was held by the public gave him an edge. In his radio shows, he really leaned into the theories and speculations circulating about him. His popularity began to skyrocket. Given time, he suddenly found himself conflicted. Jack knew that he wanted to be a hero and help the city, but his bizarre appearance and costume seemingly threw doubt on that among speculators. Initially, he saw his alter ego as a means to bolster his radio program's popularity, but soon his activities as the Creeper consumed him entirely. As he delved deeper into his role as the Creeper, he found himself increasingly drawn to the thrill and adrenaline that came with it. In his pursuit of justice, Jack's addictive personality led him down a dangerous path. Before, it had mainly focused on the consumption of alcohol, but now it was more serious. He managed to obtain a diluted form of venom, a notorious new steroid enhancer that had begun circulating the streets of Gotham. It heightened his senses and enhanced his physical capabilities, but at a cost. The drug took hold of him, and Jack became dependent on its power. As venom coursed through his veins, Jack's body underwent a transformation. His strength and agility surged, but so did his erratic behavior and aggression. The line between hero and villain blurred, leaving those around him uncertain of which persona they would encounter. The media began to dub him a Jekyll and Hyde of the streets, a being of unpredictable chaos. The Creeper's actions became a source of fear and caution, with whispers spreading throughout the city to beware his presence. Jack Ryder had become entangled in his own addictive pursuit. He was torn between his original intentions and the alluring darkness that consumed him. The streets of Gotham grew fraught with tension as the Creeper's actions became increasingly unpredictable. The police and the Bat Team responded to numerous reports of criminals and citizens alike being accosted by the Creeper, but were often too late to respond. Predicting the creeper's movements and appearances proved difficult at best. The citizens learned to be wary, never knowing if they would encounter the hero or the villain. Some even became obsessed with him. One artist in particular was driven to insanity by obsession with the creeper, worried that the creeper was coming for them. Almost without realizing it, Jack Ryder had become a pawn in his own addictive game. He had set out to do good and restore his career, but had ultimately fallen into a hole too deep for him to climb out of on his own. The city would continue to hold its breath, unsure of what the creeper would do next. The creeper would remain active, waiting and hoping to be set free from his prison, one of his own making. Criminals would be terrified of encountering him. The whispers would resound in the streets. Beware. Beware the creeper.
Where was I? Oh, yes. The beginning. It started with a promise.
An old man sat in his home, sipping a cup of tea in front of the fireplace. His hands were shaking slightly. The previous weeks had been strenuous. This was not due to work or physical exertion. It was because this man had seen old friends of his murdered in cold blood in the papers. Because this old man knew that he was next. As he sat drinking his tea, a voice sounded behind his armchair.
Salvalestra, your angel of death awaits.
Years before donning his cape and cowl, Bruce Wayne, the enigmatic billionaire, found himself utterly captivated by the elegant and intelligent Andrea Beaumont. Andrea was from a relatively well-to-do family in Gotham. Her father, Charles Beaumont, was an accountant for the rumored crime boss Rupert Thorne. His ties to Thorne's operation had given them more financial success than most. Andrea and Bruce's relationship unfolded against the backdrop of their college years, with Harvey Dent also vying for Andrea's affections unsuccessfully. Harvey was also in college with them both. He eventually gave up. It was the profound connection between Bruce and Andrea that set them apart from the rest. So profound was their bond that Bruce even contemplated forsaking his crime-fighting aspirations to build a life with her. It was not a contemplation that he took lightly, but with her, he envisioned a future filled with happiness and love. Bruce was even preparing to propose. But fate, relentless in its cruelty, intervened. Andrea vanished suddenly from Bruce's life without a trace. It left him devastated and desperate for answers. In his relentless search for these answers, he discovered an unsettling letter penned by Andrea herself. It was in her former home, left in the main hall. The words written there shattered his heart, vaguely stating that she was not the person he had believed her to be and urging him to move on. Confusion struck Bruce at this revelation. It felt like a betrayal. Bruce was left to grapple with the pain of loss, closing himself off from love for years to come. Many people would come into his life, but he held himself back, building a wall up around his heart. It served to intensify the grim resolve that would one day transform him into the Batman. Destiny, with its mysterious ways, had a different plan in store for Andrea and Bruce. Years later, Andrea suddenly resurfaced in Gotham. Bruce, learning of her reappearance, was drawn into her orbit once more. He heard from a mutual friend of theirs, Arthur Reeves, that she had returned. Arthur had been in the employ of Andrea's father years earlier and was now a city councilor. At this point, Bruce had taken up the mantle of the Batman. The two were reunited, but Andrea kept Bruce at arm's length. He could tell that she was holding something back. It took time, but the two eventually had time to themselves. Andrea revealed that her father had been the reason that they had left so suddenly all those years ago. Whatever business Charles Beaumont had with Rupert Thorne had ended badly. Thorne had sent some enforcers to threaten Charles, and Charles had told his daughter they were leaving the country. Andrea told Bruce she hadn't wanted to, but had been given no choice. Coinciding with this revelation, a string of grisly murders began in Gotham. Older former mobsters were being picked off one by one, their throats slashed. It didn't take long for the Batman to determine their connection. Charles Chucky Soul, William Buzz Bronski, and Salvatore Valestra had all been murdered and had all worked for Rupert Thorne as enforcers. The killer was rumored to be like a ghost, leaving hardly any trace behind. Gotham's newspaper publishers and radio hosts began to refer to the killer as a phantasm. The Batman suspected Charles Beaumont to be this killer. He theorized that Charles was trying to gain revenge on his tormentors. As his investigation unfolded, he realized with horror that Charles Beaumont had been murdered not long after leaving the country. Curiosity turned to suspicion as he realized it could only be one person: Andrea. Andrea had indeed invented the mantle of the Phantasm. She had embarked on a relentless mission to exact her revenge. Bruce, torn between empathy for her pain and his steadfast commitment to justice, could not condone the lethal brand of justice she dispensed. She had murdered Soul, Bronski, and Valestra, and she now had her sights set on Rupert Thorne. Thorne had recently been released from prison due to severely declining health. He was on house arrest, holed up in his estate. The Batman staked out the home, waiting for the Phantasm to arrive. Inevitably, she did. The Bat confronted her within Thorne's estate, and in the scuffle, the house was set ablaze by a stray fireplace log. Their fight was interrupted by the structure beginning to crumble. As the flaming debris dropped all around them, Andrea warned him of a coming danger. She stated,
"The Order did this to me. They killed who I was. They made me the Phantasm."
Unsure of what this meant, the Bat had to flee the burning structure. It seemed that Andrea met her own tragic demise. The Batman escaped, but he never saw Andrea or Thorne leave the home. In spite of this, Thorne's body was the only one found in the smoking wreckage later on. From that pivotal moment, Bruce Wayne, forever transformed by Andrea's presence and the lessons she imparted, understood a crucial truth. The Batman could not succumb to the depths of vengeance alone. The Phantasm's actions left a trail of bodies in her wake, a grim testament to the toll her quest had taken. It had quite literally consumed her. Bruce had to rise above personal vendettas and be more than a mere vigilante. With newfound resolve, the Batman would strive to bring balance and compassion to his crusade for justice, protecting the innocent without sacrificing his own humanity. The memory of Andrea Beaumont, the woman he had loved, would forever shape his mission as the Dark Knight, a constant reminder of the enduring power of love and the importance of preserving one's moral compass in the face of darkness. He tried to focus less on who she had become and more on who she had been. This gave him a renewed resolve in his crusade, but also an ominous fear. Her warning had struck him to the core, and he knew the worst was yet to come.
When I promised my parents at their graves that I would bring justice to Gotham, I had no idea what that would entail. The price I would have to pay.
A person who grew up in a place like Gotham would most likely be able to tell you all there is to know about the city. Its ups, its downs, the good and the bad. Thomas Elliot Jr. was no exception to this. One might even say he had an extensive history with Gotham City. His impact would leave a dark scar on Gotham for years. The Elliots had been founding members of Gotham alongside the Waynes and the Cobblepots. Thomas's family was particularly close to the Wayne family as he was growing up. The Elliots were also distant relatives of the Waynes, and both Thomas Elliot Sr. and Thomas Wayne had been named after the same family friend. Bruce Wayne and Thomas Elliot were friends growing up. Their parents ran in the same social circles, so it only made sense that the two young boys would be friends. In spite of the outward appearance that the Elliots were wealthy, they actually held a dark secret. Even though they came from old money, their investments had actually dried up a long time ago. Any money they did have left, they spent trying to keep up appearances and continue their facade. They continued attending functions, appearing in the public eye, and wearing fashionable clothes, but in reality they were broke. This made life in the Elliot home very tense, fraught with worry, irritability, and oftentimes anger. None of this was helped by the fact that Thomas Elliot Sr. was a gambler. He was driven by compulsion and would frivolously waste away even more of their money. Thomas Elliot Jr. resented his father and saw him as responsible for their continued plight. In spite of his resentment towards his father, one of the few things Thomas Elliot Jr. did inherit from his father was a gambling habit. Thomas continued to rack up even more debt on top of his father's existing tally. Thomas did not see it as an addiction, however. In his mind, his father was just a loser, and he himself was a true gambler. In reality, he had become like his father. Even though this dark cloud loomed over him, Thomas was a very brilliant-minded young man. He worked extremely hard and proved his ambition. He earned a scholarship to college and eventually went on to enter medical school as well. With this education came a need for capital to pay his tuition. Thomas turned even harder to gambling to make his way. After watching his father lose so often, Thomas devised a plan. Rather than leave his fate to chance, he would do whatever he needed to win. First, he started off small. He used a loaded deck of cards for years to ensure he would win big. This helped him make it all the way through medical school. He went to a different school than Bruce, but the two remained in touch. Once Thomas had become a licensed surgeon, he became even bolder. He went as far as poisoning a fan-favorite racehorse to make sure it would drag its feet and lose the race. As time went on, and as Thomas became more experienced in his deception, he escalated even more. He wrapped his head in bandages to hide his identity. He then kidnapped a prize-fighter's wife and blackmailed him into taking a dive in the fight. Thomas's career as a doctor advanced, and he became one of the top doctors in Gotham. As his legitimate career advanced, so did his greed. Thomas found himself wanting more and more, not just the excitement of winning, but the thrill of the gamble. He finally escalated to murdering the parents of a professional baseball player, causing the player to miss the World Series and his team, the Gotham Knights, to lose. Nothing was beyond Thomas now. He would continue doing these things while keeping his involvement with them quiet. He would remain below the Batman's radar even as the vigilante first appeared in Gotham. Dr. Thomas Elliot remained a widely accepted public figure in Gotham, but kept his grim extracurricular activities hush-hush. Thomas became a sort of boogeyman in Gotham's criminal underworld. Street-level thugs would refer to him as Hush. He had kept his identity hidden by continuing to wear bandages covering his face, as well as a thick trench coat for protection. He formed connections to organized crime and quickly took over the operations of most gambling rings in Gotham. As Hush, he made a name for himself, almost as widely known as the Batman, but feared even more. Criminals would be even more scared to mention Hush's name lest they incur his wrath. This is why the Bat did not find out about him for a while. Thomas remained a confident and upstanding member of society with his well-respected name and reputation as a surgeon. Dr. Thomas Elliot paralleled Bruce Wayne and the Batman. They both were upstanding citizens of Gotham, and they both had a masked alter ego. In all of his criminal enterprises, it became glaringly evident to Thomas. With the Batman's sudden appearance, so too came Bruce Wayne's triumphant return to Gotham. Thomas and Bruce rekindled their friendship, with Thomas noting the similarities between them. After enough digging, it became clear to Thomas that Bruce was in fact the Batman. As Hush, Thomas had seen the Bat dismantle some of Hush's own work. This put them at odds with each other. Hush decided that in order to keep his operation running, he needed to dismantle the Bats. Using his knowledge of the Batman's identity, he used psychological tactics to throw him off. He left a photo of Thomas and Martha Wayne at one of his crime scenes, a letter between Bruce and his college sweetheart, Andrea, at another. Hush took cruel delight in seeing the Batman's startled reactions to these things. The Batman was filled with a torrent of emotions seeing these things: fear, confusion, rage. The Bat set out to discover who was behind this. Much of the ensuing conflict between Hush and the Batman remains lost to time, but what is known is that Hush was one of the Bat's most harrowing enemies. It truly pushed him to his limit to defeat the masked villain, and both the vigilante and the city were shocked to discover the truth behind the wrappings. Dr. Thomas Elliot was the mastermind behind it all. It was a further blow to the Bat, yet another betrayal of his trust. Bruce and Thomas had been friends as children, and even as adults, for years. Bruce had his Bat team to rely on, but he had seen so many friends turn already. Harvey Dent had become Two-Face, Andrea had become the Phantasm, Silver St. Cloud had been in league with the Court of Owls. As Bruce approached the latter years of his time as the Batman, he began to become more paranoid. He was more wary of everyone, his allies included. He did not disband the Bat team, but he began to go on more solo patrols and missions, allowing his allies to operate autonomously. They all worried for Bruce, but they let him have this time to himself. Perhaps they should have supported him more, or perhaps that was what he needed. We may never know. Regardless of this, the time was fast approaching. The end of the Batman was drawing nearer and nearer, and Gotham would never be the same.
But now I'm tired. I don't know how much I have left to give this city.
The Great War brought forth many monsters in Gotham City. Two-Face was a product of Harvey Dent's downfall and injury. Laszlo Valentine had abandoned his faith and become the Pig because of the war. It was theorized that the Joker was a product of horrors and disfigurement on the battlefield. Among this number was a man named Temple Fugit. Temple had enlisted in the war to fight for his country. He wanted to protect the freedom of his fellow Americans. The gruesome sights he encountered changed his perspective very quickly. He saw death, fire, injuries beyond measure. The explosions rocked him to his core as he witnessed his fellow soldiers blasted apart by enemy artillery. The gas attacks brought an even slower and more painful end. Fugit was disillusioned. The freedom he sought for his countrymen seemed distant and unattainable. No philosophy of so-called freedom could be worth this, he thought. Fugit continued fighting in the Great War, but he returned to New York as a very different man. Gone were his illusions of fighting for freedom and his country. In their place was fury, trauma, and bitterness. Fugit saw people satisfied with living dull, dreary lives under the belief that it was because of their freedom. He also saw the corruption of both political parties in America and found it abhorrent. He felt like he was losing his mind in this environment and could take it no longer. Then, he discovered something that changed his life. Fugit discovered the writings and followers of Luigi Galliani, an Italian anarchist. Galliani believed that so-called heroism in the face of seeming capitalist oppression was necessary in the modern world. Galliani's idea of heroism, however, involved the construction and detonation of incendiary devices to instill terror. His followers were called Gallianists, and they sought to wreak havoc and terror throughout the country. They had been active as early as 1914. Fugit found his own worldview aligned very closely to these anarchists, and he joined their growing movement as soon as he had the chance. Fugit found himself acclimating to this group very well. He was an intelligent man, and he became one of their hardest-working members. He earned the nickname Clock King from his colleagues due to his aptitude for timers on his incendiary devices. Fugit and his colleagues were responsible for numerous explosions and deaths, but none so grievous as the Wall Street bombing. On September 16, 1920, a large explosion rocked Wall Street in New York. It claimed the lives of 30 individuals, with 10 more later dying from extensive injuries. Police were unable to discover those responsible, but suspected the Gallianists. It was believed that Temple Fugit and Professor Ettore Molinari were the key players involved in the terrorist attack. After this horrific event, Fugit left New York and moved to Gotham City. He wanted to distance himself from the attack to avoid the authorities. Upon arriving in Gotham in 1921, Fugit found even more corruption and duplicity in its politicians and figureheads. He saw that organized crime was nearly indistinguishable from the authorities. Fugit started his own sect of the Gallianists here and immediately set to work. He continued using the moniker of Clock King. He thought it had a nice ring to it. He planned to set off explosions in various points in the city, but he devised a new type of incendiary device, one that could fit in a briefcase. He planned to leave these briefcases in various public locations, train stations, public parks, and even some government buildings. Fugit was ready to leave his mark on Gotham, but he didn't count on one thing: the recent appearance of the masked vigilante known as the Batman. The first explosion was small. It had no casualties and was located on a city street. Some people were injured and hospitalized, but there were no fatalities. A note was left nearby that read, "Yours sincerely, the Clock King." The police set to work, but so did the Batman. The Bat immediately investigated reports of other bombings in the country and found that all threads pointed back to the Galleonists. Another explosion rocked a public park, killing 5 people. There was debris left behind from the explosion, as well as another note. Using this evidence and the research he had done, the Batman scouted and observed locations likely to be targets. Fugit began to panic when his next explosion never went off. He went to investigate why and inadvertently put the Batman on his trail. When Fugit returned to his headquarters, the Bat was waiting there for him with handcuffs. Fugit's reign of terror had thankfully come to an end, before it had really begun. After Fugit's arrest, all of his prior work came to light. The authorities could not definitively tie him to the Wall Street bombing, but they had enough from the bombings in Gotham to put Fugit away. Due to public outcry, coupled with the evidence the authorities possessed, Fugit was sentenced to the electric chair. He'd spent his life working with timers and clockwork mechanisms, but Fugit could now only count down the seconds until the end. The Batman made his argument against this sentencing to Commissioner Gordon. The vigilante thought it was counterproductive to discovering who was behind the Wall Street bombing. In spite of this, they could not convince the prosecution. Fugit had already been provenly responsible for the deaths of 5 and the injury of countless others. In the end, the Batman's objections didn't matter. Fugit was still executed. While the Clock King was no longer a threat, his work would inspire terror during later events, during the short reign of another villain. The Bat would be hard-pressed to figure out who was behind this. Pulling on this thread would unravel a hidden plot, one that would engulf Gotham in chaos. Until then, the Batman closed his file on the Clock King and set his sights on protecting the city, which had already seen too much strife.
I think that I'm leaving Gotham in capable hands. I've prepared my team for this for years, for my retirement.
When the Great Depression hit America, Gotham did not fare much better than any other city in the United States. The reality for many revolved around just surviving. People would wait for hours in food lines to get a meal. Sometimes they had to resort to combing through trash just to find the tiniest morsel of rotten food. When the cold winters hit, all people could do was try to find shelter and hope that those nights would not be their last. This was the reality for countless in America, and this was the reality for a young boy named Lonnie Mackin in Gotham City. Lonnie had his mother, father, and sister. They helped each other to get by, and Lonnie's mother encouraged Lonnie especially to learn to read, teaching him herself. School was considered a luxury to most during the height of the Depression. She would bring home any book she could get her hands on, fairy tales, mathematics, and even political texts. These books were often old and worn, but no matter the subject, Lonnie devoured this reading material. When Lonnie reached the age of 16, his mother and sister contracted and died from a small Spanish flu outbreak. The Spanish flu pandemic had ended years prior, but still became problematic in low-income homes and crowded living areas. Lonnie's mother and sister were just 2 of the unlucky few to contract it. These deaths absolutely broke the young boy, and it sank his father into a depression. Before long, Lonnie's father had drunk himself into an early grave. Lonnie was now alone in the world, and the world was terrifying. The one thing that kept Lonnie going was a book his mother had given him. She had found countless assorted things for him to read, but this one was different. It impacted Lonnie on a deeper level. It was like a Bible to him. This text was Faccia a faccia col nemico, or Face to Face with the Enemy, by the Italian anarchist Luigi Galliani. Galliani was the same man who had inspired Temple Fugit, the Clock King, years earlier. This text embraced the term propaganda of the deed, which justified violence as a catalyst for revolution. Lonnie had seen so much unfairness and injustice in his lifetime. The words in this book simply made sense to him. The imbalance of power and wealth was evident to him. All around, Lonnie saw the poor suffering as a result of the mistakes of the rich. It made him angry, resentful, and bitter. He wanted someone to pay for the injustice happening in Gotham every day. His own family had been impacted by these very mistakes, and Lonnie wanted it to be made right. The corruption in Gotham made it clear to him that he would seemingly never find justice through conventional means. Lonnie wanted change, justice, vengeance. Lonnie wanted anarchy. The change that Lonnie wanted obviously couldn't come from just him. He was only 16 years old. He had seen and heard enough about the masked vigilantes and criminals in Gotham to reach a realization. If he wanted to make change happen, he would need a symbol to accompany his ideals. A symbol or moniker would give him a stake in the game being played by those colorful individuals. Lonnie knew that if he could establish himself as a player in this game of masks, even Gotham's press would be interested in his motivations and mission. He became obsessed with this idea and began formulating plans. He took major inspiration from the Clock King's horrendous exploits and learned anything and everything he could about constructing incendiary devices. As a child, he had read to sharpen his mind and foster creativity. Now he read to bring about destruction and mayhem. Lonnie set his eyes on those who he deemed responsible for the plight of the common citizens of Gotham, the rich and wealthy. Chief amongst his targets was the one who had helped pull Gotham out of the Great Depression, Bruce Wayne. Wayne Enterprises had been instrumental in aiding Gotham through the company's ventures and diversification. In spite of this, Lonnie believed that Bruce was a prime example of everything that was wrong with society. Bruce Wayne had been handed an easy life on a silver platter, and Lonnie had scrounged for scraps in the streets. Bruce Wayne had been handed a fortune to do whatever he pleased with. Lonnie had been poor his whole life. Lonnie surmised that there must be others who felt similarly about Bruce Wayne. He believed that taking down Bruce Wayne was the match that would light the fires of revolution in Gotham City. And so, Lonnie prepared. He began circulating word of his planned revolution using the moniker Anarky. He donned a black outfit, hat, and a mask to hide his true identity. No one could ever know that he was merely a teenager if he hid his true face. He began passing out pamphlets and works of his own, preparing incendiary devices for his inevitable rise to prominence, and even gaining a small following to aid him in these tasks. Many people had been slighted in the Great Depression. Stirring the societal pot proved a fairly easy task to Anarky. Anarky's plans would not come to fruition for some time, but he would make a name for himself. Whispers were heard and the police kept vigilant. They had heard rumors of a resurgence similar to the Clock King attacks and did not want to take any chances. Anarky reveled in the game that he had so quickly become a player in. He was excited to bring a new era to Gotham City, one of chaos, confusion, and, in his own mind, justice. Unfortunately for him, Anarky would not get to see much of the fruit of his labors. In fact, his reign would be relatively short-lived. During the events of the Knightfall, Anarky would only be a minor player in a different game altogether. Chaos would indeed reign in Gotham, but it would not be under the reign of Lonnie Mackin.
It's time for me to leave Gotham in different hands now. It's time for the bat to end.
When adversity strikes regular people, it can cause many different reactions. Some people complain about their lot in life, others just push through and carry on. In some cases, it can push someone over the edge. In the case of Stephanie Brown, adversity caused her to step up and don the identity of the spoiler. In the case of Tim Drake, who saw unrest in Gotham City, it pushed him to deduce the Batman's identity and become the third person to take up the mantle of Robin. These two unlikely heroes would eventually be pushed together to face even more adversity. This would give them the chance to break off from the shadow of the Bat and come into their own. This was something that both Tim and Stephanie wanted, a chance to prove to Gotham and themselves that they had what it took to protect the city. This also came with its own complications and challenges, its own dangers and evils. Tim Drake had been Robin up until the events of the Shadow War. With the revelation of Bruce Wayne's biological son, Damian, it became clear that Damian wanted a hand in helping bring Ra's al Ghul to justice. Tim saw the fire burning within Damian and graciously stepped aside to let the boy become the fourth Robin. With this decision, Tim found himself in need of a new moniker. He initially took up the name Red Robin in his fight against crime, and he used this up until the end of the Shadow War. After those harrowing events, he felt hollow. So much death and loss, and his new moniker wasn't really new. It was a rehash of his previous one. It was a reminder of those battles and all that death and loss. When the Spoiler joined the Bat team, a lot of things changed for Tim. He found a kindred spirit in Stephanie, and she in him. The more they patrolled together, the more clear it became that they worked very well together as a team. Both of their analytical minds made them a perfect crime-fighting duo. Together, Tim and Stephanie came up with a new moniker for Tim. He let go of his past alter ego as Robin and changed his vigilante code name to Red Wing. It signified a sort of taking flight with his crime-fighting career. They crafted a new uniform for him as well. It incorporated elements of his previous one, but also more protective. It resembled the Batman's uniform in some ways too, but Tim found a way to make it his own. With an earless cowl, a utility bandolier and belt, and a fresh mindset, he set out feeling like a new hero. Both the Spoiler and the Red Wing set out to seek out criminality and put a stop to it, whatever it might be. Things went very well at first. The rest of the Bat team had nothing but praise for the two as they dispensed justice in Gotham. Bruce Wayne had started easing back on his patrols as the Batman. He was tired and he was relying on his comrades more and more. The Bat would often warn them not to become too used to victory. He had seen that mentality go awry more often than he cared to remember. The Red Wing and the Spoiler took this to heart. While seeking independence from the Bat's shadow, they still mostly respected the advice he had to give, even if there was still an occasional feeling of annoyance or exasperation. As it would soon turn out, this advice would come to both of their minds quite often in coming months. With the appearance of villains such as Professor Pig and the Calendar Man, a new breed of criminal was starting to rise, not just in Gotham, but in America. It would take all of the Red Wings and the Spoilers' skills combined to combat it. Even then, it would not be enough, and they would have to turn to a former enemy for assistance. With danger on all sides, the Red Wing and the Spoiler would have to rely heavily on each other. This was the only way they could come out on the other side of this conflict, unscathed. With Gotham running rampant with costume criminals, the Bat team would be stretched thin. The Batman would have to become more active, putting aside his physical tiredness and mental exhaustion. It would be a harrowing time for the Bat team. At times, the darkness looming over Gotham would seem unbearable. Only by relying on each other and the people of Gotham would they emerge victorious from this prevalent darkness. In the meantime, the Red Wing and the Spoiler would continue their own crusade unhindered and blissfully unaware of what was to come.
And so I'm leaving this message. I want my final words to be this.
During the Wall Street crash of 1929, many felt that they had lost everything. While businessmen jumping from buildings was more of a widespread rumor than fact, there were still an unfortunate few who did tragically make that choice. One such affected person was one Victor Zsasz. Zsasz was an investor in all sorts of mercantile dealings, and the stock market crash devastated him and countless others. He felt an extremely intense despair at this news and decided to jump from his office building. He shared a building with a lawyer and a few other businessmen. When he arrived at the 7th-story ledge of the office, he was shocked to see another man already standing there. The man was older and a familiar face. The man's name was George Carver, a 65-year-old owner of a wholesale produce firm. They had business dealings in the past. Carver was clearly distraught. Zsasz thought that he didn't want to go through with it. Something snapped within Zsasz at that moment. His intense despair turned into an intense, empty pit in his stomach. He felt a coldness and a resolve rise within him as he walked up behind the man. Zsasz approached the open window behind the ledge. Carver turned to look at him just in time to see Zsasz push him gently. Carver toppled off the ledge and impacted an automobile on the street below. Zsasz left hurriedly, taking to the streets of New York. He did not know why this urge had risen within him, but he knew something for sure. He wanted to feel that rush again. Years later, a string of murders began in Gotham City. The victims were often found either having fallen from high places or with their throats slashed by a straight razor. Police were stumped and could not find enough of a pattern to determine the identity of the killer. In a time before criminal profiling, law enforcement was stumped. They turned to the Bat Team for assistance. Red Wing and the Spoiler took on the case, finding it suited to their skill sets. With the recent appearance of spree killers like Professor Pig and the Calendar Man, Red Wing and Spoiler felt that there was a new type of criminal surfacing in Gotham. In order to gain an understanding of what they were up against, they turned first to their allies. They got some helpful information from their allies, but most of them were handling cases of their own. Even the files from previous cases weren't much help to the duo. They were missing a key element: how to get inside the mind of the killer they were tracking. With the realization of this missing element, Red Wing and Spoiler turned to an unlikely source for assistance. They went to Blackgate Penitentiary and sought out the one man who could give them insight into the killer. They went to Edward Nygma, the Riddler. The years had not been kind to Nygma. He had been assigned to the caretaking of the prison library. His anger and resentment at being incarcerated had seemingly boiled down to nothing but boredom. This boredom was suddenly alleviated with the arrival of these two visitors. Nygma listened to the case and gladly gave his insight to Red Wing and the Spoiler. This collaboration between Red Wing, the Spoiler, and the Riddler laid some of the groundwork for what would later become criminal profiling. It would be referenced and taught by law enforcement for years to come. Armed with fresh insights into the mind of a killer, Red Wing and the Spoiler determined some tentative details about the killer they were tracking. The killer was likely not from Gotham, as the murders had only begun recently, and bore similarity to some murders in New York. The killer was likely a man. His murders bore characteristics of multiple other male murderers in Gotham and other cities. The killer was also an impulse killer. The pool of his victims seemed to hold no specific pattern to them. They also determined that he might collect trophies of some kind, mementos of his kills. These analyses were all made with the help of Edward Nygma and were instrumental in helping locate the killer. After one final session with Nygma, Red Wing and the Spoiler had a mostly complete profile of their spree killer. They set out to find a suspect. The murders took place in the Tri-Corner district, so the masked vigilantes staked it out in the following days. After hours and hours of waiting, their patience paid off. An individual attacked someone in the street late one night. Red Wing and the Spoiler confronted the man, but were not prepared for the grisly sight that turned to face them. The man was covered from head to toe in scars, all making crude tally marks across his flesh. The man's eyes had a fire of desperation and madness to them as he yelled and charged at them with a knife. The two vigilantes took the man down after a brief battle. After bringing him to the authorities, they learned that his name was Victor Zsasz. Zsasz claimed that each tally mark on his skin was a kill, a poor soul who needed freeing from the pain of existence. Red Wing and the Spoiler were disgusted with Zsasz and his twisted ideologies. Before they could do much else, they received word suddenly. There was an escape attempt happening at Blackgate Penitentiary. During his interviews with Red Wing and the Spoiler, Edward Nygma had been plotting. He was bored with the monotony of prison life and tired of being constrained. By being cooperative, he had lowered the guards of the costume vigilantes. In doing so, and by exhibiting good behavior, he had also lulled the guards into a false sense of security. After Nigma's final session with Red Wing and the Spoiler, he swiped a guard's key as they led him back to his cell. He freed his hands and strangled the guard to death. He swapped uniforms with the guard and exited the visiting area. As guards rushed past him into the room, Nigma walked right past them towards freedom. Alarm bells sounded and Nigma exited the penitentiary. He moved towards an unattended prison vehicle as rain began to fall. Nigma began fiddling with the lock on the door of the car. He managed to open it, just as a voice sounded out above him. Looking to the roof of the vehicle, he saw Red Robin crouched on top of it. The Spoiler stepped up behind him. Nigma begrudgingly put his hands up as the two apprehended him once again. While Nigma may have been a threat, he had helped the vigilantes put an even bigger one behind bars. Zsasz, now in police custody, stood trial for the murders he had committed. Being deemed criminally insane, he was sentenced to Arkham Asylum. Many called for the death penalty, but the judge stood firm on the sentencing. Zsasz was too unstable. Red Wing and the Spoiler would continue building rapport as crime fighters. Years later, the work they had done developing a profile on Zsasz would influence the behavioral science unit's approach in the FBI. The events of this case would also inspire author Thomas Harris to write the book, The Silence of the Lambs. Red Wing and the Spoiler had brought a killer to justice, and Gotham thanked them for it. The city was safe again, for now.
Never give up, even when the fight seems lost.
Centuries before Gotham City was established, another conflict was arising between medieval Europe and what was then known by many as the Holy Land. After the First Crusade, Jerusalem was under relative Christian control, and many pilgrims began traveling back to it from Europe. Outside of the city, however, pilgrims were constantly beset by bandits and highwaymen. These pilgrims were oftentimes slaughtered by the hundreds on their journey to the city. This led to the formation of a monastic religious group dedicated to the protection of these pilgrims. This order was called the Knights Templar and was formed in the year 1119. This group quickly rose to prominence in feudal Europe. They had the support of Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, whose uncle had been a founding member of the Templars. This aided their popularity and finances. In 1129, they were officially recognized by the Roman Catholic Church. This endorsement led to an even larger amount of finances, resources, and members. In 1139, the Templars were exempted from adherence to local laws by Pope Innocent II. This allowed them to pass borders freely and not pay local taxes in their travels. Because of this rapid growth and impunity from most laws, the Templars became the advanced troops for most battles in the following Crusades. Their non-combatant members were also important, pioneering banking and financial techniques throughout Christendom. The Templars continued influencing these events at least until the 1300s. By then, a darkness had begun to seep into the mention of their name. With the rapid growth of the order, there were rumors and superstitions around them. Some claimed that certain sects were holding arcane initiation ceremonies, others that they had committed rampant injustices throughout the Holy Land due to their papal immunity. King Philip the Fair of France had risen to the throne in 1268. On Friday, October 13th of 1307, the king stated, "God is not pleased. We have enemies of the faith in the kingdom." King Philip had been consolidating power over nobility and the church, wanting the French monarchy to be uncontested in any regard. He forced the hand of Pope Clement V into allowing the arrest, torture, and eventual disbanding of the Knights Templar in 1312. During these arrests and trials, many of the Templars were forced into the admission of worshipping idols, corruption, fraud, and secrecy. Most of these admissions were made under torture and therefore mostly false. This still caused a massive scandal in Europe. While these admissions remained mostly unfounded, some claimed that it was not the Templars as a whole responsible for these allegations, but instead one small sect of it. This sect within the Templars was known as the Sacred Order of Saint Dumas. It was a relatively small group led by a man named Dumas. Dumas was a self-proclaimed saint that gained adherents through secrecy, corruption, and promises of a transformed world. Many speculate that this sect was responsible for secret initiation ceremonies, assassinations, and undisclosed reallocation of funds entrusted to the Templars. With the alleged confessions extracted from certain members of the Templars, Pope Clement disbanded the Knights Templar on March 22, 1312. Just like that, a massive part of medieval European infrastructure was suddenly gone. This led to many rumors and legends around the Templars, perpetuated throughout the centuries. The Sacred Order of Saint Dumas disappeared into the shadows, but they did not disband. Some speculate that they were somehow responsible for the death of King Philip the Fair in the year 1314. The order used their knowledge of secrecy and finance to continue their work for hundreds of years. They persisted in darkness. By the 1900s, much had changed within the Sacred Order of Saint Dumas. They were now led by a man named Nomaz. They were certainly smaller than they had been at the start, but they had maintained a certain level of wealth and secrecy. The Order's mission had evolved. They now sought to shape history however they could to fit their needs. They accomplished this through centuries of cultivating a specific bloodline within their ranks. This bloodline was put through a rigorous training program and then, upon graduation, granted the title of Azrael. Azrael acted as the hands and feet of the Order, carrying out their will in the world, however they saw fit. This breeding and training program was known by members of the Order as the System. This had worked for them for hundreds of years, and in the 1920s to 1930s, took form in a man named Jean-Paul Valley. Valley was the latest in his bloodline to take up the mantle of Azrael. His father and grandfather before him had been Azrael as well, with the title going all the way back to medieval times. One of the Order's rival organizations was the League of Assassins, led by Ra's al Ghul. When Valley stepped forward as Azrael to assist the Bat Team in the Shadow War, they assumed that he was another masked vigilante fighting for Gotham. In actuality, Nomaz had learned of the League's plans in Gotham and dispatched Azrael to assist the Bat Team. In the wake of the Shadow War, it became evident just how valuable Gotham had been to the League of Assassins. Both Nomaz and the Order now saw the value in furthering their interests there. They instructed Azrael to maintain cover and continue to be an ally to the Bat Team. From the Batman's perspective, he thought Azrael seemed a bit odd, but allowed his allies to continue working with him when their interests aligned. To the Bat, Azrael had proven himself numerous times, even if he was reserved. The Order continued operating as they always had, in secrecy, from the shadows. Jean-Paul Valley had almost never experienced life outside of the Order. His entire experience had been within the religious sect. All he knew was the system, Nomaz's decrees, and the history that had been taught to him. Upon experiencing the battles and intensity of the Shadow War, Valley's outlook on life was a lot more serious, but also more hopeful. The more he worked with the Batman, Robin, Nightwing, Redwing, Spoiler, and the Black Bat, the more he aspired to be like them. He wanted to fulfill the instructions of the Order, but he also wanted to find his own fulfillment. He often found these two things conflicting with one another. The Order had taught him to avoid worldliness and desire, but his so-called worldly allies brought out the best in him. Without telling the Batman the full story of his upbringing, Azrael asked the vigilante for advice on this. The Bat told Azrael that regardless of what he had been raised to believe, Azrael had to do what he believed to be the right thing. Azrael took this to heart. That interaction impacted the Batman, too. The Bat had seen the progress Azrael had made in aiding them. Crime had plummeted in recent months. The Batman, tired and burnt out, was thinking of extending an offer to Azrael. This interaction, and subsequent ones, convinced him that he was making the right choice. Much would change in Gotham soon, and both Azrael and the Batman would be at the center of it. A new foe would arrive in Gotham, and he would not only mentally break the Bat, but would also break him physically. The fall of the Dark Knight was imminent, and Gotham would see unprecedented chaos.
Trust in yourself, even when you are filled with doubt.
In the grand scheme of history, sometimes the smallest choices can have the biggest consequences. This was definitely the case for Edmund Dorrance, otherwise known by his alias King Snake. Decades before becoming the leader of the fearsome ghost dragons, Dorrance had worked for another cruel institution. The corrupt government of Mexico had employed his mercenary prowess prior to the Mexican Civil War. Dorrance was tasked with finding, torturing, and killing the enemies of the government at any cost. Dorrance grew in apathy, cruelty, and reputation through this vile work. In spite of this darkness, there was one light in Dorrance's life. An indigenous woman that he fell in love with and married in Santa Prisca, Mexico. They had children together, and Dorrance showed a tenderness to them that no one else experienced from the mercenary. Most people who had the misfortune of meeting King Snake met a swift end. His family knew only seeming affection from him. When the Mexican Civil War began, Dorrance fled the country in exile. He showed his true colors and did this knowing full well the consequences. To make an example of his betrayal, the government imprisoned his wife and children on the prison island of Peña Duro. Over the course of many years, Dorrance's wife and most of his children are believed to have perished. Peña Duro was a hellhole of a prison, and only the strongest survived. One of Dorrance's children fought tooth and claw to survive. This child honed himself physically and mentally, any chance that he could find. His rage was what kept him going, hate for those around him and for his father who had left him to die. With no formal education, he sought knowledge from the other inmates around him. Every fight that he found himself in was a combat lesson. Every conversation was an opportunity to learn a number of languages. He learned the art of lucha libre wrestling and excelled at it. Dorrance's sole surviving son showed the others around him that he would never back down, and that he was a force to be reckoned with. He achieved this by breaking the spirit of his enemies, as well as their bones. He outsmarted his rivals at every turn due to his sharp mind. By the time the child had reached the age of 17, he was a battle-hardened weapon. This living hell that he had grown up in had been his crucible. He earned a name for himself in Peña Duro due to his tenacity and resilience. He crafted a mask for himself like a luchador. It was like a rebirth for him. No one could best him, and so his name was Bane. Just when Bane thought he had risen to the top, Peña Duro found a new way to crush its inmates' spirits. Life was cheap here, and the government had interests of their own. Foreign scientists were allowed entry to the prison, their minds set on experimentation. The inmates were unsure of what exactly was being tested, but the fear and tension it created was palpable. Inmates were taken to laboratories and would not return. Many assumed that they were dead. Bane was not afraid, however. He was enraged at the scientists. These scientists continued conducting cruel tests and experiments. Years later, their actions would be likened to those of Japanese Unit 731 and the German human experiments during World War II. The compound that these scientists were testing proved deadly to almost everyone they used it on. It was an enhancement steroid that they hoped would improve the performance of soldiers in combat. Inmate after inmate was exposed to the compound. Some died screaming in pain, others died silently, choking on their own blood. The compound earned the nickname Venom from the inmates due to its deadly nature. Eventually, even Bane was experimented on. They exposed him to the Venom compound, and it was the single most excruciating experience of his life. Bane felt as if fire burned in his veins. There were many times when he felt that he was near his end, but his rage would reignite, and he would push through. In the end, he was the only survivor, and he was the experiment's only success. Unbeknownst to the scientists, Bane had been observing and taking note of how the venom compound was made. With his newfound strength, Bane broke out of the facility and murdered everyone working on the production and experimentation of venom. Chaos ensued, and as Peñaduro burned, Bane found himself smiling in triumph. Even those who sought to put him in his place had failed. The experiments and the venom had awoken a new desire within him, to test his power against worthy opponents. Bane started his own production of venom, enlisting some of the former inmates who had escaped with him. He spent the following years seeking out foes and destroying them, breaking them mentally and physically. Bane did not care who he murdered, ravaged, or crushed. All he cared about was the power that venom gave him. The one person who eluded Bane was the person who had initially sparked this hatred within him, his father, King Snake. Bane looked for any information he could regarding his father, but to no avail. It was only when he learned of Dorance's death in prison that he knew where his father had been. Months after the events of the Shadow War, Bane turned his sights on Gotham City. He sought to test the mettle of the so-called heroes that had bested his father and the League of Assassins. Gotham would have its reckoning, and Bane would break the Bat, body and soul.
Trust in your family, no matter what may come. The family I've found has had my back more times than I care to count. If you keep these things in mind, nothing the world throws at you will keep you down. My last words to you are, have hope, take heart. Goodbye, Gotham.
After years and years of trying to fight injustice and corruption in Gotham, the Batman felt as though he was failing. He had dismantled organized crime in the city. He had defeated the Court of Owls, an evil cabal of Gotham's rich and powerful. He had led his allies in battle against the League of Assassins and came out the Shadow War alive. In spite of this, the Batman had sustained injuries from those battles that had never fully healed. He could feel the physical toll within himself. Even after all of these victories, the Bat saw Gotham continue to spew forth enemies and so-called supervillains. Bruce pushed himself every day to continue fighting his crusade, but he gradually began to rely more and more on his allies. He allowed the Bat team to take on more patrols, fight more villains, and have more autonomy from himself. Bruce could see that his protégés were becoming more capable with each passing day, and he could not help but feel a spark of pride seeing them all come into their own. Much of Bruce's time as the Bat was spent overseeing cases, going on patrols, and training his biological son, Damian. He had taken special care to work with Damian in unlearning everything the boy had been taught in the League of Assassins. Damian showed a lot of promise, and Bruce wanted to teach him everything he could before the physical toll became too much. Bruce worried that his injuries might keep him from continuing as the Bat if they worsened. He worried about a bigger enemy rising that he would not be able to face. In 1937, his fears began to come true. A new street drug by the nickname of Venom began circulating in Gotham. It caused individuals either to die or go on violent rampages. The Batman tried to learn where it had originated, but all of the dealers and criminals pushing it were too terrified to answer, even to the Bat. In the meantime, the Batman met with the Bat team and prioritized dismantling the drug operation. He instructed them to stop Venom distribution while he focused on finding the source of its production.
After weeks of taking down Venom operations, the Batman was no closer to finding out who had started the distribution. It was not through lack of trying. The criminals and dealers he confronted had either jumped off of roofs or been shot by their comrades rather than give up any information about their leader. The Batman saw not just fear, but a desperation in these people. It haunted him how similar it was to his own effect on the criminals in Gotham. It was not until the Batman took down a specific operation in the dockyards that he learned anything at all. Confronting the head of this specific operation, the Bat learned that his name was Barsad. Barsad's men were openly using his name and asking for instructions. Barsad and the Batman traded blows in a heated exchange, but the man was no match for the seasoned vigilante. Standing over his fallen foe, the Batman threatened to break Barsad's arm unless he told him the name of his boss. Barsad merely laughed at him. The Batman applied more pressure and the man continued laughing. Barsad barely even reacted when the Bat broke his arm. The criminal merely turned and spat at the vigilante, stating, "It's too late. Bane will break the Bat." The Batman restrained the criminals and called in the police. He left before they could arrive. Tensions were high between Gotham and the Batman at present. Not long after the police arrived and began arresting Barsad and his men, protesters also began to arrive. The Batman looked on in grim silence, seeing the signs. Arrest the Bat. Badges, not capes. No more vigilante justice. Before leaving, the Batman thought to himself about all he had done for the city, but knowing that he had betrayed its trust during the Shadow War. All things come to an end, and the goodwill of the city towards him had dissipated. Even though he had not found the leader of this drug operation in Gotham, the Batman now had a name. He looked anywhere he could to find reports, articles, and evidence of this Bane figure's existence. All he found were scraps of correspondence from an island called Santa Prisca in the Caribbean. These reports spoke of a man hell-bent on destroying his enemies and burning villages to the ground. With each word that he read, the Bat could feel a dread creeping into his mind. He worried that this was an enemy that would prove to be too much for the Bat team. After learning this, he received word from Nightwing. The Venom operation's main distribution location had been discovered. Bruce called each of his allies and told them to stand down and await instruction. He wanted to face this alone. He needed this to prove to himself that he still had what it took to protect Gotham City. And so, the Bat set out to stop Bane once and for all. When he walked into the building that Nightwing had directed him to, the Batman was greeted with only darkness. He proceeded forward with caution, only to be blinded by lights suddenly flooding the room. He saw a large open chamber filled with laboratory equipment. He knew immediately that this was where Venom was being created. A lone figure stood at the center of the chamber watching him. As the Batman approached, he saw the crossbones on the man's mask, the rippling muscles beneath flesh, and the vials of venom strapped to the man's belt. The Bat and Bane measured each other up as Bane injected himself with a vial of venom. The Bat dodged to the side as Bane ran at him, the criminal roaring with an almost animalistic rage. The two exchanged blows and both inflicted numerous injuries on each other. The Batman could see that Bane had continued to inject himself with venom periodically. He surmised that Bane had become so resistant to it that he needed it in numerous concentrated doses, quite frequently. With renewed vigor, he ran forward with his brass-knuckle battering and sliced Bane's belt from his waist, smashing the vials on the ground. Bane, utterly enraged, grabbed the Batman and bodily raised the vigilante above his head. The Batman realized in that split second that he had made a mistake, a misjudgment in his own physical capabilities. Bane brought the Batman's back down over his knee. With a crack, the Bat's back was broken. Bane roared in triumph, but it was cut short with a cough. Bane began to stagger, and his mask became soaked with blood. He fell to the ground, motionless. This was the last thing the Bat saw before drifting into unconsciousness. Bruce awoke in Wayne Manor in severe pain. He was wrapped in bandages and could barely move at all. Dick Grayson and an ailing Alfred were present and attending him. Bruce tried to sit up but was immediately met with excruciating pain. Dick helped Bruce get more comfortable and informed him of the events following his battle with Bane. The Bat team had moved into attack after not receiving word and took down any straggling members of Bane's operation. When they found Bane and the Bat, they were terrified that both were dead. Dick informed Bruce that Bane had broken his back, but that it could have been much worse. Dick and Alfred were optimistic that rehabilitation was possible, but would only provide limited physical capabilities back to him. Bane had suffered from a severe stroke. His dependence on venom had finally caught up to him, and Bane was now catatonic in Blackgate Federal Penitentiary. He was under extreme observation and evaluation by authorities. Bane had broken the Bat's body, but now Bruce felt his spirit beginning to break too. He asked Dick and Alfred to make arrangements to begin his rehabilitation. As they took their leave, Bruce began to think. He thought long and hard about everything that had transpired. Not just Bane, but all of it. After thinking for hours, he decided to put a plan into action. He decided that he was done being the Batman. After his battle with Bane, Bruce Wayne was beaten down and defeated. His back had been broken, and the physical toll he had already been experiencing worsened. He now had difficulty breathing, chest pain, and his reflexes were all but non-existent. After a few weeks of limited rehabilitation, he forced himself to walk for brief periods of time with the use of a cane. Even then, he could only stay upright for a few minutes before excruciating pain forced him off of his feet. Bruce discreetly used his wealth and resources to see the best doctors and physicians, but his recovery was still limited. He could not don the cowl of the Bat again in his current state. Bruce's allies urged him to take the time to recuperate. Many of them were pained to see him in such anguish. Bruce had been a bastion of perseverance and a rock for most of them. Bruce thought to himself that maybe the things that they were saying were a sign. Maybe it was time for him to retire from being the Batman. And so, with Alfred's help, Bruce began making preparations to leave Gotham. He had heard of various alternative rehabilitation techniques in his travels, and he aimed to seek them out. He planned to seek these treatments for as long as they would take. Bruce may have been retiring from the mantle of the Batman, but he also knew how much of a symbolic figure he had become. Even though the city had turned on him, he knew that there might still come a time when Gotham needed that symbol again. Bruce surmised that he not only needed to step down, but needed to select an heir to the legacy of the Bat. The Batman needed a successor. Bruce evaluated each member of the Bat team to see if their capabilities matched what he envisioned in a successor. Nightwing was the most experienced of his allies. He had been the first Robin, and had more than proven himself. To Bruce, the only flaw with choosing Nightwing was one that Bruce had to be critical about. He had not seen the drive and physical capabilities to match Bruce's own. The Red Hood was another option. He had the drive and the physical capabilities and the combat prowess. Given Jason's own struggles, however, Bruce worried that Jason would be tempted to give in to the violence and instability that the League of Assassins had drilled into him. Bruce evaluated his other allies too, the Black Bat, Red Wing, the Spoiler, the Batwoman. The problem he encountered was the lack of experience or the previous factors he had taken into account. Out of all these individuals, only one stood out to him. While having not been an ally for very long, Azrael seemed the best candidate to Bruce. The warrior had shown a similar drive and commitment to truth and justice. Azrael had proven this to Bruce in sharing some details about his life and seeking honesty over secrecy. He had also proven his efficiency in combat. Azrael had helped contribute to a decrease in crime in Gotham, and had also aided them in taking down Bane's criminal operation. Above all of that, Azrael showed great potential and willingness to learn from the Batman. After weighing all of these factors, Bruce made the decision to approach Azrael and ask him to be Bruce's successor. Bruce realized that it didn't matter who wore the mask, so long as they had met the right criteria and fulfilled the role. Azrael accepted with great humility and deference to Bruce, vowing to uphold justice in Gotham and bring honor to the title of the Bat. A good number of Bruce's allies in the Bat team were opposed to this, or reluctant to accept it at the very least. Nightwing tried to back up Bruce's decision to the others, but even he wasn't entirely confident in it. With preparations made, Bruce bade his friends and family farewell. He specifically instructed Damian to keep training and listen to everything Alfred and the others instructed him to do. Nightwing was sad to see his mentor and father figure leave, even if they had disagreements at times. Oracle and Bruce reminisced about his actions inspiring to join this fight. Jason thanked Bruce for bringing him back from the brink and teaching him compassion and kindness. The others watched Bruce, the man who had started this whole journey for them, take his well-earned leave. In 1937, Bruce traveled to Europe, and Azrael became the Batman. For the next 2 years, Azrael donned a new uniform to reflect his role. He wore a mask resembling a combination of his own and the Batman's, and altered his armor with a bat symbol. The Bat team continued operating as they had. Azrael thought it was important to leave room for the old tactics and strategies. He also brought his own to the table, using his experience with the system and the Sacred Order of Saint Dumas to enhance their current operation. After about a year, he had more confidence from the Bat team than he did previously. Nightwing and Oracle did not fully approve of Azrael's tactics as the Bat. He was more brutal than Bruce had been, while finding the balance of not being lethal. The Red Hood approved of this brutality, however. Jason thought it was a vast improvement on taking criminals down and keeping them down without killing them. It seemed that crime was at an all-time low, until the explosions began. The first was at a train station. It killed 5 people and injured 3 more. The authorities discovered a haunting echo of the past at the scene, debris resembling an incendiary device created by Temple Fugit, the Clock King. There was one discrepancy, however. A red letter A was burned into a part of the briefcase. Police did not know what to make of it, but the Bat team had been observing evidence of a rising force in Gotham. Word had spread amongst Gotham's citizens of the mysterious figure known as Anarky. 2 days later, another explosion happened in the district of Gotham where Bruce Wayne had helped oversee and fund the restoration of the city. Over the course of these attacks, the Bat family saw something change within Azrael. He became vengeful, angry, and became possessed with a grim resolve. He cited rhetoric about his sacred duty to uphold justice and bring those responsible to bear. The Bat team found these statements odd, but then again, Azrael was still a bit odd to them. For Azrael, it wasn't hard to track down the person responsible for these explosions. Lonnie Mackin, aka Anarky. Azrael, Nightwing, and Robin went to confront the aspiring supervillain. They found him in an old, defunct, and crumbling courthouse in the Narrows. Anarky set his followers on the trio, but they were no match for the vigilantes. Just as the battle seemed won, Nightwing and Robin turned to see Azrael standing in front of Anarky. Anarky pulled a knife and tried to stab the new Batman, but Azrael was too quick. He knocked the blade from Anarky's hand and gripped him in a headlock. Nightwing and Robin watched in horror as Azrael snapped the boy's neck in front of them. Lonnie Mackin survived having his neck broken by Azrael, but was kept in critical condition in Gotham Hospital. He was paralyzed from the neck down, very similar to the condition of a member of the Bat team. Oracle in particular was infuriated with Azrael, claiming that he had crossed the line, the very one Joker had crossed years ago, and Bane had crossed recently. The Red Hood defended Azrael, stating that the new Batman had no choice. Anarky had been killing people in acts of terror. Nightwing interjected, stating that Bruce would never have gone that far. He warned Azrael that if he ever did anything like that again, he would take him down and turn him in. Azrael, fully given over to his brutal training and brainwashing from the system, accused them all of questioning his sacred right and duty to protect Gotham. He told them that he took Bruce's decision seriously, and that if he did not have their support, he would set out on his own. Azrael left the Bat team and continued operating on his own. He went back to the Sacred Order of Saint Dumas, where they gave him the resources he needed. Nightwing and the others kept close observation on him when they could, but Azrael proved effective at hiding, even from them. The Bat Team continued fighting crime, but they and the new Batman left each other alone. In 1939, almost 2 years since Bruce's departure from Gotham, another incident occurred, this one even more horrendous than the last. Harvey Dent, aka Two-Face, having escaped Arkham in the wake of the Shadow War, began a new crime spree. Gotham found itself facing terror again, worried about encountering the criminal in the streets. The Bat Team worked hard to try and find Dent, and eventually did, but the new Batman beat them to it. The Bat Team arrived at Two-Face's hideout located at 250 52nd Street. It was in an old warehouse. Half of the building had been scorched by a fire years ago, and it fit Dent's criteria of duality. Upon entering, they saw a mangled corpse on the ground. As they approached it, they could see the suit on the body, one perfectly split down the middle in 2 patterns. The clothing had been slashed in numerous places, with the largest wounds being 2 directly at the center of the victim's back. It was the body of Harvey Dent, alias Two-Face. The Bat Team could immediately tell that the wounds were from Azrael's dual swords. The new Batman had crossed the line that Bruce never would have. He murdered Two-Face. The entire Bat Team was both horrified and enraged. Nightwing turned to the others, stating that it was time to get Bruce back. They needed the true Batman. While Bruce had effectively left Gotham to recuperate from his injuries, he had left a lifeline if his allies ever needed his advice or help. Nightwing and the others used this in 1939, 2 years since Bruce had left for Europe. They filled him in on the horrors that Azrael had wrought as the Batman. They informed Bruce of Azrael's vengefulness and increased brutality to the point of breaking Anarky's neck. They told him about their split with the new Batman and how Azrael had beat them to Two-Face and murdered him. Bruce had just read about Dent's death in the news right before receiving this call from his allies. The city had held a small funeral for the former public figure. They had given him a death mask that resembled his face after the accident that had scarred him. Many thought this a controversial decision, but nothing was changed. After telling Bruce about both Anarky and the death of Harvey Dent, he decided that he had spent enough time healing. His injuries from the Shadow War would never fully heal, and his back had recovered enough that he was able to train and move again. It would never be the same as it once was, but Bruce had a rage burning inside of him, a feeling he had not felt in a long time. He had spent so many of the previous years being exhausted and burnt out. This fire within him reminded him why he had started on his crusade in the first place, to keep what happened to him as a child from happening to anyone in Gotham ever again. He got on the first plane back to Gotham that he could. Since leaving Gotham in 1937, Bruce had visited numerous places in Europe to recover. Not much is known about this time, merely rumors. Some of his allies speculated that he had visited his former mentor, Giovanni Zatara, for some kind of rehabilitation. Others speculated that he had received experimental surgeries from a number of sources, one being Dr. Fritz Lang in Germany. These are merely rumors, as Bruce never disclosed to his allies or in his journals what he had experienced in those 2 years. Regardless of the ambiguity of this time that Bruce took, his recovery was nothing short of miraculous for the time. Bruce had set out to mend his body as well as his spirit, and had been reminded of the foundation of his training. He had indeed healed physically, but also saw the toll that being the Batman had taken mentally. Bruce had found hope in his time away, and had been at peace with how far he had come over the years. When he received word from Nightwing, Oracle, and the Bat Team, he felt that peace dissipate. He had left unfinished business in Gotham. He had chosen Azrael as his successor, and now felt a responsibility. Azrael had dragged the title of Batman through the mud with his actions, and destroyed any semblance of trust that still existed between Gotham and its so-called protector. Bruce felt rage because Harvey had been killed, yes, but he also felt rage for other reasons. A betrayal of trust, a lack of understanding about Bruce's intentions, and the danger that Azrael had put the city in. Bruce looked to his roots as he flew back to Gotham. Bruce looked to a time before the Batman. The Bat team met Bruce after he landed almost immediately. They all left together in plain clothes and went to the Bat team's main base of operations, a hideaway within the city. There they began to enact a plan. Azrael had been relying heavily upon the Sacred Order of St. Dumas for resources. The secret organization had centuries of funding and a network of spies feeding Azrael information. Nightwing informed Bruce that they had discovered the Order's existence not long after Bruce had left for Europe. He told Bruce that they had identified the leader of the Order as Nomaz, a warrior and monk. Bruce pondered this, thinking back to Andrea Beaumont's last words to him. "The Order did this to me. They killed who I was. They made me the Phantasm." Bruce informed them of this, and by connecting the dots, surmised that the Phantasm had quite possibly been another adherent to the Order's so-called system. Bruce assumed that Andrea had used that training to become a deadly assassin, and then left when the Order chose John Paul Valley as their avenging angel. Informing everyone of this, Bruce instructed them to track down and apprehend Nomaz and any members of the Order that tried to stop them. Bruce told them that he would handle Azrael. Damian, interjecting into this conversation, asked if his father wanted his bat suit. Bruce shook his head. He stated that in order to defeat this new Batman, he would need to be something different, something primal. Bruce had received a gift from one of his mentors decades ago, before he had chosen to become the Bat. It was a mask he had received while training with the League of Assassins. It was called the Mask of Tengu. This mask represented a bat spirit and was the inspiration for what would eventually become the cowl of the Batman. Bruce hoped that a return to his roots would give him the strength he needed and allow him to defeat this adversary. The Bat team set out and used their intel to track down and apprehend Nomaz, as well as some members of the Order of St. Dumas present in Gotham. Bruce set fire to the street outside of Gotham's courthouse with burning letters stating, "This ends now, imposter." Bruce lay in wait for Azrael to see it and show himself. The grandstanding Azrael did see the message and stood outside the courthouse shouting for the Bat to come and face him. Bruce approached him, the both of them standing in the street outside. Outside the very place where justice was decided on daily, the fate of Gotham would be decided by the two Batmen. Azrael attacked Bruce with a ferocity that years of training and conditioning had lent him. Azrael knew how the Batman fought and tried to use that to his advantage. Bruce, on the other hand, was not the same man he had been 2 years prior. Bruce had taken time to heal, mentally and physically, and had adopted a fighting style to suit that growth. Bruce met Azrael's ferocity and training with cold, calculated rage and focus. Azrael grew more and more angry and frustrated that his opponent was repelling his onslaught with relative ease. Eventually, Azrael made a mistake, and Bruce took advantage of that. With a sudden burst of blows and precise strikes, Bruce took Azrael down to the ground. Bruce stood over his fallen foe. The mantle of the Batman had been reclaimed from the imposter. Azrael was taken into police custody, as well as Nomaz and the members of the Order that had been apprehended. The records and journals of the Bat team refer to this period in Gotham's history as Knightfall. It was the final chapter of the 20-year period where the Batman was most active. Gotham and its citizens had been through hell and back. The rise of organized crime had filled it with evil and corruption. With the rise of the Batman, it had been all but eliminated. In spite of this, the threat of the Court of Owls had made itself known. The Batman had nearly lost his sanity to that enemy, but he prevailed. Those under the court's control were freed, though not without scars, physical and mental. The Bat had made an impact on society, forming alliances with the police and other authorities. The press had turned him into a sensation. Gotham had survived costumed supercriminals, economic disasters, and threats of all kinds. The Shadow War had destroyed many lives, even if the costume vigilantes had prevailed over Ra's al Ghul and his assassins. It was enough to sour the city against the Batman and his allies. And now, with the rise and fall of Azrael as the villainous new Batman, it had seen a definitive chapter come to an end. Many sought to collate the records and reports of the 20 years between 1919 and 1939. Renee Montoya stepped forward to take this on. Years later in the present day, this record would be found in a trunk and brought to the light of history. It revealed much chaos, turmoil, and insight into Gotham during that time period. It also revealed bravery, heroism, and perseverance. It showed a group of individuals willing to fight in the face of great adversity. Though it is still debated whether or not their impact was good or bad on Gotham, it shaped the history of the city nonetheless. The Batman would forever symbolize hope for some people, the hope that one could obtain truth and justice. It still stands today as a testament to the ability of humanity to fight and persevere. Many others would be inspired by those 2 decades. Even with the threat of World War II looming, the example set in Gotham would be a staple for some fighting against the horrors and atrocities that it would bring. The Batman's career may have ended, but the hope he inspired will never be forgotten. Like all things, the era of the Batman and other costume vigilantes and criminals came to an end. Some debate still whether or not he was a force for good or ill in Gotham. He had inspired heroism and hope within many, but also anger and resentment in others. As the threat of World War II loomed, the idea of grown men and women in costumes vying for the fate of Gotham seemed trivial in comparison. Bruce in particular would put aside the thought of returning as Batman for decades, instead vying to use his wealth and resources to aid the Allies in the war. They would need it against the horrors that World War II would bring. This conflict would hasten the arrival of oncoming change and a horrific global awakening. Gotham would not be exempt from its influence, nor would most of the world. Although the career of the Batman had only lasted for 20 years, the impact it had was phenomenal. His Crusade's legacy would shape certain aspects of society for years to come. Many films, books, and even Broadway shows would all take inspiration from the Batman's battle for justice. One such production was Batman Beyond, directed by John Carlinger. This thrilling serial of 12 chapters captivated audiences when it was released in theaters. Another production was The Bat-at Follies of 1939, a burlesque-style stage show that celebrated the more colorful aspects of Gotham's costumed and caped vigilantes and villains. The Batman would have a veritable ripple effect on popular culture and would be idolized by some, criticized by others. Even his harshest critics couldn't deny one fact, though. The Batman had a larger-than-life cultural impact. While Bruce Wayne retired the cape and cowl, many of his allies and enemies took on roles in their own way over the following years. Alfred, near the end of the final Knightfall conflict, would be hospitalized. This was due to the injuries he had sustained in the Shadow War worsening. Alfred would eventually die in 1939, with some speculating this as the final straw driving Bruce to retire. Tim Drake would eventually enter law enforcement. He would join the recently rebranded Bureau of Investigation, now known as the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or FBI. As an agent, he helped pioneer new profiling strategies and forensic investigation techniques. This would revolutionize law enforcement for the modern era. Before Knightfall, Luke Fox returned to Europe on special assignment. Bruce had asked him to go there after reading the signs of a rising evil there. Luke was tasked with raising a fighting force for the coming conflict. He rallied a squadron of rogue pilots into a group known throughout World War II as the Black Hawks. After the events of the Bamber Bridge incident, he would become disillusioned with fighting and retire in the south of France. The remainder of his life would be peaceful. Another event that occurred during World War II was an incursion into France by Task Force X. This covert ops team operated under direct orders from Harry S. Truman. It was commanded by the war hero Rick Flag. Also in command under Flag was Dick Grayson, alias Nightwing. The team was composed of costumed criminals that had been apprehended throughout the years. Among them was Atom Smasher, Deathstroke, Captain Boomerang, Deadshot, Slipknot, and Harley Quinn. Harley, in particular, being of Jewish descent, hated the Nazi forces with a passion. Not much is known about the specifics of the mission, but what is known is that Nightwing and many others on this covert ops team died in the line of duty in France. Nightwing was honored as an American hero by Harry S. Truman posthumously. In the meantime, Oracle would use her skills in World War II as a codebreaker. Upon hearing of Nightwing's death in 1943, she would be heartbroken, but it would give her a renewed vigor in the war effort. She would go on to attend law school and would become Gotham's first female district attorney in 1948. After the Shadow War, the League of Assassins were leaderless and without purpose. Their attention eventually shifted to the rise of fascism in Europe. Upon reaching young adulthood, Damian Wayne would eventually leave Gotham and take on the role his grandfather Ra's had wanted for him, to assume leadership of the League. In the wake of World War II, he changed the group's name to the League of Shadows and took on a new name of his own. He combined his father and mother's different teachings into this persona. Word began to rise of this new group and their leader, the Heretic. Bearing an uncanny resemblance to the Batman of Gotham City, he did not just protect one city or country, he aimed to protect the world. The Heretic vowed to never let another war to end all wars happen again. In the mid-1940s, Gotham faced another crisis. After Knightfall, the city saw relative peace until a fire broke out at Arkham Asylum. With the Batman retired, the city panicked when Arkham's most dangerous inmates ran loose on the streets. For months, people lived in fear. Many other places in the U.S. would nickname Gotham Arkham City during this tumultuous event. In the midst of the terror, a mysterious new figure rose. They wore body armor inspired by the Batman and would quickly quell the chaos. As suddenly as this figure appeared, they disappeared once the threat abated. The media dubbed this figure as the Arkham Knight. To this day, no one knows the true identity of the vigilante. Some speculate that it was Bruce Wayne temporarily returning to the role of the Batman. Others speculate that it was Red Hood under a new persona. Still more think it was neither. The Joker was one of the escapees of Arkham Asylum. He was never recaptured, and there are no known sightings following his final disappearance. Many speculate that this is because of the Batman's retirement. Without someone to counteract his chaos with order, the Joker simply may not have seen the point. All that remained were his final words, scrawled in blood on his cell wall. All the world's a stage, all men and women merely players. Other costumed criminals in Gotham managed to turn their lives around. Selina Kyle, alias the Catwoman, would be one of these mostly unscathed individuals. She would go on to create and run a much-needed women's shelter in Gotham City. It received plenty of funding from the Wayne Foundation, but stood on its own legs, too. In the end, Bruce Wayne had sacrificed a great deal for Gotham and the Batman. His body had been broken countless times, his mind had endured much strain, and his drive had refocused. All of these factors forced him to give up his original crusade. During World War II, Bruce started numerous initiatives to help fund the Allies. His body may not have been up to the fight, but his mind and resources were. He is credited with using his influence and status in aiding the OSS with their intelligence effort. He is also credited, alongside Alan Dulles, with the recruitment of Fritz Kolbe and becoming a spy for the Allies. After the end of the Second World War, he would start numerous charities and organizations under the Wayne name, continuing to be a hero in any way he could. With the rise of a new, vicious gang in 1955, Gotham saw even more terror. Bruce, now much older, saw another threat that no one was standing up to. Preparing himself, he donned the cowl of the Batman one last time. He was aided by a new Robin whose identity was one Carrie Kelly. Together they worked to dismantle this gang known as the Mutants. Eventually, Bruce became a victim of the same thing everyone does: time. As his mind began to go, he lost himself. He spent his last days tormented by demons and monsters from his past. Years later, after his death, the secret of his identity and exploits would be revealed to the world. The legacy of the Batman would continue to inspire many generations. Whether the Batman really helped fight crime or was the reason it escalated to absurd levels will be forever a subject of debate. Medical and law enforcement fields are still not at a general consensus. The evidence presented in this series is not intended to pass judgment, but to represent the truth about what transpired. This has been an account of Gotham, 1919 to 1939.
All you want is my hunger. All you need is my pain. Nothing in between ever met you lost. When you were born there was thunder, fire lit in the sky as to lead astray. Now heavy rain pours out of you and me. Come back, rain. Come and ease this obsession. Full force dispossess. Come and quiet this aggression. If we met in a year or two, would you set your eyes on me?